Hey there, travelers, and welcome to Proudly Radical. Let's see, there he goes. All right, just had to pop that. Wondered why it wasn't on my screen already. Oh, I sincerely considered starting the stream with part of the, well, I was going to start with Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead, right? Just as a throwback shout out to the Margaret Thatcher incident and how that was handled. Cat. Yeah, I was legitimately going to do that. I thought about it long and hard. I'm like, it would be funny, but no, I did not. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, we'll see. Oh, all right. Thank you. But yeah, I've used it past couple of days. Yeah, it's the new channel trailer. So if you come when one of the auto hosts aren't on and I'm not on, it's on the screen and people can play it to their heart's content. I see you saw your new emote because I saw you using it on Benzel's channel. It got approved earlier today. Well, you know, I can say I did not draw inspiration from Al Jazeera for it, at least not consciously. So, you know, that's a thing. But yeah, Trump has COVID. Oh, I always have it. It's just the lighting is actually catching it. Like, I've always sort of had a goatee, but if it's dark enough in here, it's very difficult for it to pick up. So yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Did I add that? I didn't add that to OBS. That's interesting. Oh, to Stream Deck. Did Stream Deck just crash on me? Yes, it did. Cool. It might bother you even more, Kat. I've had that color for years. It literally hasn't increased. It hasn't. It's not. It's literally not a sign of my aging. But yeah. Let's see. Main. There we go. Let's do that. Full face. Face cam. Oh, need to line break that. There we go. There we go. You do it at the push of a button now. There we go. I even have, let's see. That. I'm in that category as well, Kat. I disagreed with Benzel on that front. When I was on his channel, I was bouncing back and forth between him and Crash. Crash is a non-political streamer. He's a tech streamer and sometime video game streamer. And yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think he's going to get literally the world's best healthcare. And he will come out the other side and he will make a point to say how amazing his genes are and how pathetic it is that people died. Like there'll be that leaked audio of a conversation with Trump that these weaklings, they all die from COVID. I didn't die, you know, that sort of thing. It's going to actually play into his image more than it's going to denigrate him. Even with, as Benzel pointed out, the news cycle is going to hit him for the not wearing a mask because CNN was already doing that. But Fox is already showing him wearing a mask. See if I can find it. Yeah, it's way gone now. Yeah, it showed Fox News is already showing like clip after clip after clip alongside their bumpers, their lower thirds that, President Trump announces he has COVID, that sort of thing. The footage is the few times he's worn a mask. So the, disinformation propaganda cycle has already begun on that one. He's going to get those adrenochrome shots. Yeah. You know, I do have to say, okay, so first, it is a long time ago, somebody said, you should celebrate your birthday as a month, right? Be greedy. Take it as a month. Well, this is my birthday month. I am in this month. I will not tell you when, but this is my birthday month. And it is a full moon today. And the Witches versus Patriarchy subreddit has claimed that this is their doing, that the curses that the witches placed upon Trump have finally taken place. So yeah, I have been enjoying this as a little sprinkling of humor amidst the absolute shitstorm, never-ending, what do you get the boy who has everything? Health. That's what you get the boy who has everything. My material needs are taken care of, but my health is shot. So that's why material wealth means very little to me. It's amazing how that can put that into perspective very quickly. Y'all kids like Trump here? No? Not a fan. Thank you. Yeah, get the witches on that one. Yeah, I did. I saw that right away, that the Witches versus Patriarchy subreddit were claiming responsibility for this. Like, yep, we did this. I was like, you go, girls. You fucking go. See if I can get the image. Oh, that's not what I need. Copy image address. It's on Twitter too. I get witches are claiming credit. I think it's hilarious. Fuck it. Moon Man, are you a fan of Donald Trump? I mean, have you ever walked into Okay. Thank you. All right, then that gives us the read. I mean, have you walked into too many leftist podcasts that are pro-Trump? I mean, is there a lot of those? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm legitimately wondering at this point. Is this a thing that I'm not aware of? Yeah. Because never know. The internet is wide and vast, and the people are many. Yeah, we get more Nazbols than we may be comfortable with. Tell me about it. Dude, fucking Benzel was, like, pulling him in tonight. I don't know what his, like, what catnip, like, Nazi fucking weird catnip shit he was putting on. But he was pulling him in there for a while. Like, he got a few bands under his belt. I remember the other day, he was like, oh, my band list isn't that long, and he pulled it open. He's like, see it? Oh, it's pages. It's pages. He will ban your ass instantaneously if he's having a day. Much like Schnoops. Schnoops will fucking just first words like, ban. Which I respect. I think she's on the air right now, actually. I think she just went live. Oh, yeah, okay. God, my typing is just shit today. Really? I mean, I got a notification for her. Oh, Shoops. That's. You just got a Gillette ad.
I'm Travis Scott. This moment.
Yeah, and I don't have that fucking ad filter on. You can fuck right off with that until. Tell me it literally. Okay. You must get a lot of weirdos complaining about this podcast. I'll follow. Thank you, Moon Man, for the follow.
Right? He was doing real well too.
She's doing the crab rave. Oh my god, I considered that. Thank you, man. Yeah, I used that one earlier for oh, I didn't even put that on screen. She wouldn't care if I do this. Hell, I'm in her little network anyway.
You know, a Biden presidency isn't a win.
She's literally doing the crab rave.
You know, it doesn't like change things for the better.
How? That's
Yeah,
that's 2 in one day, dude. SJW didn't know about it. Mitre doesn't know about it. How on earth do you people not know about the crab rave thing? I guess you're just one of the lucky 10,000 today. And yes, Moon Man, we get tons of weirdos. Tons of fucking weirdos. Fuck off. This is the crab rave. All right. We're just going to jump ahead. Okay. Congratulations, Vitra. Here's crab rave. I know, right, Cat? I know. This is crab rave. So, yeah. It's, you don't have to get it. You don't have to get it. That's kind of the point. I'm kind of big on the screen right now. Hang on. I'm just gonna adjust myself a little bit here. I guess that's from when I was playing with the settings earlier. Oh, there's no way I'm gonna get myself over there. All right, so let's do a little of that. Let's see, good enough. Good enough. Don't feel like playing with it anymore. Is there any subtext? No, it's just an absurdly happy song. It's absurdity and happiness and upbeatness and just internet weirdness, right? There's no real subtext to it. It's just fucking hilarious. Yeah, so, yeah, that's Crab Rave. Yeah, I knew that one from the fucking opening. Let's get my copyright claim up. Like circa 2014. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's wade in, boys. Can I? I can't. All right. There we go. I don't want to fuck with Twitch's DMCA shit too much. Let's have a moment of Schadenfreude, shall we? Let's browse. You know what? Let me pick a genre here. Oh, I don't know. Let's go happy hardcore. Just because I'm feeling smarmy. All right, let's browse, and it's terrible, but I want to. Hashtag Trump has COVID. Twitter has abused the like moments. It took moments. For Twitter to just start knocking out the memes. Oh, Twitch Prime Bob. It would be a beautiful thing if Trump's last words were, I can't breathe. But yes, oh, that would be an interesting thing. Thanks for the follow, man. I told you, it took Twitch literally moments to start knocking these out. Yes, we shouldn't wish for somebody's death. And in fact, this case, I would say don't wish for his death because Mike Pence is worse. You don't want Mike Pence. Like I said, it's just a never-ending stream of this. Oh, and here it is. I finally found it. Here's the Fox News feed. President Trump testing positive for COVID-19 after traveling with Hope Hicks for debate. Okay, so one, they offloaded on Hope Hicks, right? It's her fault. It's fucking her fault. And then, of course, what footage are they using the entire time? One of the few times he's ever worn a fucking mask. Disingenuous pieces of shit that they are. I mean, it would be an interesting moment if there's a headline coming down the pike that Mitch McConnell happened to contract it too. But of course, these pieces of shit have the world's best healthcare, and they will be just fine. Just like Boris Johnson, he was touch and go. If Boris Johnson had been anybody else, he'd be dead. But that motherfucker had round-the-clock, top-tier care. And they pulled his old ass through. And he's a decade younger than Trump. I'm starting to get this impression that people don't like this Trump fella. Well... The American people are praying for our POTUS and FLOTUS. Get better. We need you. Man, I'm now just binging that early 2010s electronica scene. Yeah. So what do y'all want to do tonight? Fuck him. Good riddance. How is this not being picked up? lot of Monster Cat shit, seeing as they dominated the scene for a while. Yeah, and Monster Cat is in my... I'm licensed for Monster Cat. Everybody's praying, yes, but not exactly for his recovery. Call me DJ Caracillo. Caracillo. There we go. Yeah, I don't, you know... Fuck him. He downplayed it as a Democratic hoax. He called it, you know, he said only nobodies contract it. I am with one person on Twitter said though, no, it was Reddit. Somebody said though, this motherfucker better be looking sick, right? Like I want to see him looking sick because I don't buy it otherwise. Like I don't, to what end, who knows? But he's a pathological liar. I don't trust that this motherfucker wouldn't lie about something like this. So, I want to see that motherfucker sick. I want to see hospital receipts, basically. Because it wouldn't be the first time he got a bunch of doctors to lie for him. Yeah, right? If he gets hit hard, he's going to look fucking horrible. They may keep him away from the camera, but then that also tells us if they keep him away from the camera, because this motherfucker can't stay away from Twitter, he can't stay away from the camera, he's a narcissist, he needs the attention, right? So he's gonna do something. So yeah, we should see. Of course, with our luck, he'll be asymptomatic, and in that case, I still got questions. Like, this motherfucker actually have it? Yeah, I you know, my level of trust with governance and this president and U.S. administrations, it's nothing. Yeah, right. The Twitter account's gonna be the tell. Yeah, those like early morning Adderall fueled fucking tweet sprees are gonna either they come to an end or or they keep going. In which case, yeah, I'm not 100% sure about this motherfucker right here. Let me see how much Reddit is celebrating. They're not going to be able to keep a lid on the celebration aspect. They're just not. Total crab rave, calling it. Yeah. Let me check. Hold on. Yep, somebody posted it. Not under its own post, but it's in a thread for the news. Oh, okay, let's go. Oh, this is gonna be fucking rich. These idiots are always nuts. Flared users only. Oh, all right. Any one of these particularly special? Jesus Christ! Look at these awards. These get hidden on my default browser and my default app. Like, I don't see any of these awards. Crab Rave. 100%. Crab rave like a motherfucker. Oh, Jesus Christ. There you go. It's on screen. Liberal here just had to see what conservative had to say. I really dislike just about everything about Donald Trump, but hope he and the First Lady pull through. I'm saddened to know others will be celebrating and wishing the worst. I hope America's voice is heard in November, whatever it may be. But wishing death on someone isn't the way to go. Get well soon, you orange fuck. Thank you, Liberal. This is exactly what I expect from somebody like you. Hang on, let's check the account. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing any evidence. Pretty far left. I think that's an Overton window person. Again, more. Yeah, it's pretty much what I expected. It's pretty much what I expected. Yeah, Roseblood. I mean, he guaranteed to be, right? Guaranteed to be. Let me switch back to this side. There we go. Keep it upbeat a little. Yeah, and Hope and Melania were both in the audience. And who knows what the interaction level backstage was. I mean, it's going to be standard protocol. Everybody in that fucking auditorium who's of certain level of importance is going to be tested. It's just that simple at this point. Do I think that a pathological liar and a narcissist would do something like this? Yes, I do. Do I think that it's fake? No, probably not. But again, I live in 2020 in America, and I have a president who has been known to get doctors to lie for him. He will lie about the pettiest shit and the biggest shit, and the people in his circle are inevitably and inexorably corrupted by his behavior. I have to reserve some level of doubt. That's just how it works. I mean, you gotta hold back at least a percentage on it and be like, well, is he the kind of attention seeker that would do some stupid shit like this? Yeah, he is. So, you know, I don't think it is. Yeah, I know. I did a segment on somebody else's political show about Mike Pence. He's worse. He's worse. You do not want Mike Pence. And speaking as a leftist, I don't want Nancy Pelosi either. Yeah, huge 2020 style mix-up would be him actually biting the dust. Did anybody have on their 2020 bingo cards Donald Trump contracting COVID? Check your boxes. My money's still on alien invasion, but that's just me being hopeful. If anybody wants a genre change on the music, let me know. Right now, we're just doing happy hardcore. I don't know why. It just seems thematically appropriate. Yeah. It just makes things more uncertain. Oh, for sure. It's just gonna bring more. You know, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Maybe he won't. Keep jungle or drum and bass in mind. Drum and bass. Filter. Added to the list. I think I can, hang on, let me pull up, let me check it. I'll see if he's in the list. I don't think that's gonna happen, Mitre. DJ Sammy is not licensed by Monster Cat, so it's not in the list. If there's anything else you want me to check, specifically, I can run it through Monster Cat and see if it's happens to be in the list. But yeah, no, it's going to bring uncertainty. But I posted the info over on Benzel's stream. See if I can find it, because it was yeah, we've rolled over into a new day. So hang on, give me 1 sec. All right, well, I found it once. Let's find it again, right? There we go. Fuck you. There we go. Oh, I'm in a I'm in a pretty sweet mood, honestly. It's nice to know that this sends a bone-chilling breeze through the right. So here's what you need to know, right? Okay. So we'll skip to the end. If a winning presidential candidate dies between December 15th and January 6th, Congress has to decide whether to count the votes cast for them. If Congress chooses to validate the votes, the laws of presidential succession are carried out, and the winning candidate's vice president becomes president-elect. If Congress chooses to not validate the votes, the question will be whether the living candidate has a majority of the overall electoral votes. If they don't, then the 12th Amendment says the House of Representatives must elect the president among the candidates with the most votes. So, yeah, the ticket stands, and that's what's going to be moving forward. Even if he drops dead tomorrow, it's going to be basically a dead ticket, and Mike Pence would be the president-elect more than likely moving forward. I love that you always check things during the show. I don't see a lot of streamers doing that. Biden is quite old as well. Oh, yeah, they're both in the fucking high mortality risk category. Trump is doubled and tripled down. Diet, obesity, morbid obesity, obesity, diet, underlying heart condition that we don't know about given his diet. He doesn't exercise. He's 74. He's got multiple comorbidities. Biden, he's old, which is, a comorbidity as well. But he's in a little better shape and has a little bit better of a diet. And yes, the hella drugs. Have we ever watched that on stream? I don't think we have. Hang on, let me get that. Am I misspelling Adderall? No. There he is. Okay, we'll watch Noel for a bit. So silhouettes during the debate. Biden looks in prime shape. All right, so for anybody who doesn't know where the Trump Adderall thing comes from, it comes from several sources, but this is a primary source.
Well, I work in live television. I've done that for the last 20 years. I work in TV production in the talent departments, taking care of all the performers. It's kind of like herding cats, if cats had publicists and massive egos. I did 6 seasons of the Celebrity Apprentice finale. Oh, yeah, you can see where this is going. My job was taking care of the Trump family, too. Yeah, Don Jr.,
This,
Omarosa.
I mean, technically, this counts as a primary source. This is a firsthand anecdotal evidence. I mean, you wouldn't use it for a scientific study, but you'd use it for a historical analysis, for sure. Any historian, anthropologist, or sociologist would consider a contemporary account to be acceptable to enter into the record.
Melania was like a freaking Mensa meeting every day. I worked on a bunch of those beauty pageants he had in the 90s, too. That was a good idea. Miss Teen Universe? Yeah, that's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show. Yeah, you got that one. It took a minute, but yeah. He would line up the girls on the side of the stage and he would inspect them, literally. He would stick his little freaking doll fingers in their mouth and look at their teeth.
Okay, catch that? Like, this is, yeah, you'd also use it for a criminal case. Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. He would stick his fingers in the teenage contestants' mouths. What the fuck? What kind of slave owner shit is this? That they line him up on the stage and you check their teeth and see if they're right and see if he's a good one to buy. What the fuck?
Not even kidding. This is true. He'd line them up like they're pieces of meat. He'd be like, you,
No.
you, and you. If you want to win, I'm in the penthouse suite. Come and see me. Yep. If Trump had a cooking show, they'd call it the douchebag diet. McDonald's, chocolate ice cream, and girls that look like Ivanka are all he ever eats. I really like you guys now.
All right.
That's my favorite joke.
This guy broke his NDA. Like, I mean, literally, he talked about this in an interview. He broke his NDA to do this routine.
Look, I'm going to tell you one more thing. I don't usually tell. I'll tell you 2 more things. Since you're being so nice to me. He's a speed freak. He crushes up his Adderall and he sniffs it because he can't read, so he gets really nervous when he has to read cue cards. I'm not kidding. This is true. I had a 24-page NDA, non-disclosure agreement. I didn't know then he was becoming president. Now it's, no way, dumbass. I'm telling you everything I know. So he gets nervous and he crushes up these pills. That's why he's sniffing when you see him in debates and when you see him reading. That's why he's tweeting, you know. It's like he's out of his mind. It makes sense if you think about it. Methamphetamine was invented by the Nazis to keep the fighter pilots up all night on bombing runs, right? So it makes sense that Trump would use it to hate tweet and a self-centered rage at 4 a.m. on the toilet. I'm going to leave you with this. My favorite thing so far in the Trump era is when James Comey had to go to the White House and tell him about this dossier and the existence of a videotape of Trump taking a couple of showers with some Russian working girls. And it was Trump, right? So, of course, they had to be golden. All right, take a second. Trump says to Comey, do I look like the kind of guy that needs to pay for prostitutes? Yeah. Yeah, you look exactly like that kind of guy. You actually look more like that kind of guy than anyone who's ever lived. They're actually changing the nickname for guys like that from Johns to Dons. You guys have been great.
Okay. So, this guy broke his NDA, straight up. What do you think the ramifications have been? Crickets. Fucking crickets. Nobody's attempted to enforce it. Nobody's attempted to do anything about it. They'd have to go into discovery. They would go into discovery, and you know those kind of cases that Trump avoids when discovery's going to bite him in the ass. So they just don't sue. He sues everybody. He sues everybody. He's very litigious. This motherfucker's on stage saying shit. Crickets. Yeah. Yeah. It lends credence, let's just put it that way. Oh, Jesus Christ. like that. I'm old enough to remember when Trump mocked Biden for wearing a mask, like 48 hours ago. Yeah. Yeah, plenty of people. Can we see actual evidence of Donald and Melania Trump testing positive for COVID? I mean, they lie constantly, and we just can't believe anything they say. It's the truth. It's the truth. Yeah. I'll leave that. Fucking shout out to Duck Duck. Yeah, Roseblood. I remember that. Yeah, no. I seem to, back in my childhood, 48 hours ago. Somebody already mashed up the video, actually, of him making fun of him and doing the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme over it. Yes. That was the first thing I pointed out. That was the very first thing that I was like, oh, yeah, I remember when that was a Democratic hoax. How's that hoax working for you? Seems pretty real now, huh, motherfucker? So I kind of want to watch some of this, some of this idiot's videos. I went back after SJW streamed today. I was unfamiliar with whoever this actual Justice Warrior person was, and after you both mentioned the Vosh thing with him, I was like, okay, so who is this person? And I went looking. He's pretty special. That was special. We could totally fuck with Q junkies by saying he's compromised and part of the D state. Oh, no. You see, he's pretending to have COVID in order to go underground temporarily because he has to enter, the Kumite and fight hand-to-hand death style with the leader of Antifa. Or something along equally insane lines that 4chan will be coming up in now. Look at Benzel. What's up, Benzel? What's up, Benzel's people? We did, of course, the obligatory, we did the obligatory Schadenfreude. Let me throw some shit on in the background for you. Callie Kame. Loved your juggling earlier today, by the way. Top-notch juggling. Hey, Frizzo. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, we did the obligatory, Schadenfreude. Let's troll a little bit. And then we did the guy who broke his NDA to tell us that Trump is an Adderall addict because we were discussing his poor health and how he does have comorbidities. You got into Benzel's stream just in time to get rated out. Well, Benzel's viewers thanking for having me. Welcome, Zazarino. So, yeah, I was going to talk a little bit about tort reform tonight, actually, given I have a connection to it. God, the volume on that. Sorry, Prezzo. Let's all do Adderall, Saranth, the Deceiver. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be Trump's drug of choice, perp somebody who signed an NDA to keep that shit to himself. But yeah, I was going to talk some mad shit about corporations tonight, actually. Oh, let me get my notes here. Adderall can be a good thing. It can, except for when you are president of the United States and you're crushing it up in the middle of the night, snorting it on your bathroom counter, and like rage tweeting in the middle of the night as a result of it. Probably not a good thing. Thank you, Lost Sue, for the follow. There you go. It's one of my favorite We'll go to Reclaim Democracy. Hello, Lasso. Can I get that to... Yes, I can. So I can at least get some of it above me. Perfect. So I have a particularly strong... I have a particularly personal hatred for large corporations within the healthcare system for a variety of reasons. Of course, I have my own anecdotal evidence because I suffer from a progressive illness and insurance companies won't actually fucking take care of it. And I get bounced around and, you know, getting a diagnosis cost me $11,000 just to get one test done. Yes. Thank you, Kat, for doing that. There's the Discord link for the Proudly Radical server. But my mother had a particularly rough time, right? My mom had amazing health, but she had vaginal prolapse, which is not a pleasant thing to talk about, I know. A lot of people cringe, but she had the vaginal mesh surgery. And the vaginal mesh that she had implanted by a doctor who was literally on the payroll of Johnson & Johnson, who turned out to have a mill where they just cycled women in and out. I do too, though. It's because of the euthanization of my native women girls that they've been doing. Preach. Sue, did I see you over on Lynx's channel? Like yesterday morning or something like that? I think... Sue, yes. I'm 100%. What's up, Sue? Yes. You were busy being dicked around by the Canadian government at that point. Any progress? Sue is everywhere. So yeah, this doctor was running a literal vaginal mesh mill, right? This is what he was doing. He was getting paid by Johnson & Johnson directly. He was on the payroll. And he was recommending basically to every woman that came through his office that they needed to have this mesh surgery, and it was completely safe, 100% safe. And he'd just crank them out, in and out, all day long, right? So she has this surgery, and a couple of years go by, and she starts having all sorts of symptoms, all sorts of odd symptoms, pain, unrelated, infections, and that sort of thing. This song would be more of a kind of hip motion, would be more of a hip kind of motion. And so she went to some doctors, went back to him. He said nothing's wrong. It's all in your head. She went to some more doctors and they couldn't quite figure out what was going on. She went to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester and they said they don't know what's going wrong either. She eventually saw a doctor called Dr. Raz at UCLA Medical Center, who is literally the world's expert on these topics. And he said, yeah, no, of course, the vaginal mesh is literally merged into your body and has caused necrosis of the tissue, and it is rotting out your insides. And he cracked her open and literally got, I'm forever getting dicked around by the government. I'm native. We all get that. Fair enough. He cracked her open, and of course, that's exactly what he found. The vaginal mesh had literally merged into various tissues. It had adhered to various organs on the, in and around the area and had become necrotic. And it was rotting her from the inside out. And he removed as much as he can. Like I said, this dude is... Look up Dr. Raz, UCLA Medical Center. You'll find his kudos and credentials. The man is literally a world-class doctor. And he did his very best, which is astoundingly good. Oh, well, Rose, don't worry. We'll get back to that piece of shit. Dr. Raz does what he did. He's a fucking miracle worker. He's entirely too old, but he won't retire because he's one of a few doctors with the skill sets to save people, right? He's actually old school like that. He got it out, and year goes by. My mom's still having all sorts of nerve pain. She's having incontinence issues. She's having all sorts of issues related to the fact that she basically lost a whole chunk of her internal structure. The very supportive structure that was holding in a whole bunch of stuff, bladder control, these sorts of things went right out the window. So what was recommended was a nerve stimulator by Medtronic. Now, these nerve stimulators went in, and it went in on the sacral nerve on her left hip. And 2 prongs, very much like fish hooks, okay? Barbed prongs. She is alive. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I'll leave you to determine that momentarily, because this does have a contemporary anecdote for today. She got this nerve stimulator manufactured by Medtronic, and it has literally barbed implants. Okay, they go in very much like fish hooks, and it stimulate, and it's a subdermal implant for the actual battery pack. Thank you, Sue. Neither she or I is a believer, but kind thoughts are kind thoughts, and I welcome them no matter what. So she gets this nerve implant. She gets this nerve stimulator implant done, and 9 months go by. And at first, it was sort of, we're not sure if it's working, that sort of thing. At 9 months, it starts shocking the shit out of her. She's starting to get pains, literally. She's getting shocked. It's literally shooting pains at the site of the device, not the actual implants, which are further down in the surgical area. So she goes back to Dr. Raz, and she says, I'm having all of these problems. And so he does an investigatory surgery. What does he find? There's an electrical leak from the device, and it's literally just discharging in the general area of the device. So the battery, the electronics are leaking, basically. It's supposed to be a sealed casing for the device that isn't bioreactive. It's open, it's reacting. All right? At this point, by the time that he actually removed the device, it has caused so much nerve damage in that general area to the nerve that she's in constant pain, right? It's constant pain. It's pain and really worse pain are the 2 options for her at this point, right? So as you can imagine, yeah, poor technology too. So as you can imagine, lawsuits start to move forward, right? Well, the first lawsuit is against Johnson & Johnson. And, okay, how does that turn out? Now, this one's out of litigation. I can openly talk about this, all right? This is how it went down. Johnson & Johnson used a non-FDA approved mesh in my mother. The actual mesh, the actual device that was implanted by the doctor who receives payments from Johnson & Johnson used a non-FDA cleared mesh. So, smoking gun, right? Tons of damage, non-FDA cleared. One of the world's best doctors telling you unequivocally in his notes, in his sworn testimony, that this was the direct cause. Well, let me introduce you to the concept of tort reform. This has been long been a drum that the Republicans and the conservatives bang. We need to reform the courts. Bro, you grew a beard. I've always had it, but the lighting is better and the shot is slightly different, so you get to actually see it. Hang on. But I've had it for a while. But yes, I improved a couple of things, and now you get to see it. So, all right. Tort reform. Basically, what we're talking about when we talk about tort reform is we're talking about lawsuit reform. We're talking about lawsuits against corporations. And in the state of Nevada, one of the interesting things that is a sub clause of one of the various tort reforms that they pushed through over the years was that the originating doctor of the device with complications needs to testify to the fact that it was a faulty device. You see the problem here? Remember at the beginning of the story? Remember how the doctor was on the payroll of Johnson & Johnson? What do you think the chances of that doctor testifying against Johnson & Johnson are? Do you say who you're voting for? Unfortunately, I'm voting for Biden. Exactly, Sue. 0 fucking %. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm voting for Biden. It's a harm reductionist thing. I don't, I'm an anarchist. I don't like Biden, but he's not Trump. We're going with that. So, of course, this doctor doesn't fucking, It's for you, Ghost. It's for you. Hey, Sentry. So of course this doctor does not testify. Oh, no, Rose. No. He sold his practice. He's worth tens of millions of dollars now. So if you wonder if there's true justice in this world. So, of course, that doctor would not testify. And under tort reform in the state of Nevada, we couldn't do anything about it. So she ended up accepting. And remember, this was the originating cause for a series of events that will put this woman in excruciating pain for the rest of her life and ruined her internals, right? Well, tens of millions, not for being a doctor, but for being a doctor on the payroll. Mitre. Big difference. Totally fucked up her inside. Sure, her vaginal cavity is about yay long, right? Like, it's literally basically non-existent at this point. Like that. So get some. Okay? She still has trouble with incontinence to this very day as a result of that, and so she had to accept a settlement. What do you think the cost of that was? Well, she had an independent lawsuit. She wasn't part of the class action lawsuits. She got $100,000. Speak to women in your life. How much would you accept for a lifetime full of pain and losing basically your entire vagina and a problem with incontinence? Would it be $100,000? I'm guessing not. Right? The original lawsuit was for $25 million. All right? Because of the legal manipulations, the tort reforms that conservatives have pushed through in this nation, in various places across the nation. What's worse, doctors or lawyers? Flip a fucking coin, my friend. Flip a fucking coin. She had to accept $100,000 or nothing. Because if it went to trial, what would happen is they would... Going lawyers. There you go. I'm fine with that. They would have called the doctor up to the stand. He would have said it's not a problem, and that would have been basically the end of the entire fucking thing, right? So she had to accept that. So what about Medtronic, right? Because Medtronic manufactured this nerve stimulator, right? That one is still going through the courts, and they are fighting it. They are saying it's not their device, even though, again, one of the world's leading experts in this, a world-class physician and surgeon, stated unequivocally what the causality was. Still going through the courts. So that's all I'll say on that one. So why do I mention this? Why am I going off about tort reform today? Why am I, apropos of what? Why am I saying this? Well, because I keep a little record. And every time I have ever witnessed, hey, Keebler, every time I've ever witnessed my mother in excruciating pain, I take notes. And today I went over to her house, right? Like I visited, checked on her. She's pacing back and forth in tears because she can't lay down, because she can't sit, because everything hurts. Her entire side hurts from the nerve damage. She's literally limping around because of the pain on that side, just with tears in her eyes, dabbing her eyes. That pain is a direct result of the Medtronic device. Okay? This is what corporations are allowed to do. Johnson & Johnson made billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars off of their vaginal mesh material. They have paid out nowhere near that. They did a basic cost analysis. My mom has multiple sclerosis and spinal stenosis. I understand your pain, bro. I'm sorry for your mom. That's a bitch. Trust me, I have a degenerative nerve disorder as well. It's a bitch. At least mine isn't autonomic. Thank you for the follow, Roseblood. It's a bitch. Nerve involvement is terrible. Opioids don't do anything. Trust me, I know. Yeah, exactly, me try. So they did a basic cost-benefit analysis, and they said we stand to make X amount, and it'll cost us Y amount. So they went forward with the plan. The same with Medtronic. I've looked up the stats on these devices. I've looked up the problems. They've had multiple failures with these devices over the years. They've had multiple lawsuits because of the actual nodes, the implant hooks that they put in fail. They've had problems with these for years. Yet they're still fighting it in court. So, yeah. So let's talk about the history of corporations in the United States of America. Because this is, as I said, one of my favorite documents, and it's by reclaimdemocracy.org. So let's go through this. I don't want you talking over me, so anybody featuring, there we go. Anything with a feature, go away. I wish Monster Cat would let me filter by that. Like, no vocals. Okay, so before we get into this, and thank you, Keebler. It is a bitch. Right now, my legs are on fire. Like, they're burning. Like, it's like I'm in a hot piece of, like, water or something. Somebody's just holding a blow dryer on my fucking legs right now. That's what I'm experiencing at this moment. Progressive small fiber neuropathy with a likely autoimmune driver. So there's your reason, Ghost. Talcum. No. I wish it were that simple. So before we get into this, I'll answer Ghost's question. How do you feel about people incorporating to avoid lawsuits affecting personal finance? My dad's business is incorporated for this main reason. How do you protect people from being responsible for their employees' actions without having corporations? Yeah. The talcum powder is, infants, mothers, it's caused all sorts of problems. Johnson & Johnson's a terrible company. Just don't. Johnson & Johnson's a horrible company, but most of those large mega corporations are. Honestly, I can't imagine living without one of my parents. That would truly break my heart. I wish you were dead. You want the most fucked up thing, right? What's worse, non-existence or living in a suffering state every day for the rest of your life? Intractable pain. I disagree. Yeah, see, and this is a philosophical debate. There's no right answer to this. There's no right answer to this. But she and I are not believers, and non-existence isn't that terrible. It just isn't. You just don't exist. You have no worries. You have no concerns. There's no anything there. And as somebody who suffers on a daily basis, yeah, I have an idea of what she's going through, and I understand that there are days where I'm like, just put a bullet in my head. Be a lot easier. It's terrible. Well, but if you make that choice, then the choice is made. People that died and came back that said when they were dead, they wish they didn't get brought back because it was so peaceful, says Keebler. At your dad's level, it's inconsequential, Ghost. I encourage everybody who's low level, if you're not a billionaire, if you're not a multimillionaire, here's what you need to do. You need to set up a trust, and you need to set up an LLC. And you need to have the trust own and control the LLC, and you need to stack all of your assets through the LLC and the trust. Yes, limited liability corporation is likely what your dad runs on some level. Oh yeah, I despise them. But there's also an element of harm reduction and pragmatism in my praxis, that if the system gives you a tool that you can exploit at the same time as taking advantage of the system and removing elements of control from the system, then you should utilize that. It's a Saul Alinsky style method. You have to turn the system against itself. And if everybody protected their assets that way, there wouldn't be any civil asset forfeiture, by the way. The police wouldn't be able to confiscate your car in the way they do. I feel like a lot of billionaire philanthropists feel the same way. Oh, yes. And this is why poor people don't take advantage of these techniques. Rich people do, because they don't have the accountants or the attorneys to inform them. They don't have the generational wealth to understand these sort of financial loopholes. This is why I encourage people who are poor and middle class to do this. If you're rich, fuck you, I know what you're doing. They're not essential. And we're going to go through the... corporations are inherently sociopathic from a behavioral trait. But we're going to go through some of the history of corporations. And in fact, for that, I'm going to... it's not that I don't like generational wealth. It's that people don't understand the impact generational wealth has. And then they argue for a bootstrap methodology or ideology at the same time as denying the impact of generational wealth. So you can only have it one way or the other. You can't have both. You cannot sit there and tell me we live in a meritocracy, that if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, then you too can just get ahead. Meanwhile, you got a $200,000 loan from daddy, you went to one of the best colleges, and your parents paid for your car. Doesn't work that way. So let's find out how corporations used to work, because most people don't know the corporate history in America. So when American colonists declared independence from England in 1776, they also freed themselves from control by English corporations that extracted their wealth and dominated trade. After fighting a revolution to end this exploitation, our country's founders retained a healthy fear of corporate power and wisely limited corporations exclusively to a business role. Corporations were forbidden from attempting to influence elections, public policy, and other realms of civic society. Initially, the privilege of incorporation was granted selectively to enable activities that benefited the public, such as construction of roads or canals. Enabling shareholders to profit was seen as a means to that end. The states also imposed some conditions, some of which remain on the books, though unused, such as these. Corporate charters, their license to exist, were granted for a limited time and can be revoked promptly for violating any laws. Corporations could engage only in activities necessary to fulfill their chartered purpose. Corporations could not own stock in other corporations, nor own any property that was not essential to fulfilling their chartered purpose. Corporations were often terminated if they exceeded their authority or caused any public harm. Owners and managers were responsible for the criminal acts committed on the job. Corporations could not make any political or charitable contributions, nor spend any money to influence lawmaking. 100 years after the American Revolution, legislators maintained tight control on the corporate chartering process. Because of widespread public opposition, early legislators granted very few corporate charters, and only after debate. We'll get to it, Ghost. It's an interesting case. States also limited corporate charters to a set number of years. Unless a legislature renewed an expiring charter, the corporation was then dissolved and its assets were divided amongst shareholders. Citizen authority clauses limited capitalization, debts, land holdings, and sometimes even profits. They required a company's accounting books to be turned over to the legislature upon request. The power of large shareholders was limited by scaled voting, so that large and small investors had equal voting rights. Interlocking directorates were outlawed. Shareholders had the right to remove directors at will. In Europe, charters protected directors and stockholders from liability for debts and harms caused by their corporations. American legislators explicitly rejected this corporate shield. The penalty for abuse or misuse of a charter was not a plea bargain and a fine, but dissolution of the corporation. In 1819, the Supreme Court tried to strip states of the sovereign right by overruling a lower court decision that allowed New Hampshire to revoke a charter granted to Dartmouth College by King George III. The court claimed that since the charter contained no revocation clause, it could not be withdrawn. The Supreme Court's attack on state sovereignty outraged citizens. Laws were then written or rewritten, and new state constitutional amendments passed to circumvent this. See the Dartmouth College v. Woodward ruling. Over several decades, starting in 1844, 19 states amended their constitutions to make corporate charters subject to alteration or revocation by their legislature. As late as 1855, it seemed that the Supreme Court had gotten the people's message when in Dodge v. Wolseley, it reaffirmed the state's power over, quote, artificial bodies. But the men running corporations pressed on. Contests over charter were battles to control labor, resources, community rights, and political sovereignty. More and more frequently, corporations were abusing their charters to become conglomerates and trusts. They converted the nation's resources and treasures into private fortunes, creating factory systems and company towns. Remember the company town portion of your American history lectures. Political power began flowing to absentee owners rather than community-rooted enterprises. The industrial age forced a nation of farmers to become wage earners, and they became fearful of unemployment, a new fear that corporations quickly learned to exploit. Company towns arose, black lists of labor organizers and workers spoke up for their rights became common. When workers began to organize, industrialists and bankers hired private armies, such as the Pinkertons, to keep them in line, sometimes by killing key leaders. Again, the Pinkertons. They bought newspapers to paint businessmen as heroes and shape public opinion. Corporations bought state legislatures, then announced legislatures were corrupt, and said scrutinizing every corporate operation wasted public resources. Government spending during the Civil War brought these corporations fantastic wealth. Oh, look, war profiteering. Corporate executives paid borers to infest Congress and state capitals, bribing elected and appointed officials, aka proto-lobbyists. They pried loose an avalanche of government financial largesse. During this time, legislatures were persuaded to give corporations limited liability, decreased citizen authority over them, and extended durations of charters. Thank you, Keebler. Attempts were made to keep strong charter laws in place, but the courts applying legal doctrines that made protection of corporations and corporate property the center of constitutional law, citizen sovereignty was undermined. As corporations grew stronger, governments and the courts became easier prey. They freely reinterpreted the U.S. Constitution and transformed common law doctrines. One of the most severe blows to citizen authority arose out of the 1886 Supreme Court case. Keep in mind, 1886, this is only a couple of years after the Haymarket Affair, aka the May Day Massacre. Arose out of the 1886 Supreme Court case of Santa Clara County v. Southern Pacific Railroad. Now, Ghost, you wanted to know when it ended. This is it. Southern Pacific Railroad is literally at the heart of the overturning of these long-held doctrines. They chiseled away for a number of years, but Southern Pacific Railroad is actually the harbinger of the end of control over corporations in America. It held for a little over 100 years. Though the court did not make a ruling on the question of corporate personhood, thanks to misleading notes of a clerk, the decision subsequently was used as precedent to hold that a corporation was a natural person. Starting to sound familiar? Citizens United, anyone? This story was detailed in The Theft of Human Rights, a chapter in Tom Hartman's recommended book, Unequal Protection, and it is worth reading, by the way. From that point on, the 14th Amendment, enacted to protect... Oh my God. That's hilarious. Yeah. Thank you, Keebler. Yes, elf to be elf 2. Yeah, tell the guy with the disability who has exercise intolerance as a result of small fiber neuropathy, he needs to get a workout routine. I used to have an 8-pack. I used to participate in all sorts of extreme sports: rock climbing, rappelling, skydiving, whitewater rafting. You know, yeah, that's really good though. Tell the guy with the physical disability that he needs to get a fucking workout routine. Love it. Love it. You're just doing top-notch work there, bro. What is your problem with lobbyists? All they do is write bills and talk to Congress to persuade them to pass laws, but the laws are still only passed by, with congressional approval. Yeah, you know, you put them on the payroll and then they pass the law. Hey, congressman, senator, come take this all-expense-paid vacation to a workshop or a lecture in the Caribbean. Bring your wife, bring your children. It's all on our dime. By the way, we have some legislation that we'd love for you to review, maybe look at. You know, I wouldn't do the rafting thing, says Saranth. If there was a way to injure myself, I did it. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I just saw their gym rats. So yeah, that's kind of my problem with lobbyists. Big water be scary. Class 5s back in the day. I think they should be let's face it, most lobbyists are former government employees or congressmen or senators themselves. There's a revolving door between lobbyists in this country and corporate America. We've known that for ages. So you're going to need to do a radical overhaul of the legislation that considers lobbying. It should be outlawed entirely for the most part. There's nothing stopping you from getting expert opinions. That was the original intent behind lobbying laws, was that there shouldn't be something that prevents legislatures from getting expert opinions within the industry. Oh no, you're fucked. You're fucked. Like, you understand, America is bought and paid for, right? You do get that, right? Like, it's bought and paid for. Like, we need massive overhauls at this point. Political will. Yeah, go for it, Keebler. He's a very well-educated, very well-regarded socialist economist. Richard Wolff, who's Keebler's asking about. For sure, listen to him. Whether you want to agree with him or not, that is up to you as an individual. But if you wanted to hear somebody who is a socialist, who is a very well-credentialed economist, Richard Wolff is not a terrible place to start. Yeah. So from that point on, the 14th Amendment, enacted to protect the rights of freed slaves. Yeah, exactly. He went to Harvard and Yale and Stanford, and I forget where I think he's at the New School right now. I forget where he's. And we got another recommendation, Ben Burgess. Thank you. I used to be Elf. I used to be. These days, not so much. And it does kill me in a certain way. But I mean, we can discuss the anarchist stuff if you want. Like, we could talk about it. My shtick is basically the reasonable anarchist, right? Like, I'm the approachable one. You're not going to catch me in black bloc gear anymore. Love to have that conversation, because I think that there's a lot more shared ground there than people give credit for. But anyway, let me finish this. From the 14th Amendment on, enacted to protect the rights of freed slaves, was used routinely to grant corporations constitutional personhood. See Citizens United. Justices have since struck down hundreds of local, state, and federal laws enacted to... Hey, thank you, Elf. Federal laws enacted to protect people from corporate harm based on this illegitimate premise. Armed with these rights, corporations then increased control over resources, jobs, commerce, politicians, even judges in the law. A United States Congressional Committee concluded in 1941, the principal instrument of the concentration of economic power and wealth has been the corporate charter with unlimited power. Okay, this is it. A congressional committee in 41 said the principal instrument of the concentration of economic power and wealth has been the corporate charter with unlimited power. You want to know why we have Bezos? You want to know why we have all of this Exxon Mobil and Johnson & Johnson and Medtronic crap that we're having to deal with? The principal instrument of the concentration of economic power and wealth has been the corporate charter with unlimited power. 1941, even Congress admitted it. Many U.S.-based corporations are now transnational, but the corrupted charter remains the legal basis for their existence. Well, my favorite, and I mean, there's some of the sourcing for it. One of my favorite just sort of shorthand documents put out by anybody, including my own writing. Like, I wish I had written this. They're a leech. They're a parasite on our society that has engorged themselves on the blood of this nation. And now we're too afraid to burn them off. There was a time without them in the way that they are. There are nations to this day that control corporate charters far more than we do. It's a free-for-all here, as evidenced by companies regularly making cost-benefit analysis decisions with human lives. See GM and the ignition switch shit. See Johnson & Johnson and the vaginal mesh or talcum powder stuff. See Medtronic and their leaky devices. See ExxonMobil and and the safety regulators for the Deepwater Horizon. Take your fucking pick. It's because we unchecked corporations. Well, they bought the system. And we were asleep at the wheel. We bought the propaganda. Oh, well. Here. There you go, Ghost. You want specifics? Go read my Anarcho-Syndicalism 101, and there you go. Australia is an LLC registered in America, technically, says Taco. Love it. In that document, it's relatively short. I've been told it's a little dense. I don't think it is. I think it's a primer. I think it's 101 territory. I will lay out how syndicalism can start migrating you in that direction. I will also lay out any political ideology that provides me beer, work, and a safe place to grill is cool with me. Worker co-ops, a little bit of direct democracy, and a little bit of more anarchism, flattening down those hierarchies within the workplace. You'd like your life a lot better. There have been hundreds of studies at this point. I mean, Jesus Christ, I hate to reference him, but go listen to Vosh if you want fucking to get just peed over the head with co-op stuff. But the fact of the matter is that workers in worker co-ops have a higher rate of happiness. They just do. They survive downturns in the economy better. They have a propensity to lower collective wages rather than do mass layoffs. They have a higher survival rate through that crucial 3 and 5 year window that businesses often decline in. Worker co-ops are more sound. People are happier in them, and they provide them a level of control in their life that they don't get otherwise in the capitalist wage relationship. And I mean, this really isn't up for debate. I mean, there's countless studies at this point looking into this. Worker happiness and satisfaction is near universally better in worker co-ops. And if you don't think that they can't, if you can't, they'd, yeah, and if you don't think they can't be successful, I point you to Mondragon Corporation, which is a cooperative, worker-owned cooperative that is a 25 billion euro business with tens of thousands of employees, and they own banks and supermarkets and retail chains. So they're very effective. This, but unironically. Why do you need the passive income? This is my question, because the passive income is inherently unethical, right? You understand it's being derived from an unethical source. So why don't we address that? That's what I'm telling you to address. You're looking for a Band-Aid for the existing system. It's time to grow past. Just like after... Look, constitutional monarchism brought us further. Constitutional monarchism caused a massive surge in individual wealth, in private property, in production rates. All right? So constitutional monarchies did that. Why? Because constitutional monarchy came after feudalism. So feudalism ended, and there was a new thing. We migrated to a new thing. Now, if we were to today look at it and say, well, capitalism brought in more productivity than it increased wages, it increased private property from constitutional monarchies, from constitutional monarchism. Yes. So we can keep going. Capitalism is rife with inequity and inequality and exploitation. There's no denying that. It may have created wealth for some people, but it was at the cost of nature and other people. It is inherently authoritarian and inherently exploitative. So how about we start talking about solutions rather than Band-Aids, like, well, how do I derive passive income? I need stocks. It's time to start talking about the next thing. It's time to start advocating. We've caused enough damage, and we've extracted what we can extract. It's time to literally start talking solutions. And I'm saying if you want to reform the workplace, if you want to start bringing equality and equity to that wage relationship workplace, then you need to start talking worker co-ops, and you need to start talking syndicalism. That's your next step. And in order to control that, you need to talk anarchism, because anarchism is your key factor in there to control vanguardism and political and class elites. It worries me that people don't have the vision, that they can't get past the capitalism. It scares me. It legitimately does. It's like the people who said we could never go to the moon when we hadn't. And the engineers, the scientists, the brightest minds in the room sat down, looked at each other and said, no, we can do this. We can do this. It's just a matter of willpower. So I advocate for it. Am I delusional? Do I think I can, and it'll happen tomorrow? No. No, I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatist. I understand that. Nice whataboutism, Ghost. Good. Capitalist realism makes it harder to see the end of capitalism than the end of the works. What do we got? There's a while. Oh, end of the world. Yeah, fair enough. Cat pointing out labor value and theft. As Cat always does. Usually connects those pretty well. I mean, are you really going to try and make that argument? Because without the workers, where's the value come from? Please, tell me what a corporation without any workers, what they make. Who built the machines for full autonomy? Who wrote the software? Labor. Wow. So if I have an idea, the value inherently comes from that, right, Elf? That's what you're arguing? The idea alone is where the value is derived from. That seems magical. Anarchist, Chameleon. Anarchist. Not a commie. But I always love when people yell commie because it tells me that they have very little political science and civics education. It really does me a favor. It's like waving a flag for me, so I know not to take you too seriously. Sauron the Deceiver. Fuck it, it's not bad to have a hard job, but we should have way more beer for our labor. Wages haven't increased since 75, something like that. I'd argue that you've left the realm of capitalism and can only go on to communism, says Kat. See, and again, I'm an anarchist, not a communist. But it's time to start talking solutions. Oh, Chameleon, bless your heart. Sweetheart, bless your heart. Which is why I'm not an advocate for communism. I'm an advocate for anarchism. You don't seem to be picking up what I'm putting down yet, Chameleon. You do know that anarchism and communism are two separate things, right? Like, centralized, bureaucratic, state-run governments are the antithesis of anarchism. Yeah, I'm not watching fucking workout boys become conservatives. Literally starts the AOC is crazy. This might actually be fun. Who knows?
I need to make sure y'all are aware that this woman is an idiot.
Nice.
That's a given.
Oh yeah.
She has a
This is
college
this is solid rhetoric right here. Let's.
I need to make sure y'all are aware that this woman is an idiot.
Ooh, they owned her.
Given.
Fucking Hodge Twins
degree.
owns AOC. They
Economics,
demolish. They
prestigious
destroy.
university. Boston University. Economics, right? She has a degree in international relations. Something international. Hold up. Man, how the hell did she even get out of high school? She should have flunked out of
Scoob.
junior high. She has a
He's
degree
criticizing
in
someone's education.
international
At the same time,
relations
he's
and
not
economics.
even
So
enunciating.
she got a PhD in stupidity. I was willing to give this woman, man, a break, man. She's just very passionate, and she says things because
I'm sorry, what am I supposed to be debunking yet?
she's
A string of ad hominems?
overzealous, and she just want to, help her constituents. But nah, man, this lady's a dumbass. All right, she just tweeted, this woman should be impeached. This woman belongs in a mental asylum, in a straight
This is your document sourcing?
camp. Well, what's the definition? You need to lock this woman up in a damn loony bin and throw away the key. This woman is dangerous. I mean, this
Here's
woman
my statistical meta-analysis of a multitude of sociological and economic studies in which they contradict your opinion or your point of view, Kai. No, here's two workout bros who claim conservatism and are going to sit here and just insult an elected congressperson.
burned down America by herself. All right, she tweeted this a couple days ago. People that follow her, man, think she's Socrates.
Brilliant sourcing.
Think she's not even Tyrone.
Oh, well, then I don't have to take it seriously. It's entertainment. It's like Tucker Carlson, yo. Nobody would take Tucker Carlson seriously. I don't need to take them seriously. It's entertainment. It's not serious academic discussion. It's not serious ideological discussion. It's entertainment. Thank you for admitting that. Yes, who's that handsome fellow in chat? I wish I could get rid of the 7. Yeah, I don't like that we got assigned a 7. Oh, yeah, I'm terrified. You know what? No, I'm not letting you fucking browbeat that into fucking existence. Yeah, I guess lucky 7. Yeah, I'm terrified. Oh, you can see I'm just shaking, man. I'm just shaking.
I need some help to do it. 97,000 retweets. Yeah. I came up with this great idea. I'm trying to enrich people's lives. I need some help to do it. Yeah. But where you lost me was the working class does not need the billionaires. What you said was very important that we should key on. Yeah. These billionaires are billionaires because they are enriching the lives of others.
You do understand that you cannot make $1 billion on your own, that you have to use an exploitative practice, that you have to exploit either the labor market or the resource market in order to engage in that level of capitalist gain. They're essentially arguing that we need kings, right? This is what most conservatives don't understand about the roots of their own ideology and philosophy. It's a Burkean philosophy. And if you don't know who Edmund Burke was, he was a monarchist. He was a monarchist. This is literally, no one's arguing, no modern political scientist or civic scholar is arguing that the roots of modern conservatism are in Edmund Burke. That's just common knowledge at this point. And he was an advocate for monarchy. This is what you're arguing for. You're arguing for neo-feudalism.
They came up with a brilliant idea. Yeah, and people love it so much they gotta have it because it enriches their life.
Okay. So let's look up the billionaires list. S. Robson Walton didn't do shit. Walton himself. Alice Walton didn't do shit. Inherited. Jim Walton didn't do shit. Mark Zuckerberg created a parasitic organization that is literally responsible for the commission of war crimes. See Indonesia for that one. Ortega, fashion group, but nobody's ever seen fashion chains conduct themselves in exploitative manners, right? There's no problem with the fashion industry and fast fashion, right? We haven't heard anything about abuses in China, Indonesia, Thailand, Bangladesh, Vietnam concerning in and around the fashion industry. Larry Ellison, the Oracle founder. Oh, there's a hilarious beginning to Oracle and how the Oracle project and the cross-relational database project came out of the United States government. It's an interesting story. Warren Buffett's probably the only one that you could argue. And even then, when he got to his billionaire status, he was doing investment funding. I mean, this is hilarious. Like, and this is just ours, right? Like, this is just ours. 2,095 billionaires with a total wealth of $8 trillion. They came up with a brilliant idea. Jeff Bezos bootstrapped himself up to a billionaire, right? Never mind that $300,000 loan from his father. Never mind that he had multiple false starts. Never mind the venture capital that went into actually creating a loss leader of a corporation.
It makes their life better.
Came up with a brilliant idea.
Like that iPhone, that Android phone you got, that medication you take every day to keep your blood pressure correct so your heart don't explode.
38%. 38% of all pharmaceuticals derived in this country are created with the research funded from a government fund. Okay, there is no Mr. Pharma who's making all those miracle drugs. It's teams of research scientists that are largely funded by us.
In your damn chest. That you did was about a year ago. Amazon wanted American business. Xbox, the iPhone, and the Samsung. The most important, they giving people jobs.
And I mean, they do realize that there's not like a Mr. Samsung, right?
About that job, what would they be doing? Yeah, AOC, why don't you lead by example? Won't you throw away your iPhone, your designer suits? And if it's so
Huh, you want to reform society, but you're a member of society. Yeah, let's throw out slavery. Well, you're a part of a society that benefited from slavery, but you want to get rid of slavery? What kind of logical fallacies are you getting
oh,
you
electronics.
twisted up
And
into?
if it's so easy, won't you create a job where they can clock in, somebody provide them a job to do, which is
This is, what's to debunk? This is just rubbish. This is hilarious. Hey, Prime went live with Trump has the Rona. That is the first time I have ever approved of like that dude's stream. Hang on, let's go to it.
Yes, Prime is streaming tomorrow. He only doesn't stream on Sundays.
Oh,
It's okay.
don't care.
I was about to end. How are you? How were you playing Genshin Impact? How are you enjoying it? Can't breathe it. But thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. 100 people is so many. That's a huge amount of people. Massive raid. Thank you for
Doesn't
the
even
50.
cover it. Why, man? One time I was gonna be like, yeah, fucking Prime, fucking nailing it. Nope. Nope. Just a random clip named Trump has the Rona, of course. Man, that's no fun. I was gonna throw it out to him. I feel sad having watched those two espouse literally easily debunkable things. Like, debunk this, yo. That was easy. I mean, Jesus. Oh, and Kat looking like he getting on the definitions. I'm currently making a bunch of first-year undergraduate essays. Oh, I'm currently marking a bunch of first-year undergraduate essays. How do I protect myself from brain rot? A good single malt scotch and a joint probably would be we could talk ideological and philosophical techniques, but really, Monsoli, a good single malt scotch and a joint. That'll probably carry you through it. What class, what coursework? That would be interesting to know. Intro to philosophy class. Good luck. I mean, it's not even their fault, right? Like, it's not their fault. It's a first-year undergrad philosophy class. Like, it's going to be brutal on everybody. Even absorbing some of those concepts and topics at that point are just, it's rough. Finding origins of ideologies and philosophies and following the tracks back and understanding the influence between generations is difficult. And being able to conceptualize those, especially if you've been inundated in a society to any degree, it becomes exceedingly difficult. So have some sympathy. Some are good, but geez, some are ridiculous. Have some sympathy, have a little liquor or weed or whatever your thing is, take the edge off and, get the empathy and compassion going again for them and remember what it was like and move forth. But yes, I can only imagine what some of the more ridiculous ones. I mean, if you want to copy and paste a passage in. I'd love to fucking see one of the ridiculous ones. Yes, and another teacher in chat. Me Trey as well. I mean, are we literally dick measuring how much we know? Like, are you really going galaxy brain in there on chat? Like, I know more than you. Jesus Christ, people. We are but humans in an infinite universe. If I gave you 100 lifetimes, you couldn't possibly even begin to scratch the depth of human knowledge unto itself. All right? So take the ego back a notch. Jesus Christ. Man, some of that Trumpian narcissism rubbing off on people, I guess, or something. This is the guy who was already whipping out the I'm plenty educated dick measure. Come on. You're just as guilty as anybody else. Then leave. I haven't removed your self-agency. I haven't taken away your right to self-determination. Feel free. You can close the app. You can listen to somebody else. You could go listen to Schnoops. She's amazing. She's an Australian streamer. Let's there. Go listen to Schnoops. She'd love to have you, I'm sure. Good luck with your ban on her channel. He unironically just rolled out Smooth Brain. Oh, Lord. They are out today. Benzel had a bunch. He tolerates it less than I do. He really does. Oh, hang on. Yeah, one. And anyone? Cool, Monselli. Or Monselli. Yeah, I'm gonna say Monselli. I can't wait. I really can't. That'll be fun as hell. You unironically just said you love triggering leftist streamer bubbles. Dude. Okay. I understand now. I get it. I understand. It's an out of check ego issue. It's sad when people build their identity around that kind of concept. Was there something before capitalism? Yes. What did that something make extraordinary gains over the prior system? Yes. Was there a system prior to that that made extraordinary production gains to the system that came after to its predecessor? Yes. To its predecessor? Yes. Is there something past capitalism? Yes. Will it make extraordinary gains over capitalism? Likely. Seeing as history may not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. And what you're arguing for is an infinite state of neo-feudalism with no improvement, no progress, no moving forward. Just, this is as good as we can do. Never mind the inequality, never mind the inequity, never mind the rampant exploitation and abuses, never mind the violation of human rights. It's good enough. Talk about privilege. I find it sad. Like, I feel sad for people who have that myopic of a vision. That you literally can't see anything past this. I love it. Cool story, bro. I wonder if I have, Perfect. Why not? Yes, we've got something from Monsalé. Ah, no one asked to be created. Well, that I agree with. This conscience that people possess. Yeah, this conscience that people possess. It's nothing original or the like. It was cultivated to fit into the mold of normalcy of what you consider daily life, passing through a circus performance of a lion and the ringmaster on a unicycle together, and launching themselves over a great big elephant before dodging a ring of fire, all for the entertainment of others. Oof. Monsley, I understand your pain now. I mean, it starts off with a valid premise, right? No one asked to be created. There's an argument to be made there. There is a philosophical underpinning that you could be deriving that from and driving forward to. I told him he had a good use of metaphor. I don't. I disagree with that. I think that is the most strained metaphor I've seen in a while, quite frankly. But I love that you were kind to the student. Yeah. That's a rough one. Yeah. Plenty of red ink. Thank you for sharing, by the way. That was very kind of you. So, for anybody just arriving, I'm just watching chat. We're just having a conversation at this point. If anybody wants to actually have a valid argument other than Crash 4 and Trump has COVID on the same day, man, 2020 is picking up. I know. I mean, who had Trump comes down with COVID on their 2020 bingo card. I am, there's Crash and Burn by Kuro. I'm still counting on the alien invasion on my 2020 bingo card. That'll get me my bingo. Yes, Crash 4 is Crash Bandicoot. I presume chaotic, but yeah, it's Crash 4. I am not a Bandicoot. I didn't grow up with it. Like, it's not my game series, but I love it when anybody, gets a reiteration of a game series, a beloved game series. So, mad props that you have something to enjoy for a little bit, to momentarily dissuade you and distract you from this constant travail, this never-ending road of turmoil that we call existence. Anything that, can serve as a distraction, I suppose, for a moment. One fleeting moment. It is no measure of health to be well-adjusted to a sick society, Chameleon. And those are not my words. Those are the words of Jito Krishnamurti. And if you don't know who he is, again, feel sorry for you still. Taco's got magnetic pole flip on his bingo card. That's another one that's fucking up there. I can respect that one for the long shot bingo call. I like it. Hey, thank you, MND. Hey, MND, sorry. Yeah, we're just sort of talking theory and philosophy right now. Like, I mean, we've got somebody who's actively grading papers for a first-year undergraduate philosophy class in chat right now as well. Who's got Asteroid Impact? It's chaotic. That's, again, fuck, it's a long shot bingo call, but you gotta respect it. Given it's 2020 and shit has been wacky as fuck already. Me personally, I think that the world actually ended in 2012 and the Mayans were correct, and all of this is just sort of a never-ending collective hellscape that we're all suffering through. But hey, you know, we all have our own ideologies. And no, I'm not being serious for all the nut jobs still in chat. Mitre wants to know if there's any anti-natalist papers, Monsley. Which, I mean, that's where I thought that dude was headed, right? It ended up in a, like, just drawn out, just overly contracted metaphor. Yeah, I mean, he ended up really drawing that metaphor out way too far. But, I mean, no one asked to be created. Nobody asked to exist. That, I thought for sure he was going down some sort of natalist, anti-natalist, you know, argument. You know, maybe a lack of consent due to conception and forceful birthing, that, you know, social contract breakdown or a governance breakdown as a result of that lack of given consent from very birth. I mean, there's a philosophical argument to be made there, at least. I thought maybe it was headed that direction, but let's do that. Now let's consider some more happy hardcore. Cool. What do we got? Yeah, we crashed into a parallel universe in 2012, so it's chaotic. Excuse my bad sentence. I'm on PS4. Dude, you do you. Don't worry about it. I'll interpret as best I can if there's any spelling or grammatical errors, and if not, I'll ask for clarification. Otherwise, you do you, bro. Any house, acid house. Let me check. No. I have house. Let me just check. No. Yeah, I have house, Mitre, but no acid house. Oh, did Elf? I don't know. Maybe he did leave. Went to go collect his band from Schnoops. There are people like that. There's Reddit accounts where people actively try and cultivate negative karma, even though negative karma is capped. There are literally people that do that. That define their very existence and their, you know, their near solipsistic worldview from the negative input that they receive from others. I mean, AMND, I'm going to ask you to clarify that. When I was on Reddit, I got plenty of negative karma without getting lulls. I mean, there are definitely corners of Reddit that you don't... I mean, late-stage capitalism, politics, news, and I'm not saying categories like actual subreddits. Late-stage capitalism, politics, news, conservatism, conservative, what's a few others that I can think of off the top of my head? That basically they will thought crime your ass. Like, straight up, they will thought crime your ass. Ooh, that's a really pretty one. I like that. Yeah, it's a common phenomenon. And I point you to the Canadian study on internet trolls and how they contain the dark tetrad, that's 4, of narcissism, Machiavellianism, sociopathy, and, oh man, it's slipping my mind. Sadism, there we go. Oh, I forgot sadism. An overwhelming preponderance of those participants within their study. What are your views on China? Oh, hang on. I can sum this up pretty easily for you.
Fuck the Chinese government. There.
There you go, Abu. Oh. Really? All right, cool. Well, then let's do that one. Why use many words when few words work? Yeah. Fuck 'em. I'm an anarchist. You're not going to convince me that some state-run fucking hyper-bureaucracy is in any way, shape, a good thing. Fuck the Chinese government. Hell, fuck the United States government. Fuck government. Right? Like, this is the thing. Government is derived from two Greek words. Govern and ment. All right? These are the roots of government. All right, so what do they mean? Ment means mind, and govern means control. And since English is the inverse of Latin, control, mind. There you go. That's what it's about. The original form of governance, as we understand it, was religion. And if you want to know about mind control, just look to the religious. All right, so let me check back in on chat. Anarchism is a relative scale and a spectrum. It's like technology. It's like electronics. It's like the internet. You can use it as a modifier to transform other things. You can bring in anarchistic philosophies, ideologies, and techniques and tactics, and otherwise augment systems that would otherwise be out of control. So anarchism, with the collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and the philosophical challenging of authority mechanisms, can give you a means, a philosophical or ideological means, to actually moderate and further control and rein in the abuses of another system that could otherwise get out of control. See the CCP, see the United States government, see really any government or religion therein. There have been really famous Christian anarchists and Christian anarcho-communes and like that sort of thing. Anarchism is a response and an answer to, it's a challenge to someone who claims authority over you. That's what anarchism at its core really is about. No gods, no masters. You don't get to tell me. Where do you think liberalism and libertarianism find their roots? It's all a shared philosophy. They just got a little out of check. They drank the Kool-Aid and took the silver. God is our master. Well, that's where we disagree, Abu. I would ask you to prove the existence of God before I bow down before it. Got any empirical evidence on that one? Oh, Abu, I never answered your why do I call myself a radical? Radical. The Oxford Dictionary definition of radical is brilliant. It's all you need to know. There you go. I'll actually give it to you. Straight up. Usually I do this rote. Tonight I'm feeling it. Okay? Lexico.com is the Oxford English Dictionary. All right? So in case you're wondering. Primary definition, number 1, okay? Relating to or affecting the fundamental nature of something, far-reaching or thorough. That's why I call myself a radical, because I advocate for fundamental change within society and within our system of governance. Okay? Our economics are broken, our system of governance is broken. They need an overhaul. And that level of overhaul is called radical. Has nothing to do with violence. It has nothing to do with extremism. It has nothing to do with any of that. All it means is that there needs to be a fundamental and system level change. That's where Proudly Radical comes from, because I want the word back. For too long, for too many news cycles, have I heard radical leftists with an implication of violence. Doesn't mean that. Quit abusing words. You got it, Sauron. Got it. Getting to it. Oh, geez. It's 38 minutes.
Theatre. The most innocent people are corrupt.
I'm not gonna play that. Hey, Sauron, thank you for the follow. So, what do we got? Oh, and Abu, you have no proof. there's at least an equal amount of people that disagree with that, right? If your reliance is on people who say God exists, then I'm going to say that there's empirical evidence. My Quran is proof. Well, my Taoist text, my Bhagavad Gita, take a pick. I mean, lots of people have difference of opinions on this, and they've got magic books too. The Bhagavad Gita is pagan. I shall inform the Hindus. And a Muslim using the term pagan, which is it's brilliant. Never did. Didn't even push start on the fucking podcast. Oh, of course. Have we been... Alright, cool. Apparently AMND is a hardcore statist that believes that the state should be able to force pregnancies to come to term. Oh, alright. Yeah, actually I have heard the term kafir before. The non-believer, right? Infidel. Yeah, there you go. You know, apostates. People that should be put to death, per your book. Or at least excluded from society entirely. Hey, Reed, welcome. Well, what does the Quran say about apostasy? Please, cite me, chapter and verse. Which I know is a Christian applicable statement to the Quran, which is hilarious. But it's part 3 of a trilogy, so I think it carries. Reed, I mean, you know, as good as a night as any, I suppose. How about yourself? I hope you're as well as you can be. Jesus Christ, the memes just keep coming. Man, hashtag Trump has COVID is just... People are fucking going nuts with that shit. You drunk the Kool-Aid. You're a fool and a clown. Go try being radical in other countries. I mean, you do realize the irony of a Muslim saying that, right? Or I should assume probably you don't realize the irony of that. Bless your heart. He earned it, Reed. He earned it. I mean, look, we don't have to agree with people wishing him harm, right? But this is a guy who literally called COVID a Democratic hoax, admitted to Bob Woodward in February that it was deadly, and then spent a couple of months denying how deadly it was, and continues to drive a rhetoric and an ideological divide in this country centered and surrounding this topic. And he suddenly came down with it. I mean, you get it, right? Cat. AMND is questioning the capability of your manhood. Yeah, no, Reed, that's exactly what I think will happen. He'll get the world's best healthcare, and he'll say it wasn't that bad. But yeah, that Cat auto mod grab. Oh wait, you can see it, Cat. You should be able to see the auto mod message. Yeah, I agree with you, Reed. I think that's what's going to happen. Taco, circular reasoning works because circular reasoning works. Fuck yeah, Taco. Love it. Great argument, by the way. Fucking brilliant. The only real religions are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The rest are BS. Well, Judaism has a lot to say about whether Islam has veracity or not. And I gotta tell you, they're gonna have some disagreements. So somebody's religion is wrong, Abu. Do you hate God because of your... No. I don't hate a fictional concept. That's like hating Harry Potter. Like, I hate the Terminator. I reserve hate for things that matter and things that actually exist. No. You seem very emotional. Okay, cool. Buddy Christ. I don't give two shits about, dude, if you wanna hold a cherry stem between your butt cheeks and hop around the temple 3 times and pray to a magic canary, I don't care. All I care about is if you violate the non-aggression principle and whether you contribute to the rampant anti-intellectualism that our society suffers from on a global scale. That's all I care about. Whatever gets you through the day, you can have it. I will never take it away from you. But you seem rather forceful. You brought it into the conversation. It's an attempt at proselytization, and that I resent. I just... Oh my God, thank you. Sigmund Freud has entered the chat, everyone, and he's a reincarnated Muslim. Cool. Everybody, we have somebody famous in chat now, apparently. Abu wants to know what hurt me as a child to think that you can call people radical. Did mommy date a Muslim? No, she didn't. Sorry. I'm as white bread as they come, son. You think my doubt, my agnosticism, is somehow derived from mommy issues? Do another line of coke there, Freud. How do you define radical? Because we just covered this prior to Reed. Radical means a fundamental or systemic change. All right. This is the primacy. This is the primary definition within the Oxford Dictionary. All right. So how do you define radical? Because I'm going to answer from my position and my definitional space. I am radical because I do believe the system, governance and economics and social construct needs a radical overhaul moving forward in society. How left am I? I'm an anarchist. Does that answer? Looks like Am and D and Cat got a thing going. You two gonna get a fucking date going on? No, I don't do coke. I'm sorry, Abu. 1, it's a shit drug. Really, it's just a shit drug. 2, I generally don't do stimulants. More of a downer kind of guy, right? Like I like things that sedate or entheogens, psychedelics. In more common parlance. I like a good trip. Good psychedelic trip does the ego good. It dissolves it and be good for you. We have very, very different views. That's okay, Reed. We don't need to. The world would be boring if we all had the exact same view, wouldn't it? Right? I'm okay with that. All I advocate for is, in the end, that we all enter into the dialectic and we have the conversation on good faith. I'm an anarchist. I believe in the collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and the challenging of authority mechanisms on a philosophical basis, right? I think this is a healthy skepticism to have and to bring to the table, especially discussing economics and governance. So I am, from the aspect of a political scientist, an anarchist. So, you know, my ideology and philosophy dictates that I can't violate the non-aggression principle. I can't force you to do anything. I'm never going to use social contract or state-enforced violence to force you into my viewpoint. It's a very comfortable position to be in, at least as a mental space. I'm a right-wing Trump supporter, but I'm not opposed for voting for a Democrat if the Republican is bad. See, I'm going to tell you that basically the fundamentals of your system are flawed, not yours in particular, but the entirety of the system, and it needs overhauling. There's rot in the floorboards and in the foundation, and the foundation is cracked, and the house is shifting. It's time to. There's some major construction needed. I'm a radical. Fundamental or systemic change. So, and every aspect of it does, right? No, AMND. Look into the anarchistic Republic of Kospaya. It lasted for 375 years without any laws, judges, police, no dictators. They lived in a communitarian sort of society. They were profitable. They were very wealthy. That's why the Papal States attacked them. Yeah. No, it's been tried and true. Anarchism is a viable set of techniques. This is what you're not understanding. You're looking for an anarchistic state. Anarchism doesn't create states. This is why I find, yeah, Reed, I can even see that. This is why if you argue in good faith, most people find that anarchism is relatively reasonable. I am Homelander. I know I probably shouldn't be happy, but I understand what you're saying, Homelander. I get it. Schadenfreude is a very real human emotion, and there's no avoiding it in some instances. So I will neither condemn nor repudiate you for it. And welcome to the channel. Nice to see you. Tonight we're just having a little bit of a philosophical, tiff in chat, back and forth. I'm sorry, Homelander. There's a lot of casualties. I get it. Sorry, bro. Or broette, sister, whatever it may be. But I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, there's a lot of preventable suffering. What do we got from a Boo? Because he's been fucking... I'm apparently a pejorative for female genitalia that modernists use, who wouldn't be able to do shit but talk behind the safety of my whiteness. I don't even know apropos of what, cool. Because there's never been black or Hispanic anarchists. Colombia has no anarchists. They have a thriving anarchist contingent. But cool, let's bring race into it. Sure. Imagine if I said the crazy shit he said. You're a clown. You know you're white, so you can just talk about whatever crazy shit you want to. Talk about this. This is white privilege here. Cool, Abu. Making solid arguments. Shut the fuck up, weirdo. Yeah, I feel. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm a centralist. Me and you couldn't be further apart. I actually have more problems with the centrists than I usually do the right wingers. Just putting that out there ahead of time. Like, yeah, the centrists and like anarchists. Like, centralist. Sorry. Yeah, you're statist territory. Sorry, I totally missed the AL on that. Yeah, no. I got you. Yeah, I sorry, I just misread you entirely. But yeah, I'm aware of centralism, and yeah, you and I are literally polar opposites. In that way, I kind of welcome it, Homelander. We are each other's antithesis, and there's good common ground. Usually, in the middle of the dialectic, some truth can be found. And so, yeah, I while we will probably never, but even your views are more welcome to me than the current system. See? Even within the dialectic, truth can be found, right? Somebody who is literally government can control everything kind of guy, and a guy who says, down with it, find common ground. And this is what I find a lot of people on the existing political spectrum don't understand, is that people on the extremes tend to be more reasonable than the people who are actually caught within that existing spectrum. Interesting. You really are. I love it. I kind of love it. You are a rarity, my friend. You are a rarity. And I appreciate edge runners. I've long loved edge runners, be they, drug users, psychedelic users, extreme sports, academics, the guy who climbs to the top of the mountain, I adore those kind of people. So you and I are most certainly philosophical edge runners. So Homelander, I hope to see you again. I think there's lots of productive conversation to be had there. Hey, thank you, my friend. What we got from Sharia law, dude? Also, you talk about education. You got chemistry and science from Muslims who were in the Golden Age. Yes, you were. I've defended Islam numerous times against right-wingers who have claimed that you are a Stone Age religion. Thank you, Reed. That you are a Stone Age religion and brought nothing to the table. I have iterated in previous broadcasts many of the scientific and philosophical endeavors and discoveries that Islam brought to the table. Oh. You weren't listening, Abu. I literally just said the opposite. So congratulations on your lack of listening skills. I literally said I have defended Islam multiple times. Oh. Thank you, Reed. Homelander. Love it. Oh yeah, we had no business there, right, Homelander? Like, never. Yes, you're clearly an outcast. See how I have banned him? See how I've banished him from my little safe space, right? Your argument holds so much veracity, AMND. I disagree with him. I don't want to make him non-exist. Imagine using cuck unironically. You got a peppy emote next? Well, seeing as cuckoldry is the withholding of sex by a sexual partner while they conduct themselves in a sexual manner with another, no, I'm not a cuck. Bless your heart. I shall inform my boyfriend. Of course they're not fake. Of course they're not fake. China's committing all sorts of human rights atrocities. What you probably encountered, Abu, was what we call a tanky. And anarchists and tankies do not get along. There you go. Read. Oh, misspell. You want your question answered, AMND? Read that. That'll explain to you how an anarchistic system can be federated. If you're actually curious. Don't. We covered this earlier. Don't try and dick measure based on education or knowledge level. You are but a human. You are fallible. You know nothing compared to the grand scheme of things. Do not dick measure based on education. Everybody knows more about something than other people, right? Doesn't matter if you're a plumber, electrician, or philosopher. You're going to know more about something. It's always a bad look when you try and attempt that. Talk of negative, I am a meat popsicle. I don't like this. I wish I could exclude featurings. Take it down a little bit, Homelander, please. Just a little bit. Right? Like let's try and dial back the ad hominems that everybody's using in chat. No worries, Homelander. We all get a little spicy. I've been there myself. Why don't you two start a stream? It'd be great. I mean, I know you know, generally people in that sort of territory don't have the creative drive, shall we say. The spark, as it were. But you two should start a stream. You've clearly got opinions. You want to express them. And given the modern technological era, you can do that. You could spin up a podcast tomorrow. You should do it. Let people hear your opinion. Oh, I know. I know. I try and educate Homelander, but generally I find that the people without a political science or civics education aren't too receptive to the concept of what actual anarchism means as a philosophy, as an ideology. Just like I'm sure you as a centralist encounter this on a regular basis as well. People aren't educated on your particular brand of ideology and, you know, philosophy, and they don't understand the roots of it. And so, you know, they just immediately go to their de facto spectrum arguments, and that's where they argue from. It's okay. It's, you know, it's Plato's cave theory, sort of writ large. I want to see something. Hang on, let me check my Discord channel. Okay. Taco, love it. Mike Pence's full name is Mechanical Pencil. It's actually Michael Richard Pence. His middle name is Dick. I know, we're a baby. Most people don't understand that, Homelander. They don't understand the scope of history. I mean, Abu might. I mean, you know, just the Islamic tradition will give him a touchstone to pull from as far as the like depth of history and the span of empires and how young America is. But AMND may not. Yeah. See, Abu, there's no reason to get hostile. You and I are going to have differing ground. You and I are going to have shared ground. We're just humans. But my anarchism informs that. Teaches me that I shouldn't try and convert you. All I can do, at the very best, all I can ever hope to do, is make you think a little. I may never teach you anything, but if I can get you to think a little, job done. I don't give a fuck what you think. Imagine thinking people actually care about you. Imagine thinking you care about them. We got some nihilism, AMND. Are you a nihilist? Definitely, you know, getting vibes. Or have you studied any level of philosophy to that degree? Not overthrow. No. I advocate for what I call a Thesusian method, if you're familiar with the Ship of Theseus, or incrementalism. You don't overthrow the government. It's messy and violent. The best things happen from multi-generational cultural revolutions. So if you're familiar with the thought experiment of the Ship of Theseus, then you understand already my... Hey, thank you, Lingering Perfume. Welcome, by the way. If you're familiar with the philosophical or the thought experiment of the Ship of Theseus, then you understand what I'm advocating for. Now, if you're not, I will explain it. The Ship of Theseus is a thought experiment derived from the Homer's Odyssey. Theseus leaves on his vessel, right? It's a grand wooden ship of the old time, right? Leaves on this multi-year journey, right? Decades long. Now, in those travels, every single piece of that ship is replaced. Every plank, every sail, every line. Every single piece of the Ship of Theseus is replaced. Now, when he comes home and he docks that ship, is it the same ship? Now, everybody has different answers. Biologists, physicists, philosophers, attorneys, computer scientists, everybody has a different answer as to the nature of the original ship and the returning ship. But it's a ship, and it got his crew home. But every single piece has been changed. That's what I advocate for, a Thesusian method. Replacing every single piece over a period of time, so you still have a functioning system to rely upon, but the end result is entirely different. There you go. There's my genius plan. Laid bare so even the simplest child can understand it. I don't know if that's directed at me, AMND, but I mean, I'm literally advocating for a self-empowerment. Literally quite the opposite of victimhood. So I don't know if you're speaking to me or not. You're quite active. Let me try. Cool. Oof. Homelander. I do not, but I understand the advocation for it, right? Like, I'm not in that camp, but I 100%. I grasp the concept, right? Like, I mean, any scholar of history or politics or philosophy would understand the call for that. But I am not an advocate for that. Oh no. I sort of... I highly doubt Homelander is a National Socialist. Which, by the way, isn't socialist. Which is the beautiful irony. The Nazis understood propaganda. They did. Oh, I know. Yeah, I mean, I'm just scrolling back in chat. AMND, you have a fatal misunderstanding of narcissism. As Mitre aptly pointed out, it isn't about overconsumption. I mean, I can understand how you can see the egocentric nature of narcissism leading to overconsumption, but the defining quality of narcissism is by no means an overconsumption. So either it's a poorly worded argument at best, or outright incorrect. Let's see. That's, dude, Mitre, I'm gonna try and find a fucking graphic or an image. I'm gonna make an image for that shit. That's gonna be your goddamn tagline. Stick with it. I like it. You're boring. Be more funny. Yeah, I don't like that one. Alright, I dig that. Chat's just love it. Appears so. There's some spice going on there. You did. Oh, Mod just stepped in. Sorry, folks. It's the way it works. Somebody crossed the line. Oh. Sorry, Homelander. It's the way it goes. Yeah, no. They're timed out, not banned. But generally, those types of people don't have a very long attention span, so... I mean... 4,000 seconds is 66 minutes. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine, Homelander. Don't you know. I'd be careful. Just a piece of advice. Like, this isn't me criticizing you. This isn't me chastising you. I'd be careful as far as Twitch terms of service and reporting on your account goes from other streamers, vis-a-vis your calls for methods of change within the system. Never mind then. Never mind. Well, when you get your like 6th, 7th, and 8th account, come through and follow me with those two. That was fun for a time, though. I'd sub. You don't need to sub. If you want to sub, like, if you had any inclination to give me any amount of money, what I want you to do with that money is donate it to a charity you believe in. That's it. Yeah, I would have voted for Bernie. I'm, you know, a harm reductionist anarchist, right? Like, cool. Then give the soup kitchens or the Toys for Tots $5 more. And if you want to write my name is Kai, K-A-I. Just say, like, in memory of Kai. You want to show me some love? There you go. But give it to something you believe in. Or you could throw some money at my mod, Cat. He is a worthwhile charity. Yes, this year is absolutely batshit insane. Because that little bit of material joy that they bring me, Trey, in a world of ever-encroaching, ever-increasing shit. The little bit of joy that opening that present and having something to play with and distract them and take them into that ethereal realm of imagination. The denial of that is what breaks your heart. I'm below middle class. I'm poor as fuck. They right, but finding money is never a problem. There you go. It's not about the money. It's about a quality of life issue. That's fair. Sure, I can feel that. See, this is the thing. This is the sort of thing that I want people to see, Homelander, is that you and I are literally polar opposites, right? We are other ends of the dialectic, and yet we share a common goal. It's just how we would implement the replacement. You and I see the outcome very differently, but we see what needs to be done. We have some shared common ground. Gonna be blunt, there's a bigger evil than you. The same goes to you, my statist big government friend. Yep, when America teamed up with the Soviets to stop Hitler. Bingo. You and I can hash out our differences after we deal with the looming crises that we all have to contend with. Climate change, rampant inequality and equity, the abuses that are, Donald Trump is a symptom. He's a genital wart. We need to address the virus. Now, if that genital wart is bothering you, feel free to burn it off. You know, I don't care if you get rid of Donald Trump, but he's a symptom of a sick system. He's you know, he's one thing that needs doing. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, Mitch. I do. Gotta keep your eye on, right? Yeah, the wiping the student debt would have gone a long ways. The Medicare for all would go so far. The drug war, again, yeah, immigration doesn't drive down wages, increases productivity, increases the overall wealth of a nation, both culturally and economically. I don't know what these border-loving isolationists are fucking banging on about. There isn't an economist in the world that fucking agrees with them. Basic shit we should have is the world's youngest and strongest country. We'd be setting an example to our allies. Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, you see what I'm arguing against, right? I wish they were unique. I mean, I disagree wholeheartedly with everything you would probably implement long term, but I can't argue with some of the stuff you want to do short term. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing. We also need to get out of each other's countries, lower our footprint in the Middle East. Short term, yes. Long term, no borders. That nationalistic, tribalistic bullshit needs to go away. We've outgrown that. I can send a message to the other side of the globe in 128 milliseconds. Easy, no problem. The world is small now. There's no room for borders. It's time to go. I'd love to hear it. Let me know. Alright. We're changing genres. Let's do some house. Well, the viewer count dropped by 2, so I think they left. I don't think they're going to hang around, Cat. I would encourage you to read this document, Homelander. I think you and I may have more shared ground than you expect. Yeah. Read that document. Yeah, I hate this too. Oh, no. I'm not trying to convert you. But I want you to look at that document and see, because it's fairly well iterated as to the federated nature of how you would propagate an anarchistic system. I want to see if there's any ideas that you find useful in there. Right? All play. Thank you. Yeah. No, you do you. You don't even have to read it right now. I'm not telling you, but, set it aside and give it a read and let it digest and see if there's anything that resonates. So I'm guessing that most anarchists you've met are sort of all or nothing anarchists. And that's not Kai. Well, this has been an interesting stream. A lot of those guys out tonight. I don't know what the deal is, but there's been a lot of them. I mean, at least I didn't get any of the ones screaming about the Jewish conspiracy and shit, right? Like, bonus. Welcome, ZZYN, or ZZYN, or Zizin. Feel free to tell me a preferred pronunciation. But welcome. I understand Zen. All right, cool. I understand your level of schadenfreude. Let's just put it that way. And feel free to celebrate and be merry. He earned it. No one who's rational is going to deny that the guy who denied COVID was a thing and said it was a Democratic hoax, meanwhile is being recorded by Bob Woodward to say it's terrible, didn't deserve this one. Yeah. What, did he earn it or what? Sorry. Yeah, that's... Karma's a bitch. It's the way it goes. Sorry. I know we're like right now the conservative sphere is bitching up a storm about how joyous the left is. Nice, then. Underestimate the length of the read. I'll get to the rest of it later. Cool. Yeah, it gets iterated out later on as to how you actually federate, you know, that sort of direct democracy system. I think we may have some shared ground. But either way, if there's even a single modicum of an idea, like a fraction of a sentence in there that you can use for a future ideological argument of your own, take it. Human knowledge belongs to the world. I don't believe in intellectual property, so. So you really don't like centralism. Not in the way that you would enact it, no. Edge run, bro. Edge runners for the win. They're always my favorite people. Whether I agree with them or not, edge runners have always been and will always be my favorite people. They're the most interesting ones. The ones that manage to live and thrive on the outskirts of society, either intellectually or literally. A preference for federalism over centralism. This is something I read while breach. And again, you need to understand what federalism is. Federation is not the federal government. Federalism is not the federal government as you perceive it to be in today's society. That's a political science sort of misnomer. Okay, cool. Yeah. Sorry, I'm used to dealing with people that don't understand words, bro. You gotta understand where I come from as a perspective. I've never met my polar opposite before. Welcome. Welcome. It's rare that I meet somebody who's actually on the other pole as well. I can't say that you're the first, though, but it is a rarity, especially given the, dualistic, spectrumish nature of our current political system, where they're all just essentially capitalists. Yeah. So, I'm still waiting for the SOCDEM tolerance. Welcome. Oh, Zen, I'm a Gen X 49 independent SOCDEM. Look, you and I got issues, but they're not really any issues that we can hammer out. Look, we're on team. Get this shit fixed, right? Like, you know, get Trump out and fucking let's get the Senate back and let's get some sanity back into our politics. Cool. I'm on that team right now. Harm reduction for the win. So, yeah, you and I disagree on a bunch of stuff, but we're on the same team right now. As Homelander pointed out earlier, America and the Soviets did join up before. Just because we disagree now doesn't mean there's work we can't be doing. So, welcome, bro. Welcome. Or broette, or sister, or... Yeah, that works. Or whatever you prefer to be called. But I am Southwest West Coaster, right? So, bro and dude are very much a part of my lexicon. But yeah. Common enemy. We'd have to be willing to get along, and as a people, I don't see us doing that. Oh, no, Homelander, I completely concede that point. 100% concede that point. I wouldn't even begin to... Mine is an ideology for tomorrow, not today. I hope you can understand the gravity of that statement. Sure. I'm open to, you know, like I said, you and I especially, we're polar opposites. We should definitely engage in the dialectic and see what the middle looks like. I'm okay with that. Good luck. Because the fact of the matter is the many of those that are racist, they are federal and state employees. Yeah, Homelander, if you want to call in and just have the discussion, feel free. as long as you don't make any advocations for violence or any like calls against the Jews and shit like that, you are free to if you want. You know, hit the Discord link. Forgive me, my people. I will. You know what? I think I can do this. Hang on. I can leave that up and then do this. Zen joined the community as well. Welcome to the Discord server as well, Zen. And then... Cool. Turning on your second rig. I like the cut of your jib. Cat, something, material conditions. I love the something meme. It's fucking brilliant. Just something sterner sounds. I'll have to turn off the music though for You do you, bro. You do you. Me, Trade Cat's got me doing it too. Cat, it just works. It does. Like, I don't have, you know, you just shorthand it. This musical interlude brought to you by Crankdat. Tell me. Soup sups. Well, that's who that was. That was Crankdat. 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 You need to okay. Hold on. There you go. What's up, man? Mute the music. Okay, cool. Well, then I'm going to unmute the music. Oh, no. You need to come back to... There you go.
Hello?
Yep, hang on. Let me get your audio pulled up, though. Alright. What's up, man?
Hi, gotta mute your stream. I hear you twice.
Yeah. It is the nature of things. But, so what's up, man? Let me ask you a couple of questions really fast. You're American, right?
Yeah, born in New York.
All right, cool. That was good. Are you still a New Yorker?
Yeah, I've lived in New York all my life.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Cool. That's all I wanted to know. That's.
How old are you?
I am older than I appear. I am 37.
Yeah, I was about to say, you look older.
I'm 37.
You look older than you sound, man.
So.
You sound like you can be like 22.
His volume is low. His volume is as high as I can put him at present, Zen.
Can I raise it? I can raise it, right?
I've driven up your user volume to 200% already.
Yeah, sorry. I have a really bad mic.
It's okay. It's okay. What volume level you were just speaking at seemed adequate. So.
Yeah.
You're the whitest man alive, guys. It's me, Trey. Kai really rocks that David Pakman style energy sometimes. Saying cat. Hey, you know, I am what I am.
Yeah. A dang anarchist. We're like the complete opposite. How do you get this ideology? I don't understand. Like,
I've had
how
it.
do you what?
I've had it for over 2 decades. It started as an inclination, and it ended up as sort of a
during the Biden administration. I mean, the Obama administration. Where did you decide to go, I'm gonna go from Democratic, or if you ever were.
No,
sorry.
no. Try the Clinton administration,
I can see why you did it. Then.
leading into the Bush Jr. administration.
Can see why you did it.
No, well, it's more of a, it's more. I have to give a credit to somebody like Alexander Shulgin. It comes more from an entheogenic point of view, psychedelica and internal inward approaches.
I get what you're saying.
And so that is sort of the origin point. Plus, I'm schooled in technology. I grew up literally at age 4 in front of a mainframe terminal. I was an independent programmer by 14. I was an independent IT consultant by 25, 26, something in there. And so I have this sort of anarchistic streak that technology has always had as well. Decentralization and that sort of thing is fundamental to a lot of systemic technologies that we implement today. So I have these sort of overlapping influences. You fast forward a number of years and then, the studies start. And then, you start looking into Kropotkin and Bakunin and Chomsky and, neo-anarchists like Michel-Luc Bellemare. And, you start studying and looking into the origins and roots of your ideologies and philosophies. But I had this natural inclination anyway.
That's actually interesting. Since the quarantine happened, I've recently started to dabble in technology myself. I made my first gaming PC.
Hey, look at you!
I also made my first Apple iPhone.
Nice. Oh, you did a like a Chinese knockoff build?
Yeah, I went on AliExpress and I bought the used parts and I put them together.
Fuck.
I wasn't gonna give him $700 for a new phone. I can't.
Respect. I love a good project. I built a new PC during COVID. I built a new rig as well. That's a good use of your time. So how did you arrive? How did you become a centralist?
The opposite of you did. I became cynical to the point where I saw no other way, if that makes sense.
All right.
And
Zen built himself a new PC as well.
yeah, then be myself a new PC. But no, it's 2020 really helped push me there too, to be honest. Seeing that
I'll ask me, Trey.
Law enforcement, people supposed to protect us, hurting us in a way, like not all of us. I'm gonna be honest, because not all of them are bad, but law enforcement, politicians, even our regular, citizens just becoming so toxic and going against the current system we had that I just started to think, like, if this is really how everyone feels when they're free, and this is gonna sound like really authoritarian, but it's really not, because I believe more in a hands-on democratic process where you vote for legislation, you vote for your laws, you vote for every one of your politicians like you do now, but they become proxies, they become a voice for you and me, which is what they're supposed to be in general, like, yes, it sounds like it's anarchy, but it's not, because I still want the same system of government, or a new one, I should say, not the same, because this one sucks.
He just wants
system of government.
He just wants he wants the heavy hand of the government to enforce something better.
I want the heavy hand of the government. I don't trust our citizens, and that's cynical, but you got the Proud Boys, you got the KKK out there, you even got fucking right-wing minority groups that are just, I don't know.
Okay.
It's hard to explain, without getting frustrated.
Let me ask you a couple of questions just backlogged from me, Trey. One, are you from Staten Island?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay. Well, he was making an attempt
Trey. I thought you were asking him because...
No.
I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the check.
No. Okay. And two, you like the herb, bro?
I do like the herb. How did you know?
Well, that was me, Trey's call. You do have the affectation of one of an American stoner, but I'm fucking in Nevada. It's legal here.
It's not legal here. Just, and the war on drugs was so stupid, but that's a different subject.
Conducted by a centralist government.
Ah, yes, you got me there.
Yeah, Cat saying it's weird as fuck. His cynicism led him to anarchism.
Yeah. Oh, who? Trey?
No, Cat.
Oh, Castillo?
Catasilo.
Catasili. Oh, it sounds fancy. Too fancy for my pronunciation.
It's Latino.
Yeah, he's on another level. I'm also Latino, by the way.
One of the many oppressed peoples of our nation. I mean,
technically Hispanic, but we're all the same. We all speak Spanish. We're all derived from.
We're all oppressed. If you're not if you're not a
you're oppressed.
Yeah, oh yeah, if you're not a multimillionaire or a billionaire, fuck you, you're oppressed.
Yeah, I know I said white privilege, but even white people get oppressed. Even you guys get killed by police. It's crazy.
And I mean, I'm gay.
Yeah, I'm Rican.
We don't.
I'm Puerto Rican.
We don't get exactly the warmest welcome.
Gay?
Yeah, we don't.
I support LGBTQ. I'm straight. I have a family member.
Yeah, we don't always get the warmest welcome either. So.
It's stupid. It's 2020, man. You should definitely get a welcome. It doesn't matter who you wanna, marry, fuck. I'm surprised it took you guys this long to even be able to get legally married. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, look, you're preaching to the choir on that one, baby.
But here's the thing. Here's how I look at it, right? This will never change. You know why? You know when you take a kid, right? And let's say you put him in a certain environment, right? You're going to expect that kid to grow up like that environment, whether that be violent, right? And the kid turns out to be fighting every day, cursing, looking for violence. Or he's coddled, and he comes out spoiled and stuff, right? This is how I view our certain population of citizens that are of the higher age. You get me? Like boomers. Let's just use the term boomers, right? They were raised like in the 1950s, like my mom, right? They were raised a certain way. In that time, it was okay to be sexist, as fucked up as that is. It was okay to if you see someone that's gay to slap them around, or discriminate, and that's not right. That's not right. Or if the color of your skin will make you seem like you're higher or lower than the person, depending on your own, And police didn't really protect minorities; they terrorized them.
Well,
you get me?
Oh well.
That's the age boomers grew up in. That was the norm. And so, like, the way I view it is, if you take a kid and you put it in that environment, and that's what it is exposed to all its life, it's no wonder boomers are sexist, racist, stuck in their ways.
Don't forget the lead poisoning.
Yeah, lead poisoning, which I suffered from, by the way. As a kid, I grew up in this old building complex that had the paint, which is crazy. But
and Cat saying, hence my earlier something material conditions.
Yeah, they don't. But they will never see it our way.
Do not discount for a moment the origins of policing in America, because do not think for a second that this is not. It's functioning exactly the way it was designed. This is not a malfunctioning system. This is not a broken system. Which
is why I said Civil War earlier. It's not a broken system. But it needs to be changed.
And again,
I'd rather have your system.
I would much rather have you have my system as well. I at least wouldn't force you to be in my system. I wouldn't tax you on a global scale. I wouldn't, hold you to citizenry and say you belong to this country.
No.
You'd be free to leave.
Because your system is currently better than what we have. Our system is adapting to an ever-changing world that's constantly evolving like we did, as humans.
Mitre told you to stop licking the walls.
It's hard, man. I got lead addiction now.
Yeah, no, like I said, as soon as you said, as soon as I understood what you said, because I misread it, that you were a centralist, it still doesn't. I mean, this is why I think a lot of the centrists and right wingers that come in here and they really like to stir up a shitstorm, that come in and argue in bad faith and come in with predisposition towards.
That make me look bad.
Well, towards this predisposition of willful ignorance. That they're not
Yeah.
willing to see the other side's argument, even if they lay it out for them.
Not that they're not willing. They view it as a competition. I noticed.
And so,
They
you know, those who honestly and in good faith engage in the dialectic usually come away from it better for it.
Yeah.
From this, I will have engaged with another centralist that what I will carry away from this conversation is somebody who is advocating for a near totalitarian, strong-armed government is more willing to live in my system as I have laid it out than the current system.
I'm also not like other people. I know that's gonna sound cliche, but it's like
You tell me you're not
I
like
don't
the other
like-
girls?
I don't like to how do I explain this? You're gonna call it incel. I'm not inside all day. That's not what it is. I just don't find company of others necessary. You feel me?
No, that's I get
my
that.
mind is like a tornado in that way, that a million thoughts going at it at once, you know, and I like quiet in order to focus.
It's probably why
get me?
you smoke a bunch of weed.
Yeah, it's like sedation,
Yeah.
you know, without having to take all the meds prescribed, you know, that actually fuck up my body, you know.
Yep.
But
Yeah, you're exactly what we call an edge runner. What? It's the truth, and I adore edge runners.
I don't get what that means.
People that live on the outskirts of the expectations.
Oh, that's me. I make $9K a year. Can you believe that?
I
I'm literally what's considered poor.
yeah.
Uh,
And I bet you're more generous of spirit than every rich person you've met.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm really not.
Really?
I'm really not. But I'm not like the rich people. I don't want to take away from others. You know. I want to live in a society where it's normal to be me. You know, normal to be. Oh, I'm starting to see a correlation between ill people and Twitch. Fuck you. No, but you're right though. Maddie said that. Meat Tray, I mean.
Yeah.
Tray, sorry. Yeah. No, he's right though. I don't like you. I'm not your bloke, buddy. No, I'm kidding. I can live in an anarchist society. Shit, I can live in a communist society for all that. I just can't live in the current one where people tell me I have a voice, and yeah, I have a voice because I can vote, but when the electoral college can render my vote useless, you know, and my voice really doesn't seem as big as it's supposed to be for
It's
the free world.
Not really.
It needs to
It's not really a
change.
voice or a choice, is it?
Yeah, it's not really a voice or a choice. It's an option, you know. I get an option. I
Well,
get to choose which one of the rich old white folk gets to be the leader of the quote unquote free world.
and I mean, who is it, Morricelli or
At
whoever?
least my government wouldn't lie about it. Sorry if I'm ranting.
No,
At
no,
least
you're
my
fine.
government wouldn't lie about it. At least I'd say we're in every part or aspect of your life. But this one, it tries to hide it. It tries to it's like our government is the CIA, low key. Like our government is low key the CIA, but it works everywhere, you know. It's abroad overseas. It's in countries it's not supposed to be, and it even operates in our own home base, you know.
Well, it
with-
is a
with the
product
riots-
of it, so it's
No,
not.
I mean specifically with the riots that happened recently. When they started bringing out people with no insignia, no patches, no police, nothing, and they started dragging people away. That's a problem, you know. That's when we start.
You would
getting into
you would much
uncharted
you would much
territory.
prefer those guys have their name badges and their identification.
Yeah, even in my authoritarian government, I would much prefer you have some sort of insignia. So
You
I
want
know
them.
who you are.
You want us to know it's you enforcing it, rather than this
Yeah.
shadowy mystery
No,
machine.
it sounds fucked up the way I put it, but transparency is key. when it comes to running a successful government.
No,
I do believe that.
I know what you're getting at. I mean, I disagree wholeheartedly with basically
I know you do.
everything. But I mean, at least, you know, what you're advocating for is an honest regime rather than the dishonest regime who's doing essentially what you want, just not the same thing you want. They're utilizing the same mechanism that you advocate for, but they're doing it in an inherently dishonest and maladjusted way.
I love you. You have a nice heart, man.
Yeah,
it's weird that you trust people like the Proud Boys too, though.
Oh no, I don't trust them.
I mean, to be fair, that's how I view an anarchist government. How do we control the racist, you know, rednecks and the hardcore right wingers? You
essentially use social pressure. I mean, the long and short of it is social pressure. I mean, I could dive into.
So what I would do in a way, but without the jail time.
And again, it also doesn't. Stigma. Says me, Trey.
Yeah.
Also, it doesn't hurt that anarchists aren't held to this sort of like, Pentecostal, like Catholic monk style of non-violence, right? We're not held to that. We're not allowed to violate the non-aggression principle. But if you violate the non-aggression principle, I'm allowed to defend myself.
We can agree that church and state should be separate, right? Like government and religion.
Look, you can keep your religion. I'm not taking it away from you. But,
no, I'm not religious.
No, I'm just saying, like, you can keep your religion. I'm not taking it away from you. But for fuck's sake, it has no business in public life.
No, it's not only that. It's that when you add one religion to like government, and not a lot of people see this, but when you add one religion, like let's say Trump, right? He's riling up the evangelical people, you know. You are essentially being a xenophobe to like other people, like Muslims.
Taco,
like,
love it.
You know.
Taco just said Ingsoc were the bad guys, though, right? It's a reference to 1984.
Yeah. Like when you let one religion take place in like a major government like the United States, you know, a superpower, and you show them that, like what basically Trump did, that they're the main, you know, religion he views, like Jewish, evangelical Christians, you know, that singles out Muslim minorities, you know, and other religions that would feel isolated because the president wants to, you know, use this religion to as a base to get reelected. That's a problem that not a lot of people see either.
Well, I mean, religion was, you know, one of the original large forms of governance.
Yeah.
It's always been that. So
it still is. If you look at the Vatican City,
of course,
yeah.
It is a nation state, which again,
crazy.
anarchist would dissolve.
Yeah, but I'd dissolve it too. Not even kidding.
We get that's a twofer for me.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't support, like, the way my mother taught me religion, right? She was very religious. It's God is everywhere, you know. Even in tech, God is there. Cause like, if God created the world, didn't He essentially create the stuff we to make our tech? If that makes sense.
God
created COVID if you want to look at it, because God created that.
You can certainly attempt to make that argument.
Let's I feel like I'm making you uncomfortable with this conversation.
Oh no, you're fine. Trust me, I've had far more uncomfortable conversations. Yeah, and Mitre pointing out Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Pakistan, etc., and so forth. No, I look. You know, if you wanna have you like. It's the same argument. It's the same argument I make for religion, for marriage, right? If you want to hold the cherry stem between your butt cheeks and hop around the fucking counter a few times and like say the magic words and smash the glass or whatever the fuck you want to do, you can do it. What I'm advocating for is that it has no business in governance.
So so now that I think about it, me and you are really similar to being completely opposite.
Uh-huh.
I hate marriage. I hate the multi-billion-dollar divorce. I hate that if you get married and you get divorced, they take away your kids and half your shit.
It's a stupid idea.
Yeah.
And my example I always use is, if you and your partner, baby, what you and I got going on here is so fucking strong. It's so powerful. We need to get the government in on this shit. It makes no sense.
It doesn't.
It makes.
But the way you put it is funny.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it's meant to be comedic, so thank you for the laugh. But yeah, 11 years. Yeah, and me, Trey, 11 years together with his partner without the government. Like, it's entirely possible. Yeah, marriage is a stupid idea. But
PJ is LGBTQ member?
No. He lives
I
in.
read that wrong then.
No, yeah, he lives in a part of the world that uses partner more ambiguously.
What do you mean?
Australia. He's.
Oh.
Yeah.
From across the pond.
Yeah.
I love Australia. I love your how people say like you guys have a lot of dangerous animals, but it's like I love how you have a lot of animals to begin with.
That's right.
Like, that's nice. You guys also make efforts to protect the animals. Like when you guys had your fire. Sorry about that. I read articles about
I love that. Sorry about
firefighters trying to save baby koalas that were stuck in trees.
Koalas are going to be functionally extinct here shortly.
I don't want to talk about that. That's sad. Even though they're really stupid animals, but it's still messed up,
Koalas are getting fucked. Zen saying beat a king toad with a bat. The cane toads are motherfucker down there. A classic example of human meddling within an ecosystem without fully understanding it.
Making our own breeds like we did with dogs, purebreds.
Well, I mean, you mean inbreds?
Yeah. Let's call it what they really are, inbred. That's why they come out with so many problems, even though they look amazing,
No, it's this is why you and I have the same crux. We have
don't believe in your system.
We have the exact same Achilles heel to our ideologies.
Yeah, but
people are shit.
Yeah. Which is why you should be a centralist, because like
you're gonna enact a centralist style government. And the vanguard class of politicians and capital owners, whatever you want to call them, resource owners, are going to rise to power once again and abuse the authority of that system.
You got a fair point, and I can see that happening. You're going to build an anarchist government, and it's going to go great. I'll give you that, In the beginning, it'll probably go great.
And then some authoritarian next door will...
Towards the end, the racists will rise.
Yeah, some authoritarian next door will fucking start spouting off some crazy shit, and a bunch of idiots will fucking start following them. Yeah. And next thing you know, you've got a fucking civil war on your hands because you got it.
Or a cult, or you have a cult.
Yeah. Basically. No, you and I have we are polar ends of this sort of same ideological spectrum, and we have the same fundamental Achilles heel to the ideologies is people are shit.
Hold on. As to what Lotus said,
I
too pondered that reality of Trump dying.
It's a wash.
I don't think it's good. Even if he's so bad, which I admit he's bad, but Pence, the possibility for Pence, like putting Pence's in office would be like putting that one pope in office that was all for stoning and lynching, witches. Or people he believed to be witches due to something he thought was magic.
I do agree that Pence is potentially more dangerous.
Yeah, I don't trust Pence.
But I did an entire section on him for another political podcast. I did a dive into Pence and his entire career and his upbringing and everything.
Yeah.
I consider him more dangerous than Trump, but ultimately, I think it's a wash. If Trump potentially dies with COVID, is it good or bad for the country? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. To be fair, that's true.
It's a non-issue.
Go stretch for me, man. Sit down a lot.
Oh shit! I was watching the other side of the chat in OBS rather than the other one.
Fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I have been sitting for a while. That is true.
Yeah, I have a bad back, so I thought it'd be nice for you to share.
Yeah, my nerves are shot. I have small fiber neuropathy, so my nerves are shot, but I'm still stretchy
Oh, really?
bendable.
I have Schuman's disease on my spine. I gotta get physical therapy then.
I wish physical therapy would help me, but I mean, I feel you, bro. I feel you.
To be fair, I'm lucky to even get physical therapy,
Oh.
man. I have insurance, you know? Most Americans don't.
Yes,
fucked
you're
up.
poor enough to get insurance.
Yeah, that's a plus side to being poor. I'm poor enough that they have to give me
Yeah.
insurance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that fucking scam and a half. Fuck.
It is a scam.
Yeah.
I won't lie. It's a fucking scam. You should have it too, you know?
Fucking, yeah, it's a whole fucking ball game. Oh my god.
But I'm also retired. I'm 25, but I fell from during construction.
Oh
I
jeez,
fell
yeah.
from scaffolding, fell from a story high and landed on my back.
Ouch.
Yeah. Yeah. So I am getting in on that scam money, my friend.
Fuck yeah. Every
No,
ev-
it's fucked up.
my stepfather comes from a fairly well-to-do sort of New England family, and you living in that part of the world.
Oh, so you're a 1%.
No,
I see
I
you,
am
Rick,
not.
Rick.
But my stepfather once upon was, but his parents' generation was the ne'er-do-well trust fund kids who managed to spend all the sort of money. But I mean, he has stories about smoking. Like the first time he ever smoked a joint was with Grover Cleveland's great-grandson.
Oh my god, I would love to.
Okay.
Shit, I'd have so many questions.
Okay, so I mean, I've been exposed to that realm, shall we say, and
No,
people don't.
just because your family has money, that doesn't make
Yeah,
it
doesn't mean you got money. People do not understand the level of welfare queenness that rich people have. You're paying for everything they do. They don't pay for a goddamn thing. If they're going on vacation, somebody's paying for that vacation. If they're getting free products all the time from all sorts of places, they're getting free vacations, they're getting tax dividends and refunds.
Promote this.
Yeah.
Promote this computer. It's a $10,000 machine, but we need your influence.
Yeah,
That's what it is. They hold power when it comes to influence.
rich people are some of the biggest moochers and leeches that you will ever know. There's
Which is crazy because they're idolized. They're idolized.
there's a reason that, like, if you see somebody in sort of a hunting outfit and a beat up Range Rover from like the 70s in Britain, you're looking at somebody probably with an estate and a title.
Really?
Yes, they don't spend money.
Oh. In America, if you see someone with regular blue jeans, a regular T-shirt, and some Crocs, that person's probably rich.
I live in Las Vegas at present, and so we have many stories here from many businesses and casinos over the years about how you do not judge somebody by their appearance, because you will be surprised how downtrodden how much old money looks like.
Wait, so you're from Britain?
No, I'm from Vermont, but
Oh, okay.
yes, I've been around a bit. Let's just put it that way.
Vermont isn't real, isn't it? Like Ohio, it's on Louisiana.
Vermont is like anarchistic heaven compared to most of this
Really?
country. Yeah, tons of anarchists. There's a reason we produced Bernie. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. No, it actually does make sense. But Bernie isn't like.
No, he's
people look
he's
at
not an
Bernie and-
anarchist, but he old school 1960s, 1970s Bernie was calling for the dissolution of the CIA and the abolishment of the police.
But I'm for that too.
Well, he's
Like, if you actually do your research on the CIA, they are no different than the fucking KGB. Even worse.
oh no,
probably,
they're
you know?
they're equivalent entities.
No. See, they are equivalent entities. But what I'm trying to say is the shit, that CIA has done, like overthrown governments in like what,
Of course.
days.
Of course.
It's insane that it shouldn't even happen. We
Gotta keep that money flowing, bro.
No. We use the sense that they can't operate on U.S. soil, but they do. Technically, still do.
Of course they do. You can't.
Like,
once you give somebody the cover of shadow, you don't get to stop them.
Yes, anonymity. It's the enemy of freedom, of true freedom.
Hey, Joe. Welcome, welcome. And load. There's drama, guys. Just go to your corners. Fucking welcome, Lotus. Sorry you got called out as a potential troll, but you know.
Hold on. Out of curiosity, this subject aside, how would you start to form your perfect anarchist country? And
that okay? So this is where you will get tripped up
wait.
by like most anarchists, and I will extend this courtesy, but most anarchists would immediately jump on you. We wouldn't form a country.
That adds on to the problem I feel with your ideology. But I'm curious, what would you do? I'm actually curious, you know?
I would start with reforming the workers' rights of this nation, because again, there's no magic, right? I don't get to snap my fingers and change everything tomorrow. So I have to approach things as a realist, as a pragmatist. How do you go about, reforming while something is actually in use, right? But luckily, I'm a technologist. I have reference points and metaphors and ideologies that I can draw upon from the real world to use this. And there's a reason that your bank computers aren't working in the middle of the day. Like, they don't just stop working in the middle of the day. The technologists who actually run this stuff understand that there are mission critical systems that you just can't shut down and change, right? This is the same argument for and against revolution. Some will say that, you need the revolution to change it out because you can't reform the system. And then there's people like me that come along and say the revolution will disrupt everything on a level that you can't afford to have in a modern technological era. We are not prepared to, as a people, lose our quality of life to that degree. So that's a non-starter of an argument. You're going to cause untold havoc attempting that. So we need to make incremental steps. Now, do I think we're fucked on the climate change issue? Yeah, I do. I think we're fucked.
Same.
We're not going to make the changes necessary in the time that we need to make them. So that's just a wash. Like, we're fucked on that front. Congratulations. You caught herpes. You've got it. Like, deal with it. Like, you've got HIV now. You get to deal with this. So I think we just have to swallow that bitter pill as it is, as people who want, some sort of progressive level of change. What I would do is I would start with the workers' rights issues, because this is where most of these things stem from and draw out of, right? This is the oppressive classist class. And so I argue for syndicalism as a mitigatory step on the path towards transitionary revolution. It's sort of an anarchistically influenced syndicalistic model within the workplace. More worker-driven co-ops, less capitalistic private property driven models. And once
Big corporation.
You weren't around for it. I went through the history of corporations in America earlier in the stream, and most people do not understand how there was such a drastic turnaround.
No, just to not get off topic, would they still be around or would they not?
You can keep the idea of corporations around, but how they operate would be near unrecognizable to most people.
I like that. That's all you have to say. I like that. See, I've seen some real radical people that are saying, no, I don't want corporations. No, I don't want them. I'm like, yeah, but a corporation is just a business that got too big for its own good,
Let me pull it up and I'll see if I can fit it on screen right now.
I get the basic gist though, and I agree with you.
Well,
I like your approach.
Here's how our founders of this country set up corporations, right? This is 6 bullet points. Okay, think of, just keep in your mind's eye corporations of today, all right? This is for over 100 years how corporations were operated in this country. Corporate charters were granted for a limited time and revoked promptly for violating any laws. Corporations could only engage in activities necessary to fulfill their chartered purpose, such as building a road or a bridge. Corporations could not own stock in other corporations nor own any property that was not essential to fulfilling their chartered purpose. Corporations were terminated if they exceeded their authority or caused any public harm. Owners and managers were responsible for criminal acts committed on the job. And corporations could not make any political or charitable contributions nor spend any money to influence lawmaking.
That's all fiction, right? That's not real.
Yeah.
That's not what's happening now. These motherfuckers.
For over
buy their own stock to drive up the prices.
stock
come
buybacks.
on now. Yeah, like causing harm to others on the other side of the world. They're like texture plants.
Yes.
Texture, they are fucking polluting waters. Look at the Ganges.
Well, my favorite example of large-scale industrial negligence is Bhopal. Bhopal, India, and Union Carbide, who was later consumed by Dow Chemical, who then said, we're not responsible for it because it was Union Carbide. We just own them.
That's crazy.
Hundreds of thousands. So, yeah, that's literally our founders were terrified of corporations, and they were abused by corporate charters stemming from England. And so they, hey, Mitre, enjoy the show, whatever you're going to, man. So they established a firm set of guidelines and principles to control and check corporations. And
were ignored.
Oh, no. They lasted for over 100 years. It was the capitalist moneyed interests that slowly whittled their way at it. They bought people off. They, bribed where necessary. They killed. They hired the Pinkerton, agency to assassinate leaders. They did all sorts of dirty tricks that,
I studied them. Like I did a report on them for school and shit. They were basically mercenaries.
Yes, they
were hired.
They were the world's
were
largest
hired
standing army at one point.
Yeah, and they were in the army, and they were hired by our government. Basically, they were. What's that fucking one private military thing?
Blackwater.
Blackwater. They're basically the original Blackwater.
They transferred over to XI for a while, and now they're somebody else entirely. It's difficult to keep track of those sorts of entities.
It's the same thing. It doesn't matter what they call
Academi is what they're called now.
They're hired guns. Let's just call them what they are. They're hired
We used
guns.
to hate mercenaries as a people.
I do hate mercenaries.
That was a thing once upon a time.
Yeah, like, didn't we used to execute mercenaries?
Well, we didn't. Well, depending on the regime and the country and the time period, but I mean, they were not treated well.
Yeah, but here, you gave me a gist of your government, and I can't say I disagree with it compared to what we currently have, but this is how I would make change for a centralist government. It wouldn't start with the workers, it wouldn't start with the people, it would start with the actual policy. You know how? I think the last one was in 1787. I would start with a constitutional convention. I would open the floodgates right off the bat and start with a constitutional convention, because there are laws in this country that aren't gonna make sense in a few years. Like marriage. Let's take LGBT for example, right? It took you how many years to get your right to get married, even though you don't believe in that, the solemn vow of matrimony, whatever they want to call it.
It took a fucking long time.
But the fact that it took that long for you to even get the right, it's outrageous, Like, we need to change laws. Guns, for example, sensitive subject, I know, but not everyone should have a gun. Like me, people like me should not have a gun.
Mitre, modern warfare as a concept, as most people living in modernity understand it, is a fairly new thing unto itself. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. The history of war is pretty much mercenaries, but the history of war, as we understand it, is fairly new to start with as well. I mean, the majority of human history is pre-civilization, and even after that, it becomes down to tribalistic ethnic groups that sort of engaged in these sorts of intra-tribal battles. So when there was that minor transitionary period between nationalistic, or at least geographically defined armament, that it was mercenaries were highly distrusted.
Not only that, it's like the rules for war has changed, Like, it's changed to the point where it's like, let's take the Geneva Convention, We used to use smoke bomb, chemical warfare. That's now technically illegal. Don't look at, that one authoritarian dictator that
you're fine.
Citizens. But war used to be fought by by like what probably Radical said or Kai. War used to be fought by German tribes. You know, before Germany, the country was even a thing. When they were nomads, you know, moving through Europe, or like war has changed and like.
War never changes.
Yeah, like I don't know how to explain it besides war has just changed. Like the Geneva Convention made it illegal for us to use chemicals. What else? Landmines are.
Yeah. May we point out the absolute sick nature of the Geneva Convention? I mean, let's just point out for a moment that a bunch of rich, powerful people got together and sat down and said, well, if we're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, not us, mind you, poor people's children, if we're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, we should have some rules for war. Well, you know, how about if we hit them with a stick? Yeah, hit them with a stick. That works. Well, how about chemical warfare? No, that's fighting like a fairy. No chemical warfare. You know, yeah, like the Geneva Convention as a concept is fucked up.
But I'm glad that it got rid of chemical weapons,
I mean, if I'm a weaker nation, like if I'm a weaker country, I'm gonna use any means possible if you attack me, right?
No.
Like that's how that works. Like I'm dog shit in a wrist rocket, fucking nuclear weapon. It doesn't fucking matter. If you come at me, if I'm a weaker nation, I'm gonna use any means necessary because war is a fucking street fight. And anybody who for a moment says that a street fight is a fair fight, well, there you go.
You're right, but if we look at it like that, shit, the world is really dead. Like,
no, we're fucked.
Because, like, if we look at it like that, right, it doesn't matter what happens, you know? Fuck it. What's the use of having
you should go
sure destruction? Let's just nuke each other.
I'm gonna put this.
Let's just nuke them before they nuke us, basically. You know?
Trust me, there are people that argue for proactive nuclear proliferation.
No.
I put a link in chat. Go check out Schnoops' channel and follow her. She's an anarchistic nihilist. Which I think you may like. If you get her talking theory, you may find some interesting opinions on that sort of front.
I've been to this channel. I don't think I've had much success with it. I can give it a try again.
You know, mentioned you were over in Proud Radical and had a present conversation, and like she is far less tolerant than I am. I will give her that.
Yeah.
You have to approach it carefully. Just put it that way. Like, hey, if you're talking, are you interested in talking some theory with a centralist? You know, I don't want to interrupt, that sort of thing. Be pleasant and be amicable, and she should be as well.
I'll try.
Joe, how about Willie Pete? White phosphorus. It's fair. Like that again. There are no off limits things if you're like a weaker country. Like that's just how human nature is. Willie Pete.
We can agree. Nukes. Nukes are off limits because they don't have nukes.
We fucking used them. Like
we fucking do.
Total war is kind of bad optics, says Taco. I agree, but people are shit. That's sort of the guiding principle we all have to realize right out of the gate is people are both angels and devils, right? Like we all have the capacity for great goodness and great evil within us. It's just a human quality. So, you know, a lot of the time people are shit. It's an easier road.
Why we should all be centralists.
That was my point. Vietnam, Israel, the Palestine. Your system's just going to get hijacked quicker than mine.
Yours is too?
Yeah. But I could probably buy us 100 years if we implement it correctly.
But I can probably, like, you know, start to rat like capitalism and become more authoritarian and just throw people in the space gulags.
Yeah, and the Joe pointing out that the thing is most powerful nations don't adhere to it either. Yeah, we don't. And the Geneva Convention only applies extra nationally, not internationally. So you're free to use chemical weapons on your own people, just don't use them on our people. You know, that sort of thing.
What was that dictator in the Middle East that chemically bombed his people?
Syria, right?
Yeah. So it was Saddam, right?
Well, Saddam did it as well, but Syria would be Bashar.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hang on. What am I looking at here?
And we did nothing, by the way. We did nothing to those leaders for doing that.
What the fuck did you send me, Kat? What the fuck is going on?
Apparently, Trump's followers are having a meltdown. Yeah, what's this?
I'm
What the
gonna,
fuck is this?
I don't know. I'm gonna put it on screen temporarily because this is fucking insane. Let me change that.
Holy shit. Oh no. We are these his bots?
I don't know what these are, but people are. This is hilarious. I don't know what it is, but it's fucking.
Nah,
go-
this
Okay, so
thing is creepy.
so what do we have? I
Yo, I'm sorry for cursing, but
Oh.
I'm looking at what they sent, and
is there a?
I'm scrolling down, and this is Satan stuff. What is this? Like, this is Trump trying to get the Satanist vote?
Oh my God! It's America. Your sinful soul is beyond salvation, and you do not know peace or pain. Only the cold of repentance is over, because your sins are greater than any mission. The end is near. The ships of sin. Holy shit! People are doing deep cuts.
Yeah, this is shit.
This is fucking
What is
hilarious,
that?
quite frankly.
That's Armaic? Why are they using Armaic?
Real Donald Trump. There we go.
I imagine you go to his page and then you see him posting it too. Oh my god. Yeah, no, his is just a bunch of retweets because he got mad during the debate, so he didn't know really what to say. Yeah, but if you look at his comments, like I'm pretty sure if you click like one of
Mitra saying, I gotta say, right-wing Twitter looks fun. Fucking.
like click on that one that says tonight Flotus and I tested positive, and you might see one of those.
Yeah.
Which are, I usually think they're bots, you know? They gotta be bots. The people who support him on Twitter. Cause wait, I think I saw one go up. No, up. You
I'm
passed
going.
it by a
I'm
bot.
going. I'm going. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling.
No, never mind. It's just stupid trolls.
Alright.
They can't.
Let's load a bunch of shit. See. Yeah, Simpsons references fucking all over the place on this shit.
Yeah, Simpsons know how to predict the future because they basically did every episode.
Yeah, well, they've been on air since 1989. They ran out of material ages ago. Of course, they hit one every year.
Yeah, you missed one that I'm assuming is someone going insane, just saying God.
Oh,
over
yeah,
and over.
yeah. And the prayer to combat witchcraft, because the witches claimed responsibility
God.
as soon as it happened. I'm not.
Wouldn't it be cool to be a witch?
What?
Like,
Yo, I know.
wouldn't
Like,
it
if I get
be cool to
some
be a
fucking
witch?
magic powers, no matter how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Mitra. The first 9 seasons of The Simpsons are untouchable, but after that, you know, you start running out of ideas, and you know, you end up having Donald Trump, shit like that.
Dying in the casket
As president.
as president.
Yes, the prayer to combat witchcraft attack. Yeah, and I love that. The witches took credit immediately. It was a full moon, and the witches are like, "Yep, that was us."
What if I told you there's a Trump that I actually like?
Such as.
There's an actual Donald Trump blood member that his brother's daughter. I love her.
Oh, Mary?
Yeah, I love her. Oh my god. She's my favorite.
Yeah, she's a little spitfire.
Yeah, she's different. It's like me. I'm born in a very Catholic Republican family. Oh no. You need to take John F. Kennedy out of there. You need to take any person of color out. Take Abraham. Is that Martin Luther King in the fucking background? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Most of these people would be against him.
I think some of these people might actually do him physical harm.
Even Reagan would probably do him physical harm. And Reagan was arguably bad, you know, but
Is that
still better than
is that supposed to be Harriet Tubman?
That is Harriet Tubman. You can tell by the hair. Like, that sounds racist, but the way she wore her hair is in pictures, you know? That's Harriet Tubman.
We got
But who's the other guy?
We got
Who's
Frederick
that?
Douglass. We got Abraham Lincoln. We got.
That's Frederick Douglass?
I think maybe.
That's Martin Luther King in the background, though.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we got a whole bunch of people in here that
Is
would
that
bitch slap him. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's Eisenhower.
He would fuck Jeff up.
Cat saying right wing Twitter is unfiltered bootlickery. Yeah, like there's a whole bunch of people in this. Like the old school, like a bunch of these wigs. That's supposed to be Jefferson, I think. There's Washington. That's fucking.
That picture actually makes me mad.
Madison or Adams?
That's Bush.
I'm not
Wait,
sure
is that
which.
George Bush or Bush Senior behind John F. Kennedy and Eisenhower?
Right here, yeah, right here.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not 100%.
Huh.
This is,
This
dude.
is-
There's a bunch of people in this picture that would kick the shit out of Donnie.
That would murder him, man.
There's some old school fuckers in here that would, yeah, lay hands real quick.
There's some fuckers in there I'd like to see as president again. Like, I'd like to give John F. Kennedy his full run. Not even gonna lie. Oh yeah, now that he has COVID, maybe we can inject him with bleach.
Yeah, he gonna shove a light up his ass and shoot some bleach up? No, of course not.
Gonna drink some
Well,
Drano.
thank you for whatever insanity bore that out, Cat. That was I don't even know where to start with the like people posting and that
I'm gonna make that pic myself, my wallpaper.
that was insane. All right, so I want to put I don't know. Let's put glitch hop on just because it fucking is weird.
Yo, proudly, you know what I'd realize? We should make like a picture of Karl Marx with like George Washington. and,
They'd get along better than Marx and Trump. Or
and like no, and like we put Abraham Lincoln in there. We put John F. Kennedy. We put like Roosevelt. We put everyone that would trigger like that would trigger them, and then we send that picture to Trump.
well, they already unironically use I forget the graphic artist, but have you ever seen the Donald Trump golden tank picture?
Golden what picture?
Okay, let me pull it up. It's insane.
I don't know, man. That last picture.
Oh
my
no,
jaw
trust me,
kinda
it's
dropped.
insane.
They put Harriet. I mean, yeah, they put Harriet Tubman in a picture with Trump.
You ready for
supporting
this?
it.
There you go.
Oh my god, that's actually excellent. Wait, hold on. I got a full screen. You give me a second. What the fuck?
If you'll notice, the eagle is.
His whole thing is a Tommy gun.
I think it's an AA-12 with a
Wait,
drum.
Are those shotgun shells in the fucking Tommy gun?
It's not a Tommy gun. I think it's an AA-12 with a drum magazine.
Is he wearing a WWE championship or is that just?
Yeah, no, he is.
Oh my god, this is. Yeah, a lot of people forgot that actually. As a kid, I watched our president get fucked up on live TV during a wrestling event for WWE. So that's a thing. Wait, are the tank things American flags?
Oh yeah, they're gold bricks and American flags.
Why?
And so everybody knows. Thank you, Joe. That's a brilliant,
Oh, yeah.
brilliant sourcing.
I read about this.
Yeah. Okay.
I still don't believe it.
So the guy who made this is an artist, a graphic artist who makes these kind of crazy satirical works of art, right?
Yeah.
This was designed to be insane and over the top. And it
Oh,
was
so it's not
it was unironically adopted by right wingers. They love this image and they use it all the time.
Wow. So it was made as a meme.
Oh, and here, hang on.
Ironic.
Let me get in on that. Okay.
Wait, hold on. We got off something I wanted to bring up. You
Oh
said
well.
Karl Marx and Abraham
Well,
Lincoln.
hang on. I
Fucking
will.
that's
Will. I'll tab back. You'll notice the Big Gulp logo on the side of the truck, the tank, and you'll also notice the Queens, New York '69 in the background.
Let's not. I think my state wants to literally kill him. Like,
So.
my state doesn't like him, and he's from here.
Oh, good. We have an explanation. Thank you, Kat, because that's fucking insane. All right. Yeah, just like Reagan using "Born in the USA."
COVID with passes.
Okay, so Twitter users flooded the president's mentions with creepy passages and haunting images after he announced that he tested positive for COVID. No, it's not some utterly hex on Trump. It's just another meme. Blah, 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 blah. Americ to English. The message is warned of a sinful soul beyond salvation. The practice is similar to K-pop stans. Flooding mentions with fan cams to derail a conversation as a form of trolling. All right, so it's born of K-pop. This is why I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, you hate K-pop too?
I don't listen to it. I'm indifferent to it. I don't care one way or the other about it.
I don't like it.
Amharic is actually one of the official languages of Ethiopia, 22 million speakers. But let's see. It's used in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church's liturgical texts. So because the Amharic alphabet is so different from the ones the Western world used, the language became a copy pasta. Okay. Oh, thank you for that explanation, because I needed one.
All right, back to this. So it's funny that the guy who fought, for equality, against slavery, is also the guy that sent letters, or was it Karl Marx that sent letters to him? One of the two sent letters to each other. But basically, anyone who basically says communism is the enemy of democracy has never seen this friendship, like this rare friendship,
It's, and Mitra saying K-pop is rampant capitalism. It's late stage music. Cat, man, you gotta love the rapid capitalistic news cycle. Yeah, they had that up fast, bro. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, these, it makes fucking sense. It makes sense. Understanding, Lincoln and understanding, read some of his private letters, and understanding Marx, it makes sense.
It does.
If you're not a propagandized American who just sees fucking eagles and flags when you hear the name Abraham Lincoln, then, it may make sense. Otherwise, it's heresy.
Actually, wasn't Lincoln really against the established power that was in charge when he was trying to become president?
He had a bunch of interesting viewpoints, including he didn't give a rat's ass about ending slavery. His position was, I want to save the Union, and whatever it takes to do that, I am willing to do.
Slavery at the time.
And that was more his. Was Lincoln the first gay president? Potentially. There's question and debate in and around whether he was the first. But given the letters that were written between him and his close friend,
I really hope he was.
The gay community claims him. I mean, based on those letters alone.
Oh, you guys do?
Yeah, based on those letters alone, we're like, yeah, he was. That was some
triggering right wingers everywhere.
Yes, Joe, welcome to the news cycle. Yes, COVID has Trump. Because let's face it, I'm starting to feel sorry for COVID right now. But yes, Trump does have COVID. Joe is in Germany, so he's a little bit behind our news cycle.
Wasn't there another gay president, though?
There's a few that have been suspected, but none that were open. But we have really good evidence for.
Well, y'all understand this.
We have really good evidence for Lincoln, based on those letters. That's not the kind of letters that a straight dude writes to another straight dude. Just put it that way.
Oh wait, there is another president. I'm looking it up right now. James
Buchanan.
Buchanan. He was apparently gay because of letters they found with him and a friend too.
Yeah, it's always a friend. It's Sappho and her friend. There's a straight washing that historians have been doing for ages. Anytime you see in an obituary before a certain date, her lifelong friend, his lifelong friend. Generally, that was code for their gay lover.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand all this hate towards liking same-sex.
It's disruptive to the societal norm and the status
No,
quo.
no.
Well,
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like I just even if it's destructive to the societal norm, so is the current president. You feel me?
oh no
So is the
he
president.
no he maintains a status quo it's oppression, it's capitalist greed, it's crony capitalism, it's criminality. Hey, thank you, Scarface. Or I'm sorry, Scarce.
Like fuck who you want to
Scarce.
fuck. That's my take. That's my
well, I mean
blunt take
that's a
on it.
more enlightened viewpoint, but the fact of the matter is you're not trying to control a society at present.
Oh yes, I am.
Well,
I'm trying to
no,
get
you have
everywhere
aspirations.
else.
You're not actively trying to do it.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, and so, all right. So, what did you? Pathetic degen Proud Boy gets memed on by Twitter. You betray. If you hate gay people, you can suck my dick.
Proud boy. Oh god, what are you proud of?
Oh, is anybody familiar with the Proud Boys subreddit?
There's a subreddit?
Oh, hang on. I will get back to this cat because.
You mean these motherfuckers aren't all on that racist ass parlor chat?
Oh no! Wait! You're gonna love this.
Like, is it actually owned by them? Proud Boys. Hold on, go up. Oh, okay. So it's trolling them. It's trolling the fuck out of the Proud Boys. Sounds like shit. Oh, you gotta know they're mad at this. Oh my god, I love it.
Who else?
Ugh.
Yeah, shout out to TQILA. It's the Queer Insurrectionary Liberation Army. They fucking killed a whole bunch of fucking terrorists.
These faggots kill fascists. I love it.
Yeah.
I fucking love it.
Shout out to the
Oh.
TQILA. I don't think they're in existence anymore, but yes, this is the Proud Boys subreddit. It is literally just.
Oh, look at Putin. Oh my god, let Trump see that. Someone DM that to the president.
All right, so yeah, that's the Proud Boys subreddit.
Oh, I love it.
Reddit's embarrassing sometimes, but sometimes they fucking do us proud. Rip Opie and Anthony. What's the TQILA, social media, etc. Again, I don't think they are actually in existence anymore. I think they may have been killed. Yeah, they're no longer active. They ended active operations ended in 2018.
Wait, who's not active?
The TQILA, the Queer Insurrection Liberation Army. That picture you saw that these faggots kill fascists, that's the TQILA.
Why did they stop?
Like I said, I think they may have been killed.
Oh. Wait, what part of the world were they on?
Syria, Iraq,
they
Iran
were
territory.
killed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
they were killed.
Rahova, that
I can't
territory.
even like try to defend that. Maybe they're alive because that side of the world is so xenophobic.
You know.
Trump probably fit in there.
All right. Yeah, here's the Wikipedia for you, Scar. If you're, curious. It's not, there's not a ton on the Wikipedia fucking for them, but they're a super interesting group. All right. Let's see. You're welcome, bro. Or broette, whatever your deal is. Forgive me for my gendered, language.
I don't know if a lot of y'all
right.
understand this or not, but come November, there's a war coming.
Oh.
Whoever wins, and it's down to two. We already know this. Third party, they don't even matter.
I agree. I agree with this dumbass Proud Boy on at least one position. The third party is inconsequential.
Down to two. One or the other is going to win. As a certain supporter, we know which one's going to win.
I will do that,
Trump
Cap.
2020. But there's a thing about it. The reason why I say there's a war coming is because if Trump wins, Black Lives Matter and all them other Antifa dumbasses.
You could hear him literally holding on to the pejoratives. Like, I'm not allowed to say the N-word. I'm not allowed to say the F-word.
I'm not allowed to say this. I'm not allowed to be racist. I'm not allowed to be racist. It'll get deleted.
Yeah, like you could feel the fucking pullback on that.
Can you like review it just to like see that one part again, just to see how hard he?
Yeah, how hard he struggled on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming. It's because if Trump wins, Black Lives Matter and all them other Antifa dumbasses are going to try to start war.
Fucking all the dumbasses.
We ready.
3 seconds just to hold it in.
Scar, to be fair, if the likes of Greens got 3% of the vote, they could attain federal funding. But I think it's more important to flood the popular vote for Biden right now. Agreed.
You mean like the Green Party? Because I'm not against that, but they aren't gonna win.
Yeah, no.
They're not gonna win.
Yeah, and Scar's just talking in an ideal world sort of situation, not like right now in this moment.
I understand.
Don't worry.
Shit, I'd vote for independent if I have to.
We ready. Us rednecks and stuff, we ready for y'all. But if Biden wins, we coming. And we coming strong.
Oh, yeah, please come. Come, you piece of shit. Come on, I'm waiting. Oh, sorry, I'm getting hyped.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if
I wanted to come, dude. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not aching for a fight.
Well, first thing they did was dox the ever-loving shit out of him.
Oh, they did? Everyone meet Zachary. Wait, hold on. Let's look at that. His name is Zachary? Which is ironic that that's his name.
Yeah, like why he dry washing his hands. It's a sign of insecurity. It's a self-comforting motion. When you see somebody doing that sort of thing or moving of the fingers or usually the continual brushing of the face, that's a self-comforting gesture. And so they're literally looking for the touch of another human being, but they're doing it themselves because they're stressed in that moment.
Yeah.
So is this like, okay, patchy gunship, nothing like a middle-aged man issuing threats on an app used by Zoomers, no one at all, 55-year-old out-of-shape wife guys, in a world of sheep, I am the wolf.
I really don't like Zoomers, I'm not gonna lie.
Please,
I hope they vote him out because he tried to ban TikTok.
Please tread on me, everybody, but please tread on everyone but me, sir, as the snake kisses the boot.
No. Good snake.
Fucking, yeah. Hillary Clinton looking bored, saying, I'm terrified. $20 says he has misspelled tattoos on his body. Yeah, I'm not afraid of, like, that. I mean, I'm a scrawny little fuck, but I ain't afraid of that. That's special.
I'm afraid that one woman is going to sit on me.
That's fair. That is a legitimate concern. Yeah, fact. Liberals own guns too. We just don't feel compelled to parade around Walmart and Starbucks with them over our shoulders like scared little boys playing soldier.
You own guns, man?
I member of the Socialist Rifle Association.
Oh, so you do own guns. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm the authoritarian guy. I hate guns. I don't own them.
No regrets. Regrets. Says me, Trey. I know exactly. There's guaranteed to be misspelled tattoos in that group.
Is that guy wearing a Nazi? Oh, he got knocked out. Never mind.
Let's see. I think their shirts look nice and preppy. I mean, agreed. I mean, they were a well-designed, kind of snappy shirt. But what is it with fascists and really good, like, aesthetic choices? There's something going on there.
They're making up for their ugliness on the inside.
All right.
They are hideous on the inside.
Scar saying, I mean, they suck, talking about, like, the Green Party, but they're moderately better than corporate Democrats to an extent. I don't disagree with that. They're eco-Tories. Scar, are you British? You're in the UK, I'm guessing, by the Tory reference. Welcome to Midnight American News Cycle, I guess. I suppose you've probably woken up to the news that Trump has COVID. If not, congratulations, Trump has COVID. Cat saying, honestly, fuck the Greens. Cat saying it's all theater. Fascism is the aestheticism of politics. Okay. Tons of TERFs and their shit in tons of TERFs and their shit in their ranks, referring to the Greens. I am not familiar with the Greens being home to TERFs, but I trust your assessment, Cat. So. Oh yeah, and that guy, that's a fucking famous one. Nice to see they.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to finish talking. That's what I want to do to them. I don't even want to shoot them. I just want to hit them one good time to knock some sense into them.
I mean, in no way, shape, or form do I advocate for any level of violence. But with that said, let's look at Richard Spencer.
You're a better person than me, man. Because I would not be opposed to hitting them.
Fuck off. I want the raw footage. So
is this the reporter getting punched in the face?
this is Richard Spencer. Are you familiar with who Richard Spencer is?
No. Gonna be honest with you, I'm not.
Richard Spencer is the organizer of the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, North Carolina, that ended up killing that young woman named Heather when a fucking psychopathic terrorist. They were marching through the streets with tiki torches, yelling, "The Jews will not replace us." All right. So he is the organizer of that rally. And as you saw, we will watch it again.
Neo-Nazis don't love me. They kind of hate me, actually.
The KKK, neo-Nazi.
NATO's people don't like me,
Are you
to be
like
honest.
the hipster version of the neo-Nazi movement?
It's, Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
You hear that shit connect from a mile away.
What are you talking about? Sorry, I don't like people like that, man. Like, if Trump really does support, like, the Jewish people, right? Why didn't he, white supremacy bad?
Trey, there's a video that I would love to play on air, but I could not, of Gavin McInnes that is the culmination of a compilation. It's a compilation. It's him saying the N-word, the F-word, a whole bunch of fucking slurs, literally 50 times, like different episodes and different segments, just him just rapid firing. And then it culminates in him shoving a large black butt plug up his ass to own the libs.
That's,
I
was like, he wanted it.
Yeah, me, Trey. Oh, I've seen it. Oh, I think a lot of people have seen it, but I would love to be able to put that on my air. I watched it live.
You get demonetized by Twitter. You probably get banned.
Oh, I don't care, but I'm not. I don't care about the demonetization. I tell people just don't sub, donate to a charity that you appreciate, that sort of thing. I don't want your money.
You should really be on the centralist side. We can use someone like you, man.
Yeah, except you guys will put us on the wall after you rise to power.
Wait, what? I don't want a wall. What is this?
No, it's a reference to sort of a Maoist Soviet dictatorship that you will line us up in front of a wall and shoot us.
Oh, yeah.
You fuckers will put us on a wall. Okay. He was on Anthony Cumia's network, and he used to pirate it. Piracy is bad. Yar har har. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Why is that not? Fucking whatever. Why is that not? What on earth? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that was about. Okay, so hang on.
As to what Casty said, or Caddy, the cat. He's gonna call him Cat.
No, that's what we all do.
Yeah, but they're still better than what we. Still better than what we currently have, though. Green Party wise. The elections have become, to be honest, choosing the lesser of evils. It shouldn't be that way, but that's what it is.
Become so young. They've always been that way.
Not always. No.
I think most people who are alive today could probably refer you to, it's been that way for a while.
To be honest, most people probably, like, their oldest election would be
oh, cool. Scar actually knows who the SRA is. I'm impressed. A lot of people from the UK don't know who the SRA is, and you support it. Rock the fuck on, Scar. Cool. Not a socialist, but there's a lot of not a socialists in the SRA. It's sort of for people who are not racists and nut jobs. It's our NRA. The UK Green Party are a bunch of useless right-wing babbling libs. They're a lot better than their US counterparts, though. Wish they had an SRA.
The social rifle thing is it like the NRA? Like, I don't get it.
Okay, so the NRA is essentially the lobbying arm of the gun manufacturers industry, but they have a long storied history of racism and general dickery. So you sort of have a lobbying group mixed in with a whole bunch of old white racists. And and they're definitely conservative right wingers to start with, right?
Yeah,
so there's
they
people
support Trump, like they support the current regime because it supports them.
They also enabled a hard Brexit by refusing to work with Corbyn because they're pro-capitalist in it. I wish we had something equivalent to your in it in American lexicon. I like that, Scarface. It's a catch-all term. I like that stuff. Basically, per Marx, Kat, do you want to do the quote? Do you want to do the Marx quote in chat? I don't want to steal it from you this time. But basically, what you find on actual leftists is an embracing of basically most modes and means of self-defense. It's all you be. Arms and ammunition should not be surrendered under any circumstances, and any attempt to do so should be frustrated by force if necessary. There's no way to empower the working class if you disarm them.
You got a point, even though I'm against guns wholeheartedly.
Scar saying, if Nazis have guns, then we need them too.
He's got a point, but again...
And he says, to be fair, America needs gun control. Again,
okay,
Scar. But that's the thing. If you talk to most SRA members, what you find is that they're very much responsible gun owners, and they would be advocates for, large amounts of training, large amounts of, discretion, this sorts of things. They're not your typical NRA member. So you're going to find...
You have large amounts of training?
I grew up in a firearms household. My stepfather is an FFL holder, federal firearms license. I've taught and trained classes before. My mother was the first woman who held dual certifications for range qualifications and teaching firearms classes for Nevada and Arizona at the same time. And at one time, she was tapped for the Olympic shooting team, though she did not try out. She was just sent the invitation. So yes, I'm well schooled and well versed in firearms handling and the maintenance and practice thereof.
But do you see why I would be against our...
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. See, so we're good, because I try to explain it to some right wingers or NRA or whatever. They
shooting lessons from Kai. That'd be cool. It's been a number of years since I've had to teach a class, but what I taught was the safety course actually. That was the thing I taught. My family ran, firearms training business for quite some time, and I handled the safety classes because I am extraordinarily safe with a firearm, and because it's an instantaneous decision you cannot take back. And I think people need to understand the gravity of that situation, and cops do not. Which is why I'm an advocate for complete disarmament of the police and a complete armament of the populace.
I don't know about that, Chief.
Oh, no, it's one of my hottest takes. You know what? No guns for the police, guns for everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Chief. What about the people with disability who shouldn't own guns?
Thank you, Homelander.
They're kind of cuckoo in the head, and we don't have a police force to protect them. Whether I guess we
police don't protect us. That's not our job. That's not their job.
No. You're misunderstanding. I'm saying like people who have disabilities, right? They can't own guns. You wouldn't give a gun to a guy with paranoid schizophrenia is what I mean. You know.
I mean,
You wouldn't give a.
I'm a fan of
guy
George
gun.
Carlin. I like a little bit of chaos in my world. Maybe I might.
Oh God, no! I'm trying to be. How is the authoritarian guy trying to be the voice of reason here? Like, I get what you're saying, you know, like cops bad. I'm very anti-cop, even though I've had family in law enforcement. You know. Like, my
accelerationism, Scarface. That's an interesting topic to bring up. Scarface said there was a swath of leftists who voted for Trump to speed up the revolution. How's that going for you? I was not one of them, and I'm not an accelerationist, though I do understand the mentality behind it.
This is towards Trey as a person with mental disabilities, you know, like myself, like not to the scale of other people, you know. I wouldn't want to give someone with multi-personality disorder a fucking rifle or a handgun, you know. I just
maybe one of those personalities is really good with a firearm.
You know what I'm trying to say.
Holy shit! Look at that. Schnoops. Lucina, dude, people, I'm so used to seeing names coming into chat. Welcome. Yes, hey, all Schnoops' people. Welcome. That's the second raid for the night. Benzel raided earlier. Schnoops is raiding now. Welcome the Australian contingent. You know, you guys know I love you fucking Aussies. Right.
What about a buddy system?
Hang on. Let me just move this over to the chat window right now. Right now I got Soups on the I Am Homelander. He's a centralist. So we're literally the polar opposites. We are dichotomous to one each other. He is my antithesis. He believes in a strong central government who controls and intervenes in near every aspect of your life.
Yes.
And
well,
good.
In a way, yeah, but you know, ran by us.
And we have found more shared common ground in the dialectic of a conversation between an anarchist and a centralist than you could ever really expect to have. And this is why I'm an advocate for this sort of open dialectic with, you know, these interesting individuals across the board. I just want a seat at the table as an anarchist.
We reach a crossroads, so we reach a crossroads. Buddy system for the people with disabilities, you know, like we have social workers, right? And you're for arming the populace, right? And taking them away from the officers, the guns, which I'm for you. I will agree defunding the police, okay? Because, you know, there's corruption that we can't get rid until we, you know, pull out the roots, so to speak.
Schnoops.
But I will never be for giving someone like with mental disabilities, you know, like that hinder their perception or their mental fortitude to the point where they can't distinguish reality from fiction, for example, you know. I am against that, like giving them guns. I can't give guys guns. I can't give someone a gun.
What I said was a hot take in order to inspire conversation and rile people up. But Schnoops, if ossification is a real thing and Marie is saying we're all Aussie now, I want my visa. Somebody contact the Australian government and send me my fucking passport. I want in. I'm down. I will speak whatever crazy dialect you fuckers speak. I'm fine. I'll eat whatever. Yeah.
I'll eat that fairy bread you guys like so much. I'll try it. You know, I want a pet kangaroo.
It's fucking amazing. Schnupp saying they'll turn around and say, "Fuck off, we're full." Wait, you're white, so they'll let you in.
Wait, what about me? I'm Hispanic.
Nope, you're probably not.
But I'm of the Hispanic light skin variety, so I can.
Do you pass?
That, you know?
Do you pass?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious that we even have that phrase. That
yeah, I know fairy bread. I know the Wonder Bread with the little, you know. I wouldn't call them sprinkles because I was called out on that before. The little colorful pellets, you know.
Yeah, me Trey saying there's no Spaniards in Australia. Cat, fuck, I want it out. Yeah, let's see. I don't want the visa, but I want the accents as poison. Let's see. We refer to the food with an acronym because the real name is terrible. Oh, the first thing you need to eat is an AB. Schnoop saying I've only met one Spanish speaker in real life.
Uno nada más? Only one?
Yeah, well, it's Australia, bro.
Oh dang, man, I'd probably stick out like a sore thumb.
Garen? Yeah, literally only one, she says. Yeah. Hola, ¿cómo está?
So how do I get all you anarchist kids to come to the side of centralism?
You don't. We're willing to team up with you fuckers to
Just to fuck Trump, I'm with it.
We'll team up with you insane centralist authoritarians temporarily, much like the U.S. and the Soviets to take on Hitler. But there's not many people that are going to swing from anarchism to centralism.
No, it's like trying to
especially this crowd.
Fish to breathe air, you know.
This fucking crowd definitely not down.
No, they're not down.
We got some Schnoops.
They want to beat me up.
Schnoops attracts some hardcore theorists, and she's a pretty accomplished theorist unto her own right. She does a fair amount of theory on her channel. I doubt.
She seems smart.
I highly doubt you'd be seeing many converts there. Me, Trey saying I'd rather
get fucked up by a cop. What?
Buggered.
What does that mean?
Buggered means fucked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I guessed it. So I did guess it.
Yeah. We had an MLM, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist. We had an MLM claim that an MLM transitionary state wouldn't mind anarchists and wouldn't be an enemy to the anarchists. It was funny. Dude, that's another group that would put us on the wall. Yeah, Joe said over my dead body in Minecraft. Yeah, most of my anarchist viewers are antisocial, says Schnoops. Scar saying MLM is for boomers. It's 2020, not 1917. Stop LARPing. Schnoops is anti-civ, post-left, individualist, insurrectional. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, not. Yeah, not her in particular. How do you describe yourself? Is that your description, Schnoops? Because I generally just described you as an anarcho-nihilist. I take the shorthand, but do you have a full version that you would prefer me to use?
If I really wanted to go like centralist, like toxic centralist, I'd be like, didn't anarchism die the way of communism in like the fucking 80s or 60s? Like,
nah, it's still going.
Wasn't it like, weren't you guys standing side by side with the fall of the Soviet anarcho? No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so anarcho, we still got fucking communes going the world over. I don't know, anarcho-nihilism works or insurrectionalist. All right, cool. Noted. Lucina, the conclusion of the MLM talk was, they wouldn't mind anarchists as long as anarchists did no anarchist praxis. Yeah, we don't mind. We don't mind the blacks as long as they stop being so black, right? Like that's. It's in that territory of conversation that you end up in with an MLM. You're like, oh, yeah, we don't mind you as long as you don't do anything you want to do.
That is so fucked up.
Yeah, the MLMs get very, very, like, thuggish very quickly. Marie, Kai, are you able to boost Soup's volume? He's already at 200%, Marie.
Yeah,
sorry.
My mic is really bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let's see. We got some sternerous stuff. Oh, Scarface saying he becomes an egoist on his bad days. A lot of them are class reductionists too, but that's Stalinism for you. Not that they'll admit what they are.
Can you hear me better now?
Let me know, Marie.
What about now?
Yep, she says yes.
Okay.
Snoops is saying you need to read some Guy Debord, a.k.a. Guy Debord. It's spelled, but he's French. It's Guy Debord.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why am I scared to even look it up?
You'll be fine. It's just, you know, writer, philosopher, activist of his own right, that sort of thing. You'll be fine.
I like those.
Yeah, and
Guide the board.
Mitre, spectacle,
Guide the
baby.
board, a French Marxist. Oh, philosopher maker, member of the Letterist
Spook.
International.
Huh.
I'm open to any idea, really, as long as you're not a Democrat or a Republican. As long as you're not a Democrat
Zero?
or a Republican.
Yeah, where's Zero here? It's past Zero's bedtime. Yeah. So what did you guys get up to on your channel tonight, Schnupps? I agree with you, actually, Lucina, on that. Don't read Society of the Spectacle. French artists are too pretentious to write theory. Just go back and listen to Nick's and Jasper's cards.
But
I agree.
Isn't talking about French being pretentious a general concept, to be fair? That sounds fucked up, I know, but...
Look at you nationalist prick.
Hey, man, nationalism is the enemy of patriotism, damn it.
Fucking
just saying.
No gods, no masters, no borders, none of that shit. Get rid of it all.
Yeah.
Inject the ramblings of Foucault straight into my fucking veins, as Cat. Yeah. So, what did you guys get up to on Schnups' channel tonight? Okay. You were reading DeBoer.
Society of the Spectacle.
Yeah, read more of it. She started it the other day, and used it to talk about colonial concepts of time, urbanism, and civilization. Dude, the modern concept of time is one of the most like trippiest sort of like you can get a stoner conversation, a tripper conversation, a philosophy conversation going so easily by talking about time. People.
She just tripped me up.
Talked about Aboriginal history and genocide too. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? Aboriginal history is kind of at this point genocide. You're gonna have to cover it one way or the other at that point. Pre-colonial and post-colonial.
Yeah, tell it to the Taino Indians, you know.
Hey, look at that! Fucking well, you are Puerto Rican, so of course you know about the Tainos. Most people don't know that Caribbean is a slur. We use it all the time, but it's not a good one.
Spain has some splaining to do.
60,000 years of history before colonialism. Marie, it's the Taino people. There's a few different names that are indigenous to the area, but generally speaking, no. Caribbean is not the chosen name. It is the colonial name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how that works?
Look at this anarcho guy discriminating against my Taino roots, man. Is this what you guys condone?
Yeah, Cat saying Spain has a lot of explaining to do.
Like, man, look, they're discriminating against my Taino people.
Schnoops.
Dang anarchists, dang lefties out there.
Yeah, we're the ones pointing it out. We'll be the ones at the rally supporting your asses. And
I can't take myself seriously.
I have a tendency to vacation in that part of the world, and the last time I was down in Puerto Rico, I conducted a anecdotal mini survey of all of the locals that I came across and whether they wanted statehood or not. And that was it was an interesting conversation. It was very much like a Biden-Trump conversation. It was we don't want it, but at this point we don't think we can do anything better than statehood. Like that was sort of the
Oh, you haven't met the real radical Puerto Rican.
No, I met a
No. There are some Puerto Ricans, the small population, right, of my people that believe fuck statehood and fuck the United States.
Yeah, full succession
regime in general. You know, like we want to go back to full Cuba status.
Yeah, full succession. I met them because they were spray painting on the corner. I I was wandering around downtown San Juan one night, and yeah, look at this. Okay, scrawny little white dude wandering around downtown San Juan in the middle of the night. All right, after the hurricane. I went after the fucking hurricane. When all of the snowbirds from up north in the U.S. who usually vacation there in their rich vacation homes go, but they cleared out because they were afraid because they didn't, that sort of thing. That's when I was down there last. And, I'm walking around downtown San Juan and just fucking dudes spray painting up. But yeah, I started a conversation with them. And yeah, one of them was full secessionary. He wanted out. But I did encounter a lot of people that were sort of that mind.
You got to talk to the age group. It depends on the age. Most old people, they're all for statehood.
That I did notice a bit of a generational gap. Yes, admittedly.
Yeah, most new people they're against statehood. They view it as a view.
Hey, I don't mean to cut you off. Just to do a little chat fucking here. Portugal as well. Oh, yes. Portugal has a lot of explaining to do. Schnoops has pretty much every English word for other people are slurs. Not going to deny that.
I'm not going to deny that either.
Lucina says, the one good thing we're fairly sure every aspect of the left can say for anarchists is that anarchists gets boot on the ground whenever boots on the ground are needed. Preach, sister. When you have a civil rights movement, when you have a women's suffrage movement, when you need to get kids out of the fucking mines, look to your left, look to your right. Who do you find? You find a fucking
when you need
anarchist.
To get kids out of cages. Kids out of cages.
You find a goddamn anarchist on the ground. I count, I am proud to count anarchists amongst my brothers and sisters of the world. I feel you on that one. Scarface saying, can we...
Same with centralism. Yes.
You fuckers are usually behind the authoritarianism.
Oh, please. Oh, man. It's usually the white guy, the racist white old rich dude.
Dude, there's been plenty of fucking people who aren't white that have been doing this. Mao.
Name two.
Mao.
I said two.
Genghis Khan.
Fuck. And that doesn't count. That's like a...
He murdered his way across Asia.
I'm pretty sure me and you are his nephew.
Not me. Maybe you. I don't know. I don't know the rest of your lineage. Let's see.
Yeah, me either. I'm just messing with you, by the way.
Yeah,
don't
it's fine. It's cool. Scar saying, can we do content requests? Of course you can. Mitre saying, rule Britannia. Lucina Schnoops, you actually went live, we think. Cat, there's plenty of salty MLs that will shit talk those boots on the ground, to be fair. Scar saying, it'd be nice to hear you talk about the various anarchistic tendencies. All right, so this is where...
I'm just gonna stay quiet for this one.
All right, so this is okay. How would you like me to approach this? I mean, what you're asking me is, about the various flavors of anarchism, right? And what I consider myself to be is the term that we use around these parts, just for shits and giggles, is a fluid anarchist, right? It depends on which day, which circumstance, and which era that you exist in which the form of anarchism that you adopt takes. Okay, so that's a quote. Thank you, Taco. He said, I live in Nevada and I am sweating up a fucking storm anyway because it's always hot here. Let's see. MLs talk shit about everyone from their armchair. They can keep reading State and Revolution until they die of old age in a neoliberal hellscape. Holy shit, I was live. Hard to trust ML, see Kronstadt. And by the way, Kronstadt Industries is the name of a company in the Hitman universe, if you're familiar with the Hitman video games. Yes.
That's why it sounded familiar.
Yes.
Hitman 2 is my shit. I'm not even gonna lie, man.
Yeah, fucking Cat went with Pol Pot, by the way. Marie said she's gonna go reheat this Macca's burger. Macca's is McDonald's for an Australian. Because I commit crimes against food.
I do that every time I get McDonald's. Shit.
Thank you, intro. Thank you. And for any of you who are interested, the line that was just uttered is "Mother Anarchy loves her sons." Sorry for being gender exclusionary.
Hates the shit out of me.
Thank you, Made by Cartoon, as well. Do you want the different ideologies, tendencies, or do you want the different forms of praxis? Says Schnoops, because because I don't know, there's not much distinction. Machno knew how to write some bangers. Yes, glad you recognize Schnoops. Tendencies, ANCOM, mutualism, etc. And if anybody wants it here, I'll just put it in chat. There's the Discord server if you want to join up. Feel free. Love to have you. Always love to keep the community growing. Okay, so here's the thing. Hey, Marie. I consider anarchism primary. I take it as a primacy position, right? I use it as the fundamental guiding principle to how do I approach other things. Now, if we're talking how to move the needle, I would argue for syndicalism. Now, this is where Schnoops and I are going to get into like literal theory debates, because she is sort of we need to do radical change, and I don't deny that. I don't, my name is proudly radical, fundamental or systemic change, right? We need that.
Yeah, so she's like me. Radical change.
Yeah, you're not going to like what she'll enact.
I bet I won't.
So, it depends how and what we're talking about as to the nature of the form of anarchism or tendency that I would personally advocate for in that situation. If we're talking about moving the needle on economic and workers' rights, I'm going to argue for syndicalism as a temporary, yes, exactly. I don't think syndicalism is bad. I think it's ineffective as a method of revolution in a service economy, says Schnoops. I say that there's still room, but a syndic union is powerful. There she goes. Yes. So I argue for that, that as an intermediary step, as a method to reorganize not only the culture of workplace dynamic, but also reorganize the hierarchy within people's minds. They've internalized this culture. They've internalized this oppression. And that sort of reorganization in their mental structure could benefit the next step, right? So this is why I advocate for this sort of thing. Now, am I a full-blown advocate of anarcho-communism? No, but only because I don't think we're going to get there within our lifetimes, right? I don't realistically think it's going to happen. So I take it as an approach of anarchism is a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a challenging challenging an authority structure on a philosophical basis, right? So I use that as an approach and tactic for everything we discuss. I want to bring that to the table. So what is the discussion? And then I will talk about it in that form or fashion from that point of view. Now, there are various tendencies: anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-socialism, anarcho-primitivism, anarcho-individualism, anarcho-communitarianism. All of these things exist on a spectrum, right? So it just sort of depends where you want to land on that spectrum. I am not an individualist. I'm not a primitivist. I do have certain philosophies that I pull from every single one of these, right? Individualists do have some good ideas. Primitivists do have some good ideas. The primitivists, which is fun to say, by the way, primitivists have a sort of an aspect and a grasp of environmental reform that definitely needs, consideration if you want to drastically overhaul that situation. I personally, let's see. What do we got? Meat thinks that syndicalism is about the only way to defeat service economies, but I ain't no brain. I agree, Meat. I think it stands a chance. But I mean, again, let's all sit at the table and hammer this shit out, right? Kat says egoists are the "why are you booing me, I'm right" meme. Mutualists are based on "we ain't there yet." ANCOM, same deal. ANSYN really fucking love unions. And Prims are the weirdest Green Party voters. And CAPS get the community-sourced voluntary based gulags. Schnoops saying, I think the point is that anarchy is chaotic and not based on a strict ideological dogma, based on adherence to any single author. Meets into primitivism. Schnoops, the idea of killing your idols leads to extreme diversity of thought. Preach. And the lines between ideologies, tendencies are blurred. Lucina saying ANPRIM's complete with ANCAP. ANCAPs don't exist. ANCAPs aren't a thing. I'm sorry. I refuse to let them be a thing. They're not a thing. You can say you're a Martian. It doesn't make you a Martian. So, I mean, that's
Oh no, you did it.
ANCAPs don't exist. Anarchism
You did it.
Anarchism and capitalism are antithetical to one another. Anarchism is a hierarchical authoritarian power structure. Anarchism is directly conflicted with that. They don't exist.
But
they're-
technically,
they're
my
just
thing
confused.
doesn't exist because I'm a centralist.
No.
Fighting for an open democracy. You know, so it's.
Your thing is theoretically possible.
No, even I don't agree with that.
Well, no, your thing is theoretically possible. It's near impossible
Yeah,
to enact.
Theoretically, quote unquote, because people will never get along.
It's anarcho-capitalism can't exist. It lives in a dichotomous existence.
I see what you mean.
Anprims don't advocate for forcing others to live in primitivism. It isn't a privileged ideology. Well, I think all anarchism sort of follows that same philosophy and thought, right? Anarchism in its core tenets usually implement something like the non-aggression principle that I'm not going to force you to be involved. In that case, we might have argued with the wrong Anprim, says Lucina. They're anarchists. They want to abolish the nuclear family and dominate parents and domination, and parents have over their children. They won't force kids into primitivism, and most of them are anti-natalists, so they aren't having kids anyway.
Yeah, Kai. One thing you said earlier that I remembered, you said that that Schnups was really radical. I still see myself more radical because I advocate for civil war at the moment. I think the only way our country is really truly going to change is to have an outline civil war, you know?
Well, no, she in the anarchistic spectrum, Schnups is, she's got her
you mean in the
spectrum. Not on the overall spectrum. She's not like by any means. I wouldn't argue that Schnups is somehow way out there on the anarchistic spectrum.
Okay.
Or on the total spectrum. On the anarchistic spectrum, I mean, she's an anarcho-nihilist, and she has some hardcore fucking beliefs on the level of change that needs to happen in a time frame that I think is unrealistic. Now, I think the necessitation of that time frame is realistic. I understand the position she's adopted, and I totally get it. I don't think we're gonna hit it. I 100% don't think we're gonna nail it, but I understand why she thinks that. That's why I argue for these sort of mitigatory half-step Thucydian processes, is because I think we just sort of write off the climate change thing and accept we're fucked as a species, and we try and get as whatever progress we can get in. But if you want to actually fix shit, if you want to talk solutions, then Schnups is talking solutions. And
no, but you need a civil war for solutions. You need a constitutional convention to get to the hardcore problem of this country and its fucking archaic laws. Even towards the LGBTQ, like I mentioned earlier, towards minorities, towards other religions. You need a constitutional convention. You need to change the laws outright. You need to get rid of the current politicians in office. You need to change the system.
You have another book. You have another document or manifesto recommended. Blessed is the Flame.
Blessed is the Flame. Who is it by? I'll look it up right now.
You'll be fine. What else we got? In Minecraft. This show got it.
An introduction to concentration camp resistance and anarcho-nihilism?
Yes.
What?
Yes, in Minecraft.
It doesn't look like something I'd read, but to be honest, I'll give it a spin.
Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3. It's dangerous to advocate for that, and I would say 1, you're not going to get it. 2, in Smash Ultimate, nice. 2, could you imagine a constitutional convention in today's day and age in America, in modern America?
Yeah,
do you understand the clusterfuck that would become?
I know, but I understand it's a clusterfuck, but I feel like we're already living in a clusterfuck where police can attack citizens.
The corporate moneyed interests of this society, much like the original Constitutional Convention. Keep in mind who wrote the original Constitution.
Yeah,
it wasn't exactly the women, the black people, and the gays.
I wouldn't have corporations involved. That's the thing.
You wouldn't have a choice.
I think you know how I feel that I'm strongly against the corporate hand when it comes to government, just like I'm strongly against religion.
Money and power would have a seat at the table no matter what. In that conversation.
Money and power would not have a seat at my table, even if I gotta go full dictator and imprison.
Yes, exactly, Mitre. Corporations are people. We
I can't do it.
We
I
covered
can't have corporations at the table.
We covered some of the hidden history of corporations in America earlier for Schnups's crew. If you can read those on your screen, if you're not on a mobile device, you can see those on the screen. But most people aren't familiar with the actual history of corporations in America, and there's a really interesting period after our founding, leading over 100 years, in which corporations were fully in check, and you could prosecute. I mean, I'll go through them. Corporate charters were granted for a limited time, could be revoked for violating laws. Corporations could only engage in activities necessary to fulfill their chartered purpose. Corporations could not own stock in other corporations, nor own property that was not essential to fulfilling their chartered purpose. Corporations were often terminated if they exceeded their authority or caused public harm. Owners and managers were responsible for criminal acts on the job, and corporations could not make any political or charitable contributions nor spend any money to influence lawmaking. It was that way for over 100 years in America.
Was this before the rise of capitalism, or because it's not that way now, and it hasn't been that way since I was born. You know, like it's always been stock buybacks.
Well, interesting fun fact for you, Lucina. The harbinger of doom for this was a case that was brought before the Supreme Court by the Southern Pacific Railroad. It was railroad tycoons that.
The Southern. Isn't that just like giving our country to oil tycoons? Why don't we? Hell, we already do it anyway. Give it to the oil tycoons. Feel me?
It was railroad tycoons that were the harbingers of the death knell for corporate oversight in this nation, at least. But it for many years, our founders were terrified of corporations. That's why they hamstrung them to that effect. And it was only through over 100 years of degradatory processes that it was whittled down to the point where you start to see corporate personhood arise. And that's, the case that opened up the legal structure for them for actual corporate personhood, that opened the door to them using the 14th Amendment that was written to give rights and privileges to the previously oppressed slaves that we called chattel for so long, was used to enact corporate personhood in this country. And yeah, you largely have railroad tycoons and other corporate interests. Don't get me wrong. Corporations in general as a concept and the people that were largely deriving income from it were responsible for this. But I point you to, this is, let's see, one of my favorite parts. A United States Congressional Committee concluded in 1941. The principal instrument of the concentration of economic power and wealth has been the corporate charter with unlimited power. I'll read that for you again. A U.S. Congressional Committee in 1941 said the principal instrument of concentration of economic power and wealth has been the corporate charter with unlimited power. Do you want to know why there's inequality and inequity so rampant in America? It's because we didn't keep the corporations in check. Yeah, there's tons of other reasons. There's tons of other reasons, and there's tons of reasons that we can say this and that and this. Corporate charters have led to an ability of the few to drain the public resources to such a degree that we've arrived at this position today.
Do me a favor, go check your posture, man.
Yeah, I saw it. Oh, man.
Oh, and stretch, apparently, and stretch.
Yes, Joseph.
Gotta make sure your back is healthy. Don't want it like mine, all fucked up.
Oh, it's already fucked. Remember, I grew up in IT.
Yeah, and
Oh, yeah, left shoulder on that one.
But most of our ideas, I'm leaning towards the left on, if I'm being honest with you. Left central?
Okay, so what do we got here? I saw Schnoops asking some questions. You ever played Railroad Tycoon or Transport Tycoon Deluxe? I've played Railroad Tycoon once or twice. I'm not big into the Tycoon games, probably because there's some subconscious shit that just... yeah. And fuck Ticket to Ride. It's a bad board game. I gotta say Yosef. Yes, I'm sorry, Yosef.
Yusuf.
No, it's actually it's not even Yosef. It's aren't you Jonas? Joe, you're a Jonas.
Has Schnups always been a anarchist?
No, she's had Schnoops. If you want to fucking represent yourself, you're always welcome to jump into Discord and jump on live. But she had several transitionary stages to her politics.
Yeah, same. It's like turning into a butterfly, you know. You change.
Jesus Christ, I love that open source transport tycoon deluxe. Love the taking of it. It's so good, but you also make money on oil and coal. Yeah, hang on.
Like, I'd be shocked if that Schnups person just comes out and says, "I used to be a full-blown Republican."
She started as out as an apolitical.
I wasn't. Oh, so she did go down the red pill pipeline.
Yeah. Apolitical lib, went to red pill pipeline, moved left pretty quickly after getting away from her abusers. I was a
4chan. Oh God, I'm sorry, not to feel like I'm discriminating against you, but just 4chan, you know, like, oh God.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out, Lucina. Australia doesn't really have Republicans.
Don't you guys have a labor force? Like the workforce party that would be the Republicans? Like, aren't you guys just relabeled down there?
Mitre, I have not. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. That's the linguistic difference. They have like actual Republicans. Like,
yeah, which is called like the labor force, right?
No, like people who actually want a republic. Yeah, like they have, they have an actual like they're small now.
Not conservative republic, but actual
not the thing we call Republicans.
Okay.
Mitre, I have not been down a red pill rabbit hole in my life. I can legitimately say that.
That's weird, because when I think of an old school Republican, you know, I don't think of what we have now. I think of, you know, real money, you know, or keeping it in America, you know, jobs and stuff. Like nothing of what we have now.
Yeah, there's still a constitutional monarchy, which is I use that argument as the transitionary stage off of neo-feudalism for fucking.
Let's just be honest. If you're a constitutional monarchy, you're one step away from being a dictatorship. That's how I view monarchism anyway.
The Queen has dissolved their government in recent memory. 94, was it? I want to say, when was the last time the Queen used her power to dissolve the Australian government? It was...
The Queen has power?
Yeah, oh yeah.
What? I thought she was like a public figure or something, you know.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair
sorry. Enough. I mean, maybe she does have power, but it's just like every time I see the royal family, they're just smeared on media, you know.
And yeah, I get that, Schnubs. I'm not gonna
keep in mind having this associative identity disorder really fucks with the policy. Like, I actually have no idea how much of I set above applies to me because I don't have memory. I know how you feel. I have I'm a borderline personality disorder. I get angry a lot.
I Schnups. I know you haven't gotten around, or Rain. I know you haven't gotten around to doing the borders yet, but I would love some color-coded, like, the identifiers down below and your border. Like, I know that's a motherfucker, and I don't know if you want to do that, but that would be really useful for somebody like me that's... You did it! Yay, thank you. Like, that, I think that would be useful for somebody like me that, you know, like, I'm not picking up necessarily the subtle differences, and, like, it'd be super useful. So I'm glad you did that. Thank you.
I asked you this, Kai, but I want to ask Snubs. How do you feel about centralists?
I think you guys are.
Don't hold back.
I think you guys are totalitarian nut jobs, and you will inevitably rise to tyranny.
I think you're too lenient, and you're eventually gonna be overcome by a racist white supremacy cult, or maybe another minority cult.
See,
who
that's
wants
the
to rise
thing.
to power.
The NAP and the tolerance paradox, I mean, the NAP leads into the tolerance paradox. And the tolerance paradox is really interesting. You can only tolerate intolerance for so long, and then the intolerance becomes the de facto norm. So you have to be intolerant towards intolerance. And so the non-aggression principle that anarchists hold so near and dear usually, it only goes so far. And once it qualifies as self-defense, then the conversation gets interesting.
I think if centralism doesn't go the way of being corrupt, like by capital like China, it'll be corrupted by capital like Yugoslavia, USSR. Dang, I kind of feel personally attacked.
Schnoops is right.
But,
the state abolishes
but
itself by collapsing.
I understand what you mean. Personally, I wouldn't be corrupted. I know I wouldn't, but I can't speak.
You want $1 billion?
For all centralists.
You want $1 billion?
I'm willing to bet my.
I mean, that's the thing is if I put $1 billion on the table.
I come from nothing, man. I don't want it. I didn't need it. Now I don't need it.
You would start. The first thing that pop in your head is I can start my revolution with this $1 billion.
Nah. See, if I really wanted money, no, if I say that, you guys are really gonna think I'm radical.
Preach.
If I really wanted money,
don't.
We go about it the way we did.
I get you. Don't say it on air, but I get you. We all get you.
War, my friends. War is the way we do it.
Lucina, I agree.
I remember reading a memoir
from a former Black Panther on his experiences in the party, and it was a horrific abusive mess internally, and that's because of that's not because of the Panthers. I think they meant well. The organizing structure just allowed for abuse to occur. It always does. Any hierarchical power structure is easily abused. Democratic centralism is really easy for feds.
Funny that she thinks I would have federal organizations in my thing, and it wouldn't be just a straight up military presence.
It's inevitable.
Yeah, I know it's inevitable.
Hey, thank you, BT8.
Hey, man, we've already come to the conclusion that in this fight we're sort of allies, with different views.
Yeah, no, we're allies. Just keep an eye on him.
the enemy right now is not me. It's capitalism. Let's be honest.
Yes, Schnoops, you're based as fuck. So it is. Let's see. Hang on. What do we got going on here? Oh, look at you. Joe's almost done. Good for you, Joe.
Are you guys voting for Biden, by the way?
Most of them are not from here.
Oh, okay. Are you from it? Well, you were from here.
Yeah, we have for Biden? Yes, under the banner of harm reduction.
Under the banner of lesser of two evils.
Yeah, Schnoops is voting for Biden. Feel free. Trump's actively advocating for illegal voting practices. So feel free to fly on over to our viral-ridden shithole and cast an illegal vote.
In my confusion on who to vote for ended when he refused to denounce white supremacy on live TV. That's like I understand I shouldn't have been confused. I should have went for Biden, but Biden's racist dementia, They're both... He dies, then we get Super Cop in office,
Would you prefer the guy who's the walking embodiment of the Handmaid's Tale?
It's literally bad either way you look at it, though. It's so bad. But I'll go for Biden because it's less bad.
And Schnoops, that's fucking hilarious. Cat ML organizations are also way too tolerant of reactionary politics. Love the Panthers, but their ties to the NOI and various separatist groups fucked them. A lot of things fucked the Panthers. Let's just be honest there, and a lot of them were beyond their control as well.
There was a Trump flag near my house, like the American flag with like Trump's face on it, and I snatched it and actually ripped it up. I don't think they know it was me, but I did it. I couldn't wake up every morning, go outside, and see his face every day. I refused.
You mean in Minecraft?
What?
You mean in Minecraft?
No, literally, my neighbor's.
You're
Trump
confessing to a crime on air, and I'm gonna have to do something about it if you fucking.
Oh, in Minecraft, yes. This is totally hypothetical, and I'm high. So this was all in Minecraft.
There we go.
Where Steve, has been has left us, and I took his place.
I agree, Mitre. If only it wasn't a binary option. And I'm sure everybody from Australia has already been hearing the news about our poor dear leader has contracted the as he prefers to call it, the China flu, because he is weak. And
his wife did too, by the way.
Only nobodies, according to him, get it. So, happens to the best of people. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Anyway, I'm gonna head off though.
Cool.
It was nice meeting you. You're a different kind of breed when it comes to anarchism. I like you.
You can thank Noam Chomsky and Michelle Luc Bellemare for that. But
Yeah.
I thank you nonetheless. And it's been interesting having a conversation. And
It has. Also, let's hope Trump shakes Tucker Carlson's hands. Let's hope the president gives Sean Hannity a hug in Minecraft. Of course.
Of course. All right.
Have a great day, yo.
Yep, you have a good one, man. Lucina, Chomsky taught me how to compromise. I try and be Mitre. I try and be the voice of like a reasonable anarchist. Like if that's anything I try and get across is that anarchists can be reasonable. Yeah, but I'm not him, right, Lucina? You're free to take the lessons your teacher teaches you and apply them in your own way. There's my lesson to you. He taught me how to compromise and not lose sight of progress in the pursuit of perfection. And unfortunately, too many people on the left do that. They seek out perfection and they get lost in the woods and they never make any progress because they refuse to compromise. I'm not telling you to compromise your core beliefs. I'm not telling you to compromise where, the NAP would be violated. I'm not telling you to compromise in issues of genocide and indigenous relations and all that sorts of things. I'm telling you that if you want to make progress, you're going to have to compromise somewhere along the way. And you have to be ready and willing to do that. And that is the lesson that Noam imparted to me, was that inability for so many on the left to see progress for what progress is, because they're so focused on that perfection that they're pursuing. That was a very important lesson and takeaway for me from him, because most on the left are guilty of that. Marie Schnoops, you okay? Fuck, I hope they get okay. We're safe, Marie, but sounds like some... Oh, yeah, because the screaming next door, the yelling next door. Yeah, I hope they're okay. I mean, battle makes strange bedfellows. And if you don't think we're in a battle, then, look around. It's a knockdown, drag-out, scrappy fight at this point. The environment's shit. The economics are shit. Right-wing authoritarianism is on the rise all around. We need as many allies as we can get. And as long as they meet certain check marks, fine, they're under my tent. I don't care. Now, neolibs, I admit, are a problem, and generally I fight them on a daily basis around these parts. Like, I'm constantly scrapping with those types of centrists and neolibs and, right-wingers in sheep's clothing sort of thing. But yeah, I think some of Chomsky's lessons, his core lessons, should be more readily adopted or more readily viewed by the left. I don't know. We're tired of allies on a personal level. We need to up the expectation to accomplices, I believe. I don't know. Accomplishments or accomplices, you tell me, but I think you meant accomplices. Okay. Accomplices, yes. Well, I mean, in that case, I mean, again, you're gonna have to. Even the tankies are strange bedfellows, but you gotta admit, no worries, Lucina. As long as you can get your point across, I can work with it. Even the tankies are strange bedfellows, but I mean, given the state of order of things, like you may need to compromise on certain things, and I'm the first to admit they'll have us on the wall. We'll be the first ones on the fucking wall if those jackasses rise to power. But there are critical issues that we're facing today that, you know, the Soviets and the U.S. fought Hitler. War makes strange bedfellows. What we got going on here? Yeah, I informed Homelander how best to approach you, Schnupps, because I told him to go over to your stream and like have a conversation with you, and he's like, well, you know, it's like, oh, you have to, you know, you can't go in the same way you might come into my channel. We're far more tolerant of fucking jackassery around these parts, quite frankly. I love that about you, by the way, Schnupps, that you're just like, fuck them. You and Benzel both. Like, you know, you got that much, and you know, but I do spar quite a bit. We're fans of the blood sport around these parts. But I was wrong. Look forward to your next stream. See, growth. Fair enough. I'm one of the good ones, right, Homelander? Problematic language. The Soviets also parted Poland with Hitler. Semitic. If Biden tests positive for COVID-2, I'm saying him and Trump made out. Totally worth it. I love it. Thank you, Semitic. Marie, I don't tolerate jerks. And that's, again, this is an individual thing. This is me running my stream, that sort of thing. Like, I will tolerate a very high level of jerkery before we cut him off. Thank you for the follow, man. We've got no boot. We've not got a boot fetish. We've not got a privilege to. We've not got the privilege to hang around people who are shitty to marginalized people. Personally, y'all can team up with Red Fash if you want. Again, Lucina, I'm open to that conversation. I'm also understanding. Like, I get it. I'm not, you know. But the powers that be, the forces that you're encountering right now, are vast and manyed. And I think you may, you know, find, like, I mean, Homelander's a centralist, but we had a perfectly pleasant conversation and an exchange of ideas. And engaging in that dialectic is where we find the truth. It's where we find the answer. It's where we find the way forward. And I understand you are a different person. You have a different experience. You have a different position than I do, and you may not have the patience or the willingness or any of these things, sort of thing. To, you know, do that. But that's okay. I do. And that is my own form of privilege, right? But might as well use it for some good, right? Might as well engage and might as well, you know, get some theory out there. Sure, maybe you may not make progress with that one person, but maybe somebody listening hears it and says, oh, wow, hey, that was a really good idea. And they take something away from it. That's all I'm trying to do in the end. I have in front of me, it's on my monitor. See if you can see it. There we go. I cannot teach anyone anything. I can only make them think. I try and hope, right? It's one of those guiding principles. I try. What we got? Biden said something I wanted to say for years. Will someone shut this clown up? Marie, being trans gave me higher standards. Fair. I you know, look, I'm not in any way, I'm not attempting to detract or denigrate or lower or change or alter or fit within a box or standardize in any way your experiences, your viewpoints, you. But I think there's not only room for, but reason to engage in that. And this is my form of praxis. Lucina Marie Mood. At Marie Mood, marginalized people don't have the privilege to be around as many assholes in our experience. Preach. I understand that. And this is why I can engage in this form of praxis. I can tolerate this level of, shit fuckery. There's so many new people here. Hang on.
Fucking things up, making everything shitty. It's profiles and shit fuckery.
All right, so I'm more tolerant of shit fuckery, right? In intellectual arena, right? When it comes brass tacks, when we're talking about violations of the NAP and violations of tolerance and that sort of thing, that goes out the window just as fast as any other anarchist, right? Like, you're a fucking dickhead. But yeah, that is my form of privilege, and I use it I turn it into a form of praxis. I hope that consumption and usage of that form of privilege for myself is useful in some way. BT8, that's what I'm going to go with. I'm a scientist by training, always been left-leaning myself, but I think a lot of scientists would love to stay apolitical. Trump has basically declared war on science and critical thinking, and a lot of us are going to push back and likely slide further left. And let's face it, academia has a tendency to, when they have to, slide left. Yeah, I understand that. Academia has a tendency to stay apolitical, but when they do, they, that sort of thing. Notable exceptions, of course, occur. Anybody who wants to start naming in particular regimes. But yeah, post-Enlightenment and, Western societies. I mean, there's some gray areas there. Nazi scientists, Russian scientists. I mean, there's notable exceptions, like I said. Oh, yeah, Schnups, come on in. You're welcome. Shit, I can trust your content. You're always welcome on Voice. Just hit myself in the fucking tooth with the glass. I am gonna have to get off at some point, right? My voice doesn't handle these kinds of large stretches very well. Yeah, that's the kind of progress we made, by the way. Engaging with a centralist. He openly just professed that he would much rather live in our sort of form of an anarchistic society than this one, right? Like, that's the sort of progress you can make if you actually engage in these sorts of conversations. Like, yeah, you can find some interesting bedfellows. Japanese scientists. Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. That fucking dude. What was it? Unit 17 or what was the unit number? So I always forget off the top of my head which it was unit something or other. But yeah, 431. Thank you, Joe. Count on the German to know. Yes. Yeah, they were up to all sorts of fucking shenanigans, weren't they? Jesus Christ. Oh, 731. Thank you. 731. It's a number. Like, that's all I ever remember. It's a fucking number. Yeah, the fake freedom, Homelander. Prisoners who get to go in a yard for a breath of fresh air. That's... There we go. Were these the same guys that were cooking people with the microwaves? No, they were the biological, weren't they? Yeah. Oh, okay, are they? They're... something more humanistic. Yeah, I know, Lucina. I do agree with that. Well, maybe there's another division. Yeah, I don't... Dexter, 705. What do you suggest instead for prisoners? Says I am Homelander. How about like literally anybody's more humanistic model? Finland's probably a solid pull for this one. Yeah. Lucina, how about no prisoners? I mean, you could start at economic and social reforms, right? But who's got time for solutions, in the infamous words of George Carlin? I like that. Was it? Oh, did we go too fast? How about no prisoners? Matic with living on an island and chilling. Dude, if that's how it worked. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go rob a bank. Like if that was how prisons worked, that it was literally just chilling on a a Caribbean island or something like that. Peace. Jump on in, Snups. All right, let me move you. Hello, Schnups.
Hey, I had the stream still running, and I got like the echo and the delay of like hearing you and then seeing you like say the thing like right after. Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a head fuck.
I was on like a stream with like 6 people yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And
I had one of those the other day too.
it was so like confusing because I had to watch this stream to get the visuals, and I had to like hear it a little bit to know what chat can hear, but that meant that I was hearing everyone talk twice.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to have an instant feedback sort of mixer gear here that I can monitor with multiple things and not worry about any sort of delay or echoes that screw up with your speech patterns.
Oh, it's probably just because I'm in Australia. Like, no matter what you do, there's going to be like a pretty decent delay.
Oh, let's see. What is fucking chat doing? How did EOL go? I mean, I saw your DMs, but...
Oh, yeah, no, it went pretty well, which is wild because I was on a stream with like 4 MLs, or 3. I can't quite tell. But I politically disagree with all of them.
It's always a fun thing being an anarchist. You're like, well, I disagree with basically everybody here.
But like we managed to come together for a shared hatred of Trots, and we just bullied Trotskyists the entire stream whenever we started having political tension.
Fair enough.
And yeah, it's a pretty good way to interact with MLs. Honestly, it really it breaks the ice.
I used to think as an American who occasionally used to travel. I would use our shit presidents as that. Like, I'd start talking shit about whoever was the current war crime in chief. And generally speaking, the places that I like to go weren't white bread locations. And so, you're hanging out in like, we were talking about Puerto Rico. You're hanging out in Puerto Rico a couple of years ago after the hurricane. You better believe the first thing out of my mouth is some just dogging on Trump. And you just see their face light up and they're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, and, they start talking. Like, if you have that lightning rod that you're like, yeah, no, fuck them.
It's a good like talking point because like literally wherever you travel in the world, if you start shitting on the American government, people are going to join in. Like no one likes the US government. Like there's no,
It's a great traveler's tip. Like fuck that Canadian flag on your backpack. Just talk mad shit about the American government. You're good.
Yeah, it's like it works every time. Because like I can't travel and talk about Australia because no one knows what the fuck's going on here. But everyone knows what's happening in America, like no matter what.
I think you'd be surprised, Homelander. He's saying because it depends because boomers in other countries love America.
My grandfather is a literal fascist. Like he actually thinks Mussolini is pretty cool and Hitler was right.
Like proper
and
fascist.
He vehemently hates America for the imperialist wars for oil and stuff. And he's like one of the most anti-American people I've ever met.
Jack, Jack, yes, welcome to the news cycle. Trump and Melania and one of his own personal aides have tested positive for COVID. Try not to break anything or strain anything in your celebratory movements. Just, stretch first before you jump around and stuff. Just, looking out for your health, bro.
It's one of those moments again where the whole world is celebrating.
Literally
everyone.
Benzel was live on the air when he found out. He turned into a little kid at Christmas.
I did at first, but then I realized that like if Trump dies,
Pence,
then you end up with Mike Pence, and if he lives, then you end up with all of like the evangelical right and all of the fucking like alt-right and stuff like that, just like going on about how God Emperor Trump has defeated like COVID with hydroxychloroquine and stuff.
No, this is a lose-lose situation, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's satisfying but horrifying at the exact same time.
I did a guest spot, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, something like that, on somebody else's political podcast, and she had assigned like all the guests. She had a series of guests, and they were covering presidents or vice presidents, right? And I got assigned. I told her, I don't give a shit. Just tell me who, whatever, and I'll run with it. Yeah. And I got Mike Pence, and she I told her I made her cry laughing because my immediate response was, oh well, then I'll inform mother he's mine. He's scary because he's a believer. Like Trump is a grifter. Pence is a fucking believer.
And Pence is a real down to earth.
Hey,
piece of shit.
Lynx, welcome, Lynx. Nice to see you. I hung out with Lynx while she was fixing her overlays and stuff. I don't give a shit about overlays, quite frankly. I have a pretty sweet intro, if I do say so myself, because I knocked it up myself. But as far as overlays go, I don't really give a shit. But hey, there, I see you got your emotes. You received your emotes, Lynx. Congrats. Oh wait, those aren't the new ones, are they? No, those aren't the new ones. You did. Okay, good. I'm glad you got them. Yes, and you can see my channel my subscriber first subscriber level emote is actually Meat Trey's face. That is him spamming himself with your emote in chat at present.
That's what you look like, dude? Oh shit. I had no idea. My picture of you was like for some reason I pictured you as I don't know if you know the YouTuber Butko. Yeah, so I've talked to him and I've met him, and he's just some woke dude from Sydney, and for some reason I just pictured you the exact same.
Homelander saying Pence would be stoning, drowning, and hanging women he considered witches. This motherfucker still lives in the 1600s.
I feel like he would be stoning, drowning, and hanging women today if he could get away with it, and the KKK could still operate out in the open.
100%.
He seems like the sort of dude that would
He's not particularly racist. Interestingly enough, as much as I dove into him, he's systemic racist type of racist more than clanhood racist. And he's got a thing about women though. And we could speculate, and me and the host did after the show. We were like, okay, so what's the deal? Because there were some really interesting formative moments that came out of my biographical historical dive into him, because she was shocked. I'm the kind of guy, if you tell me I'm going to talk about a topic, I'm going to come with pages of notes, right? I'm coming prepared. And she was like, holy shit, you did like a book report. I'm like, yeah, like you assigned me Pence. I want to know who the fuck this guy is so I can speak on him with some level of, relevance and intellectualism, right? And it gets weird when you talk about his college years. And you're like, what the fuck? Because he was he canvassed. He was a JFK Democrat, right? His family was JFK Democrats. He canvassed for the Democratic Party. He was a Roman Catholic all the way up until college. And in college, he becomes a born-again evangelical Christian, Reagan Republican.
Ooh.
Okay, so what the fuck happened?
Yikes.
Like, what the fuck happened? Right? Like, this is the question. How do you go to college and end up going from Roman Catholic JFK Democrat to evangelical born-again Christian Reagan Republican? What happened?
Actually, that's not so surprising to me, because you get two types of people that go to uni. People who end up seeing all of the diversity of thought, and it changes their worldview to be more open to things, and they start becoming a bit more like, politically left-leaning and yada yada yada. But a lot of people, if they're already like conservative to some degree going into it, and especially if they have some like very negative experience, right, it just reaffirms all of their like beliefs, and like they start getting really reactionary really easily.
That was our question, was what was the negative experience?
Yeah.
And so that
something must have changed. Yeah.
Like, right? Like we were like, what's the spark? What's the initiating factor in this change? And I dug. Like, I'm an IT guy from way back. You piss me off, I can find your address pretty quickly. Like, it's like that. And I couldn't find nor hide nor hair about this. But I mean, that was what we were speculating about off air. We're like, okay, so what the fuck happened? And so, but the guy gets super creepy, super evangelical, very Handmaid's Tale sort of territory thereafter. And the last thing we want is Mike Pence in charge of shit. Oh, God.
I mean, like, okay, if he actually got into power, assuming that Trump died before the election and not after the election, right? He would just be going up against Biden, right?
We covered we covered this earlier. If a president-elect dies, then it's up to Congress to honor the electoral votes. If they choose to honor them, the ticket carries. If they choose not to honor them, they get to pick from other candidates within the electoral run. And so, if he dies prior to the election, then there can be a mad scramble to change the ticket, though it's highly unlikely they would.
Okay. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't think Pence has like the mass support that Trump does. Like, I don't think that he's like, if he gets in power, that's scary. But I don't think he's like, I don't see people simping for him.
No, he had numerous failed congressional attempts. He had like he is not that popular, right? He was seen as a rising star at one point in his career, but literally it just fizzled out to nothingness. He's a lawyer who had a talk show. Who got in bed with a bunch of bankers. This is basically the summation of Mike Pence. So, he does not have the charismatic draw of, Donald Trump, and he doesn't know how to work the media to his advantage like Donald Trump does. But do I think that the momentum from the Trump cult would carry through to Mike Pence? Yeah, I actually do.
I think they would definitely, like, they'd support him over supporting a Democrat any day.
Pence would lose to Biden, says Mitre, for sure. And then Mitre saying he's Steve Bannon. Bannon is one of those people that I have looked into before, and I always tell people never underestimate that man. He's not stupid. He's just a shit human being. And so, Steve Bannon is in that category of, hey, he's dangerous. Keep an eye on him. We still need to watch those videos. Yeah, we can't do those ones on air, but we're going to do, we do movie screenings occasionally on Discord. Perfect,
yeah.
perfectly legal, licensed. I file for licensing, guaranteed, 100%. Swear I do. And so yeah, like we're gonna do some of the Bannon movies because he was an executive producer and shit like that. Like he was in.
Wait, whoa.
Oh
what
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, Bannon's got like 18 or 17 or 20 movies to his name. 19, 19 movies.
I can't believe he has an IMDb page.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, me Trey. That yeah, this is why we want to watch him.
Oh, this sounds amazing. Oh fuck, I'm getting so high before I watch these.
Oh yeah, go for it. Lucina, Steve Bannon's just a really, really good propagandist, which is dangerous. He's very good at what he does. Don't underestimate him. BT8, I haven't seen anything official yet, but World of Meters is showing yesterday is setting a new record for deaths in one day, just under 9,000. Virus's deadliest day overshadowed by Trump getting it absolutely bonkers. You couldn't make this stuff up. Yeah, we just had a new highest the other day for amount of new infections in a single day. We are so fucked.
No, Meat Tray, I don't need an excuse, but I only have so much of a tolerance, and I need, like, way up when I want to have fun and when I just want pain relief. It's like,
please
can't get really high all the time.
Please tell me your name is in jest. Please tell me you're ironically using that name. Chad, the alpha male. Please tell me that. I'm going to assume you are, but I mean, I live in a world of streaming that it is not a necessary given. You want to... Okay, so I know your audience, and I have a bunch of them in here right now, and I have you. I don't know... Like, our boundaries and lines are different around these parts than yours. We had a dude the other day call in blackout drunk, and he was queried what his definition of alpha and beta male was since he used it. All right, now, if you are particularly sensitive, just tune out for the next 10 seconds. If it's not that bad, but I'm telling you, this is going to be a little visceral. He literally says his definition of an alpha male is a guy who fucks a beta male in the ass.
Oh, that's actually not surprising. Plenty of cultures have that exact view of, like, masculinity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, they determine whether something is gay based on whether you have a dick up your ass, and not based on, like, whether, you know, two dudes are going at it. They have this weird sort of dynamic where it's like it's only gay if you're, like, the bottom, you know, if you're, like, beta.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. Like, it was seen like, oh, he's Greek Roman. Marie posted this saying, this is the ideal male body. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. I do not argue nor disagree with you. You know,
she don't miss.
We're peak performance indeed. We're yeah. Mitre thought it was a weird flex. It was an odd day. Chad is propositioning Marie. Hi, are you single?
Chad the thirsty male.
Jesus Christ. Marie, you know I never miss y'all.
That's true.
Jeez. And Chad, no, she is not single. You know, yeah, it's been a pretty productive stream, I gotta say. We had a bunch of idiots in earlier that were just making stupid arguments. We had a lot of fun, you know, arguing against them and that sort of thing. You know, people who can't understand that anarchism is a viable philosophy, people that are bootlicking capitalists, you know, that sort of thing, that, you know, they're arguing that, you know, oh, co-ops don't work, co-ops don't increase happiness, co-op, you know, this sort of thing, that, you know, there's the whole spectrum we had at a certain point.
Disgusting cunt. Holy shit. Sorry, not you.
No. I did not see it, but Kat is a very good moderator. So yeah, he got that before I even noticed it.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's just the politics category.
Yeah.
Like, everything you described, and also everything that just happened in the chat is just like, yeah, I I had people like that on the stream like earlier who were like trying to argue with me about what is and isn't viable and yada yada yada, and someone like came up with this amazing idea: what if every country was Socdem, then there would be no oppression. And they were talking to me about like, oh, what you're talking about sounds idealistic and yada yada yada. And I'm just like, you want every country to be a social democracy, and then everything is fine and nothing bad will ever happen.
That's fucking hilarious.
You get some weird ones sometimes.
Let's see. Oh, I was just gonna check. Like, I had the queue open. I was like, oh, do I have any unban requests? Because I had one yesterday. Some douchebag got banned, and he sent me an unban request, and he said, I don't want to be unbanned. I just want you to know. And I'm like, deny. Like there was a chunk of text. There was 2 paragraphs. Like, oh well, no, I'm not going to read any more of your fascistic fucking bootlicking nonsense. Let's see, cat gulag. Yeah, gulag for you. Bless their beautiful hearts. Yeah, I know I've used that a couple of times tonight on people. Did you know bless your heart?
I just realized that like I haven't checked my whispers because you talked about the dude with the unban request. I'm just going through and seeing if anyone's left the Eddie.
Yeah, you got to do that from time to time.
Yeah,
it's a Southern American phrase. They use "bless your heart." It's basically calling you stupid. Like that's if you ever hear a Southerner say bless your heart," they're calling you a simpleton.
That is the most like American thing I can think of. Like very like to use such like a heavy euphemism in the first place. Like that never happens here. No one ever says that sort of like nice happy shit. We just call you a rat bag. Like we just say it outright. Like there's no
Southerners in America are masters of that. They will be the nicest people to your face.
But they mean like a completely different like subtext.
Yeah, if you speak the language, you understand. They just told you to fuck off.
That sounds horrifying. That sounds like one hell of a nightmare to navigate if you've like, because that's like gaslighting and an abuse tactic and shit like that. Is when you start like you did saying nice things, but you're being like mean at the same time and everything. Like it's
you did hear it's derived from American Southern culture, right?
Yeah.
just saying. Yeah, if you're speaking to an American, a lot of us know this euphemistic language, and so it's sort of fair game in country. But yeah, no, it's I lived in Tennessee for a number of years. I've lived Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Tennessee, Arizona, now Nevada. But by age 19, I had visited 48 of the all 48 contiguous states. And so yeah, I did a stint in the Deep South, and so yeah, I speak the language, as it were. And so
there are only 2 reasons I can think of to visit like the American South. One is Dollywood, and 2 is Busch Gardens, Tampa, and all of the surrounding parks in Florida. And then like everything in between is just this void that I have no desire to like to go.
The Blue Ridge Mountains, the Appalachian Mountains are fucking gorgeous. If landmass is your thing, they're absolutely amazing to go through. Dolly Parton is a goddamn world treasure, and she should be encased in plastic and protected at all costs. And Dollywood is amazing. It really is an amazing theme park, and it's naturalistic. There's trees everywhere. They carved out only what they needed to carve out, and they left the rest of nature.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was created as a jobs program for her family and her community that she grew up in, that sort of thing. Way to, praxis, baby, praxis.
I literally had no idea. Wait, you just I'd never made the connection between Dollywood and Dolly Parton.
Yeah, that's Dolly Parton's theme park.
I never like stopped to think about that.
Yeah, that's her. She built it literally as a jobs program for the region that she grew up in. That's so just throttled with poverty.
So I have Dolly Parton to thank for Lightning Rod. That's incredible.
So you're just a theme park junkie?
Oh yeah, yeah. I chronically played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, to the point that I have like thousands of hours on it on Steam. And I became very pretentiously into that community, which is way more like big and sprawling and in depth than it needs to be.
Hey, Sue, nice to see you again. Sue stopped in earlier on. She's back. There's a picture on screen for anybody wondering. That's one of Dollywood's roller coasters, and as you can see, it is literally just laid into the mountain and into the the forest itself. It's a hell of a park. I've been there a few times.
You got to play the video for Lightning Rod because that thing is like literally built into the hillside, like to the point that like they designed the POV videos for it are amazing because it's just all built into the like natural landscape. It's incredible.
I have ridden this. Mitre asking me if I've been on the coaster on the Stratosphere. No, I haven't. And you want to know why? It's because after a little after they built it, it came off the track and went inside to the building. All right? It didn't.
Oh fuck me!
It didn't go out. It went in, which was super lucky. So since then, I've questioned their engineering just a touch.
Yeah. Have you been on the that awful
the teeter-totter?
The big Apple coaster at New York, New York.
Oh no, that's a worthless roller coaster.
Yeah, that's why I love it, is because the company that made it is so fucking bad. Like they are notorious for just making some of the like worst rides ever created. What was the name of the manufacturer again? But I think that's why I love it, is because it's shit. Like all Togo rides just like rip your spine apart. It's like
fascist killer. The deal leader has COVID-19. I guess hydroxychloroquine didn't work. No, it didn't.
It hasn't worked yet.
Well,
there's still time.
all I'm saying is it does increase the mortality rate.
That's what I'm saying. It hasn't worked yet. There's still time. Yeah, he might try injecting bleach into his veins or whatever. Didn't he say injecting bleach, but also like about
getting light inside?
Yeah, but was that like, did he say some weird mystical shit about injecting sunlight, or about like the thing where you expose your ass to the sun?
Oh well, no, he didn't get into specifics, but he did say that sunlight like UV light and sunlight kills it, and if we could find a way to get that in the body.
Yeah, because there's already like a movement of people who do this sort of like weird hippie shit where they just get naked out in the sun and they point their ass directly towards like the sky to try and like absorb the sunlight like better into their body for like ultra vitamin D or something.
You want stupid? So my waste of my 20s, everybody has these usually. Well, the relationship that you wasted time on, right? The one that you're like, how did I not see that was Jesus Christ? I wasted my 20s on mine. Mitre's telling you don't knock it till you try it.
How do you know I haven't tried it?
There you go. We've all sunbathed naked, haven't we? Come on. Boofing sunlight. He got it into his head through some mystical philosophy shit that staring at the sun would like unlock your third eye and your chakras and that sort of shit. No. And so he'd sit out during the day and stare at the sun for extended periods of time.
Oh. Yeah. Well, there's one thing in the world that is absolute and that we know for sure, it's that probably needs glasses now.
Okay, so there's a cofactor that led to the demise of his vision, but he is legally blind.
Oh, is he? Wait, was he blind before he
No,
did the
no,
staring?
no,
Okay.
no. And
Jeez.
Mitre has the sun staring. So you're familiar with the sun staring, Mitre? Yes, it's a thing. It's a thing within some of those communities. Yeah, Marie, the blue dot will lead you to treasure. Okay, he's heard about the sun staring too. You know, I like them broken. What can I say? Like, I for some reason I'm attracted to broken people. He was not a good choice. I wish him well wherever he may be at this current moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, is it really so much worse than like my previous partner who was doing Shatter and DMT and also MDMA at the same time? Like,
yeah, it's a little
every
worse.
day.
I think it's a little worse. This idiot was staring at the sun. At least yours was having a good time doing it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it did lead them to have some very.
Thank you, Lucina. I was hoping that Snopes' crowd and Snopes and yourself, you know, would be accepting of that particular linguistic turn of phrase in that instance. I mean, the dude blinded himself by staring at the sun. He was broken. Yeah. He was broken. Like, it's not, you know. Yeah, he did it to himself.
It makes me wonder, like, how many people have ended up permanently fucked up from just Facebook, like, shit like that, you know?
I think it may be incalculable at this point.
Yeah, the scale is sort of like, it's out of our control. At any given moment, there's like people being radicalized towards like, you know, QAnon and anti-vax shit and anti-5G and, you know, well, I don't know if they're necessarily radical, except for the 5G activists who've been burning down the towers.
Well, around these parts, I mean, because proudly radical, right? I use the Oxford Dictionary primary definition for radical. Mm-hmm. And it just means fundamental or systemic change within a system, right? Like, this is what I advocate for, is like, look around. Is this shit working? No, we need to change all of it, basically. So this is radicalism. Like, if you accept that you need to fundamentally fundamentally alter something, then you're advocating for radical change, and that's what I advocate for. So, I try and I'm big about taking words back and making those like bridges to, hey, I'm a relatable, rational anarchist you can have a conversation with. I'm not going to be in black bloc here. I'm trying to PR anarchism, basically. Like, this, for all intents and purposes, is what I really try and do for people, is like, hey, have a conversation with an actual anarchism. Like, set up the booth and like, hey, meet an anarchist for, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And have the conversation. And, I want radical back. I want the word back. I'm sick and tired of Tucker Carlson yelling about the radical left and people just repeating that shit over and over again.
From the perspective of someone like Tucker Carlson and like the American right, it does make sense that a left-leaning liberal or a social democrat seems like a radical change from that perspective.
Oh no, their Overton window is so far shifted that, of course, Hillary Clinton appears to be a radical leftist to them. But I mean, in reality, she's a corporation in a pantsuit. But Lucina saying, but proudly radical, that means you should go out and vote, some liberal. And I will.
Ellie Hawkins for president.
If he stood a chance, maybe he'd get the vote. But I mean, that's just a vote for Trump at this point. And I actually will. I will vote for Biden, and I will swallow my bile the entire time I have to do it. Yeah,
it's all right. I live in a country with like, it's obligatory to vote. Like, once you're registered for life. You cannot deregister. So like,
Thank you for the follow, WTRMLM
It's so weird. Like, I hear anarchists on the other side of the world, or just outside of Australia, who make such a huge deal about like that voting is gonna like steal their soul, right? That like going out there to a booth is like one of the worst things that you can do, or whatever. And I'm just like, they literally just fine you here if you don't do that. Like, you know, and we're all fucking poor. Like, it's not like a big deal. I mean, in the US, if you're waiting like 7 hours in a line, you know, because polling stations have closed because, of course, they hate poor and TOC people.
Did you happen to see the news out of Texas today?
Is that the story about like the one like
Yes.
polling station
Yes.
for like an entire city?
County.
Yeah.
County.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
And,
Wow.
And I assure you, some of our counties are probably the size of some of your states. Like, I mean, Texas is fucking huge. Texas is huge. I mean, they inside cities they'll subdivide it up, but trust me, I understand the scale of Australia, the size of the United States. But I mean, we speak to a global audience as well. But yeah, no, they eliminated the the ballot boxes, one per county. In some instances, this will lead to millions of people using a single ballot box.
So what you're saying is this is accelerationist praxis, because if people can't vote, then they can't believe in the system.
I'm not an accelerationist, but I understand it as a philosophy.
I don't advocate for intentionally going out for that, but at the same time, like, the election was going to be fucked and rigged anyway, and like, I'd seen that coming from like miles and miles away.
It's America.
Quite literally.
Yeah, it's America. It was a given.
Like, if anything, this kind of just is going to point out to a whole bunch of people in Texas that the system that they've put so much devotion into believing is legitimate is now illegitimate, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, Lucina pointing out that we're not against voting, we're just against fucking liberals who think nothing can happen outside the system. Excuse me, and saying, but if you manage to still put your vote in that one ballot box, then your vote will have been super radical. Luckily, I live in a state that passed legislation during COVID to do absentee mail ballots for everybody automatically. We're all just getting a mailed ballot automatically in Nevada. So
it's wild that is seen as like such a huge deal when like there are countries like, I think in Estonia, you quite literally just vote online.
You mean,
like, I'm pretty sure.
Lucina says you mean like most reasonable countries? Again, I'm an American. So that's the thing. Like, Meat Tray and I have to do this a lot. Like, basically, Meat will say something, and it's like, you realize you can't say that to Americans. Like, in a sane world, you could probably advocate for that. But if you say that to Americans, what they're going to hear is X. And, like, you can't tell us certain things, or else inevitably our people just lose their fucking minds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I think that like the same concepts can still be instilled into Americans. You just have to avoid all of the like buzzwords that trigger this sort of immediate like negative response.
Oh,
you know,
it's more not the negative responses that I worry about, because I know how to tiptoe through those. It's the positive responses you have to worry about.
Oh,
because what they'll do is conflate or confuse what you're saying to them with some other pre-programmed propagandized concept they have in their brain.
Oh, right.
And so when,
like
when you guys are talking about like, who are the police that are cracking down on the protests? I mean, the protests are bullshit to start with, but there's co-protests happening at the universities, and they're using the cover to crack down on those. Like, which state is that for you guys?
I don't actually know. I know that in New South Wales have been. Yeah, I think it might have been New South Wales and Sydney.
I was gonna say, Mitra, get your ass in here and tell me that information. like we were talking about it, and he's like, anti-protest, like, anti-cop sort of, they're anti-protest, this sort of thing, and they're using COVID as the cover for that and that sort of thing. I'm like, yeah, but you can't tell Americans that, because we've already got a strong contingent of anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers, like carrying guns into the state house to protest the lockdown scenarios. Like, you can't have that conversation right now in America, because frankly, if you try and give any credence to, yeah, okay, that is authoritarian overreach, what will actually happen in these idiots' brains is I should carry an AR-15 and hold a governor hostage basically in her office, because that happened, by the way.
I mean, if it wasn't being done by a right winger, that would be pretty based.
This is an entirely different sphere of existence that we live in America. And for, yeah, it was, we were about to say, and I live in Las Vegas. For those of you that aren't familiar with how Las Vegas, so Lucina, just tapping back, there was one time in American history that actually happened. It would be the Black Panther Party. They marched on the California State House with armaments, which led to, the most oppressive gun restriction and gun control in America. They're like, shit, black people have guns. Gun control! So I live in Las Vegas. Las Vegas is an entirely different existence. It's a different reality. We are divorced from what all you guys are experiencing, right? We are owned and operated and governed by the casinos.
Are you saying what happens in Vegas? Like,
what happens
in Vegas?
No, what happens...
Vegas is in micro-reality where, like...
Yeah, basically. I mean...
Yeah, it's like a Bizarro world.
It is Bizarro world. It's basically the surface of the sun, says Matic. And it is. I'm sitting here sweating balls. It's fucking October, right? Like, I'm sweating actively. And it's... Jesus, it's 5:30 at night. 5:30 in the morning. Jesus Christ.
Oh, shit.
I need to get the fuck off. And BT8 saying I grew up in Vegas. That's fair. This place is we're an alternative reality. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Force of Las Vegas had the highest officer-involved shooting rate of the entire country for many years, and nobody said shit. Everybody talked about LA, NYPD, Chicago, right? Nobody ever mentioned Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Force. We operate on a whole other wavelength here. The casinos keep shit quiet. They do not want the bad press. This is a tourist destination run by multinational billion-dollar corporations, right? With a mob heritage. You don't fuck with this place.
One thing I'm genuinely curious about is, like, is there a genuine, like, reason to go to Vegas?
None whatsoever.
Like, is there anything, like, redeemable at all?
The likes of, okay, so the only thing I can say, if you're like sort of like an architecture buff, I guess, the cool restaurants, the restaurants we have are all famous people restaurants, but they're not good restaurants. They're the franchise versions of those, like Bobby Flay has a restaurant here, that sort of thing. Like, they're not the good version. They're the franchise version. They are impressive buildings. Some of the buildings we have here, like, it's funny. Like, they built the new Raiders stadium here, the new football team stadium here, right? Mm. Most places that stadium would be a hell of a thing, right? It's huge, it's imposing, it's an interesting piece of architecture, right? It would stand out in most places. The building it's directly across from dwarfs it. Mm. It's nothing on the Las Vegas Strip. The buildings here are so staggering in size conceptually that it is worth going into them if you just want to, like, there's no windows, there's no fucking clocks, it's just an alternative reality you enter into, and it can take you a long ass time. Like, the MGM complex inside, one side to the other, can take you quite a bit to transit. And you're like, I'm still walking in the same building? Yes, you're still walking in the same building. It's huge.
That seems absolutely horrifying.
Oh, it's terrifying. It's a dystopian nightmarescape, and that's the only thing I'd have to say about it. Is if you want to come to Las Vegas to experience true sort of terror, if you're like awake and that sort of thing, like you want to see what it looks like. You want to see what a true capitalist hellscape looks like, where nothing is authentic and all traces of artisanry and originality are removed. Come to Vegas, and we will show you what a true capitalist hellscape looks like.
Yeah, that's. Oh, that
It
sounds
is-
like nightmare fuel. The closest I've done is going to Crown Casino here in Melbourne, which coincidentally and unsurprisingly is also tied up with a whole bunch of organized crime. But they, it's a very high class place, and they have like a shopping center connected to it, and it's like everywhere you walk through, there's so many pretty windows that are so tempting to smash.
But we
like,
never
it's-
would, but only in Minecraft.
Yeah, only in Minecraft.
Damascus. Yeah, I saw that. The DOJ, 1600 DOJ alumni, I think it would be alumna. Alumni is, no, it's alumni. Alumna is the singular, alumni is the plural, sorry. Alumni wrote an open letter accusing Barr of rigging the election. Thought you guys might want to know. Yeah, saw that actually. Yeah, the system is trying to use the system to fight the administration. Fun, says Lucina. Never gonna work. No, of course not. It's fucking absurd. Hey, did you see the Emmy voting commission is rallying to vote against the Emmys? Come on, it's fucking theater.
The police investigated themselves and found that there was nothing wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Is it Dexter wants to know if it's possible to start a new anarchistic community in a relatively uncivilized area. One, I'm going to take issue with the uncivilized term just right out of the gate. But in an unsettled area, you're going to have difficulty finding one of them to start with. You'd be surprised how much of the landmass of the world is claimed and technically owned. Hey, thank you, Subway. This has been really productive tonight, actually. I think, let me pop that over. I just want to get a quick count. Yeah, like, I think I gained, like, I don't know, 20 followers, something like that tonight.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's been a productive night.
I would not want to. I understand the language of uncivilized has historically been used as a insult, but
you're an anti-civilization kind of gal, so
yeah, and there's a interesting prediction, which is that the climate crisis is going to make entire states collapse. You know, here and there.
Fair.
You're going to have areas where like the state overreaches. The states are just going to weaken to the point where you're going to have these areas where there is going to be like a lot more freedom to just move in and do an anarchy. That is the whole point of the book Desert that I linked there.
Oh my god,
so,
Rich, what the fuck? It's been forever since I've seen you. Holy shit, Rich just walked in. Rich Salsa. He's old school. He's from the podcasting days. So in summary, the only good reason to go to Vegas is to give Kai salsa lessons. Yes, he is a professional dancer and dance instructor. And so yes, get your fucking ass up to Vegas post-COVID. Teach me, because I do not dance. I'm a terrible gay. I don't dance. I don't do fashion. I don't do decorating. None of that aesthetic nonsense that's pop culture for gays. I have any attachment to. Yeah, me try fucking welcoming him back, Rich, after long ass time. Damascus saying like that landlord arguing with Thought Slime to find some unincorporated land. Sigh. Like, it is a difficulty, but I think Snoops has a point that like maybe you just have to wait a few years, right? Like you just adjust your timetable, and you may have some areas to move into.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the whole point of the theory, and the idea being that those are the places in which, like, anarchy is actually going to spring forth.
They usually do. I mean, it's Ukraine, it's Spain during the Civil War. It's in those moments that the likes of us spring forth and be like, I've got an idea. How about we don't fuck each other over?
Whoa, what a incredible idea. Like,
that's the point. I always, whenever I'm debating somebody about anarchism, it's the point I always concede, is that you know that people are dicks, and that if you're approaching it from the status quo of today's system, that of course you're not going to be able to enact this. You're fighting too many forces. But if you shuffle a few things, look at it a slightly different way, change your myopic vision into a properly adjusted vision, forward-looking vision, then maybe you may not have that same opinion.
Yeah, like I think that even without that, there's the nihilist way of thinking about anarchy is that it doesn't matter if it exists in society or not. What matters is that you are living like free, right, in the moment. That anarchy is that you living outside of the system and you like liberating yourself from it, and that even if you can't create that world, then you can create one in which we like encourage others to liberate themselves, and like that's kind of like the individualist way of like organizing. That's sort of like the
I do that is one of the I don't know, modalities of my praxis, if I were to fancy it up, but is that look, that's my shtick, is right, like I do news, economics, politics, religion, that sort of stuff, but through the lens and point of view of an anarchist. Like my primacy is anarchism, but that's how I approach things. And so while I may not get my magic wish tomorrow, it informs how I view and commentate and approach various topics and techniques. That I just want an anarchist at the table, basically. Like, if we're gonna have this discussion as free thinking, human beings with self-agency, then we all get a seat at the table. I just want to make sure there's an anarchist at that table to make sure that, like, hey, hierarchical power structures are inherently corruptible and always unethical, and maybe we should collapse them down to some degree. And hey, the philosophical challenging of authority mechanisms is something maybe you should look into, because guess what? It usually goes awry when you don't.
Yeah, like I think that that's a pretty good point, that unless we are like doing something to check like power and authority, there's just going to be more and more fascist states, like even if that means that like 100 years from now that there is some level of like we can't
I think that's the even 20.
But yeah, like we can't really like stop fascism from happening unless we create a society in which we are all incredibly critical of power to begin with.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And thank you, Starry Night. Welcome. You're catching the tail end here. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, no, I sincerely think that that's I just want a seat at the table, right? Like I'm an anarchist. Like I'm not going to violate the non-aggression principle. I'm not going to force my way of life onto you, but I'd like a fair chance to argue my side, and rather than be demonized since the mid-1800s by my country and used as a political scapegoat anytime they needed to scare the middle class into behaving.
Middle class and eventually even the poor whites.
Yeah, the poors. Yeah, it's a long storied history, and every May Day I do a retelling of the Haymarket affair, and the AKA the Haymarket Massacre, AKA the May Day Massacre, and so I tell them about Chicago and tell the history of it and how we still don't know whether it was or wasn't those German anarchists, or maybe it was the Pinkertons, who were notorious for committing crimes on behalf of industrialists and business interests, and were caught killing protest leaders more than once, and were present at that rally. and how there's all sorts of conflicting evidence and firsthand accounts, and how the entire judiciary process was completely rigged, and even the judiciary today admits that was a miscarriage of justice. You know, that Haymarket affair.
It was so blatantly rigged that a couple of the prisoners were pardoned, which doesn't happen in the US ever.
It was, if I recall correctly, it was the two that were that had one had a tie to somebody and the other was an actual American. The actual foreigners, they offed them. Like it was, it was bad. Dexter, can anyone link the main ideas of a modern anarchist society and how it can be implemented today? Depends what stage of anarchist society you're looking for. You're going to find different variations of that. If you're looking for like a stopgap, look to my Anarcho-Syndicalism 101 that just got posted in there, and that can sort of get you to the, like, hey, this is how we can get some workers' rights and implement some baseline anarchistic, philosophies and ideologies, and we can start the ball rolling. If you're looking for something more wholehearted, Schnoops, do you have anything off the top of your head that you'd like to reference?
Oh, there's a lot to start. I mean,
it's a big topic, right? Like that's
like the way that you're talking about how it can be implemented today. Like you're talking to a nihilist, right? Like I've given up on caring about how it can be implemented today, and instead I'm focusing on trying to like bring down the oppressive structures that we have, because I don't think there's any point. Like we can try and build that today, but unless, as long as there's still like, like I think that we need to go on the offensive, right? Rather than like planning about what we're going to do after all of that.
Well, this is why I think like, okay, so how do I put this? I'm the leading edge of the spear and you're like the blunt end. Like it's literally like you're the thing that's going to be driven through. But like I'm the guy who goes, hey, let's just open the hole. As soon as the hole opens, like there's Schnoops standing behind me like, by the way, we have a few ideas. That's my role as an anarchist is to relate, to offer these olive branches to these people that otherwise most anarchists won't have a conversation with, and try and like, hey, no, we're all cool. Like, just talk to more anarchists. And then eventually they meet Schnoops.
I
push him the rest of the way.
I don't think that, how can I put this? I don't think it necessarily matters about whether we have a anarchist world and society that we implement. Because if it's ever going to happen, it's going to happen well after I'm dead.
That is preach.
And that's, at the end of the day, that's it. I'm either going to be dead, or I'm going to be in jail for life, and then die. So I'm never going to see it. Or the climate crisis is just going to come in and, fuck everything up.
That's what I'm counting on, quite frankly.
Yeah, so I don't really, in terms of actually how to implement that, I would really recommend reading the book The Dispossessed by Ursula Le Guin to get an idea of what an syndicalist society would look like from the inside. It's a fiction book. It's not like theory. Le Guin's a great author.
Link to the Wikipedia page for those that are more interested in chat.
And I think that's like the best way that you're going to sort of learn about what that society would look like. It also has some criticisms of that, but syndicalism is simply one of a very broad array of.
I see syndicalism as the Trojan horse. I think
like it's the acceptable form of anarchy that we can present to people. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I think
Yeah.
I think anarcho-syndicalism is, that's why I have anarcho-syndicalism 101 as one of my articles on my website that I wrote that you know, breaks it down and gives them a look into how it functions, the federation, the direct democracy, the recall of, you know, of delegates, and the instant overturning. Like, how are what is some of the brass tacks methodology of this, as well as some of the backstory on, you know, these are some of the principles and that sort of thing. Because, you know, yeah, it's one thing to talk about these things, but a lot of people are like, how does this even work? What does this look like? And so, yeah.
That's a real threat, Lucina. Like, I genuinely have to worry about that. If I go to jail, I'm absolutely 100% fucked. I don't have any way of, like, they're just going to look at my Twitch.
I tell my community all the time, like, whenever I have to reel them in, it's like, guys, do you understand I'm hanging my ass over the edge every time I fucking take to the air? I'm an admitted anarchist in a fascist America, right? We love to scapegoat anarchists. Let's just call them, you know, various people that I know through people. Let's just go that way. From Seattle, that they got their place raided by the feds, and some of the evidence they used to convict them was their books.
Yeah, a theory.
They had anarchistic texts. That was part of it, that they literally used to railroad them, and you know, that sticks firmly in my memory. And hey, excuse my sarcasm, welcome. And so, yeah, he's an admitted Antifa member, says Barr. Yeah, and so that's the thing. And I mean, and remember, everybody in chat, redeem your Soros bucks, because that's what my channel points are called, or Soros bucks. I've been meaning to add one for Antifa super soldier serum. It's, you know, oh, thank you, Marie. I shall hydrate.
Thank you, Marie.
And yes, it is legitimately risky to our livelihood, like our lives and our well-being. I mean, Schnoops and myself. I mean, it's one thing to be in chat. There's a certain level of anonymity. Yeah, I feel you, Sue. Sue's a native and an ex-gang member, and been in the native movement since early days in her 20s. I feel you big time. And we are taking risks. You want to know, actually, there is an Antifa website. Hold on. This is hilarious if nobody's ever seen it. I'll pull it up on screen as well. And I will put it in chat. It is joinantifa.org. We're going to we'll see. Hey, Schnupps, we'll do this with you. Let me go to the browser. We're going to join Antifa today. There's a questionnaire to see if you qualify. All right. So we're going to do.
This site can't be reached. It might be an Australian thing.
It's probably an Australian thing. So do you oppose any of these fascists? Okay, so probably yes. Okay, so we're gonna click yes.
Who's that on the top right?
It is a caricature. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that's supposed to be the guy from Uganda.
What was his name? Shit.
He was the one that was eating people, right? Oh.
Gonna look him up.
Oh no, excuse my sarcasm. This is fucking hilarious. So we're gonna click yes. Do you oppose any of these fascist leaders? Yes. Congratulations, you can be Antifa. Now, if you check the screen, you can see your free Antifa membership card.
That's better than the IWW card.
Yeah.
They should absolutely just make it like the IWW card, a couple of scribbles.
Yeah. So yeah, that's joinantifa.org. It's a fucking satirical website. Oh, here, hang on. They want to know what happens if you click no.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty ableist. Yikes, yeah.
Super soldiers appear at your front door was, excuse my sarcasm.
It's weird how, like, people use, like, that sort of like brain damage as a like metaphor and stuff. Like, cause like I actually have brain damage. I don't know if a lot of like my channel knows, but I have a condition called aphasia. And it's wild because people will equate like that with
from
all sorts of shit, you know, like it's
Oh.
yeah, it should just say fuck off fascist, or it should have like the photo of you know, the Busk space program.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be like a good
Mitre
response.
is just
Or like,
sending me pictures from the show he's at. Hey, thank you. Excuse my sarcasm. Mitre, you got any info on who this is? I don't know if you're still in Twitch or not, but you're definitely on Discord sending me photos. Mitre's at a show right now.
I can't imagine that. I'm in the same country, but in a completely different situation. It's so wild.
See,
But-
and I hate to, like, look, okay, like, admittedly ableist, right? Okay, so here's the thing. My channel is a more harsher channel. It just is. Like, this is, like, whether it is or isn't, like, I literally wade in the waters of Nazballs and fucking fascists every single day of the week. So my crew, my community, we're basically jaded and desensitized to most things at this point. Yeah, like, that's literally just one of those things that wouldn't even really register much over here, is that...
Well, I think it's not even the ableism though. It's the way that it sort of denounces fascism with a lack of intelligence. Like, it makes this equivalency.
It was
right.
It was not put up by somebody who is actually on that side.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like they're saying that fascists are incapable of being intelligent, and intelligence is a bullshit metric anyway. But
Yeah, Mitre, jaded
that
and desensitized. For who? Yeah, Mitre, I called you. I called you forth. Who are you watching? Whose show are you at? That seemed. I mean, we pulled it up on the screen. Who is that?
Lucy Cliche. No idea who that is.
I've never heard of this person either. But you know, SoundCloud.
Techno. Let me judge your music taste.
Lucy Cliche is an ever-evolving project exploring intersections between techno, industrial, and electro. Using an all-hardware setup for her music delivers a hard-bitten exploration of how physicality and the ethereal can interact in music. Heavy bass rhythms lock into pounding drums, washed over with synth chords and acid bleeps.
Oh, I would love to take like caps and then just like sit here listening to this. Like, this is great, Mitre. Like,
let's just. Okay. That is part of it. Apparently, she used to play in Naked on the VIG. She's a Sydney legend.
It sounds like trance music. What genre of music do you make trance?
I mean, it's certainly crossing a lot of established boundaries.
No, it's more that trans girls have a very particular music genre, which is just a lot of harsh noise and electronic music and heavy bass, and it's
and
like bands like Black Dresses
in my
stuff.
and in my own defense, and for everybody in chat, we've never clicked on the no button.
Yeah,
it's never even been clicked. You could go to SJW's channel for the replay earlier today. He visited as well. Like, literally, nobody's ever clicked the no button. Like, whoever prompted to click the no is the first prompt anybody's ever given to click the no. It's never been pressed. So, you know, but yeah, it wouldn't, like, sorry.
Oh, I wasn't judging you.
Oh, no, I know you're not, but your crew definitely was. 100%. But, you know, I'm like, I get that. But, you know, yeah, it's required. See, yep, Lucina, we were, not going to lie. I know your crew. Don't worry. Like, I know your crew. I know my crew. And I have my expectations and my, you know, behavior set appropriately. But, you know, I mean, Jesus Christ, you guys should hear some of the shit that I put up with on a daily basis around these parts, because I'm willing to engage to a degree and a level that I honestly, I compartmentalize well. Let's just put it that way. You know, it's just as long as they don't cross terms of service and common human decency, then I will hear their odious positions out. And oftentimes that leads us down some pretty dark roads.
Yeah, you have a lot of patience that I can't imagine ever having. Namely because of ADHD, but also because like you just seem pretty zen about the whole like talking to fascists thing.
It's imagine the psychologists that talked to the Nazis in the Nuremberg trial, because they were interviewed by psychologists, right? Like they sat down and had conversations with these people. It wasn't, you know, an interrogation. It was a conversation. They wanted to understand the functioning of the human psyche in those sorts of situations. We did look into this to a large degree. And, you know, I can say that I do try my very best to bring that level of, all right, let's see, what's it look like, and can progress be made?
Yeah, like that. Actually, that study was incredible to me because, like, the way that they didn't find any signs of like mental illness that were any like, you know, they totally expected that there would be something about like Nazis that was just different about them, right? That they had all developed this sort of like, you know,
Lucina,
shared delusion or something.
Lucina, do not conflate psychologists with psychiatrists, please.
Yeah, psychologists aren't necessarily as abusive as psychiatrists, but it very much depends on the local medical system that you're in.
Well, I mean, that's an overriding factor no matter what you're doing.
And having been the victim of abuse from psychologists, it absolutely happens. It's a different position that they're in, but it's still one that, like, they definitely have power over you, especially in terms of being able to gaslight you, and in terms of being able to.
But I would
gaslighting, especially, is the biggest one.
I would argue that position exists in all societies, in all times and places. That it's not unique to psychologists or psychiatrists. That it's doctors. It's all positions of authority.
Yes, it is. It definitely is all positions of authority.
It's a unique version of it that can be particularly odious, given the exposure that you have to give of yourself to them. But the fact of the matter remains is what you're looking at as an abuse of power.
Yeah. Like, you do have a point there that like psychiatry is a system like policing, but psychology is
an attempt at understanding.
Yeah, they can be abusive, but the system of psychology is not necessarily inherently abusive, although you can argue that because of the way that we define
and I mean, there's transgressional
learn about like mental health stuff.
Yeah, and there's transgressional psychologists who come from different schools that, you know, use a more, let's call it primitivistic model, that they use, you know, a non-standard, non-Western model of, you know, attempting to understand what the human psyche is capable of and what it can experience. And so, yeah, psychology is an attempt, at least, at understanding, whereas psychiatry is an attempt at controlling.
Yeah. I think a lot of psychologists they're the people that get into it with decent intentions. And while they still might be able to abuse their positions of power, they're not necessarily, they're not the ones that are defining the recommended treatments. They're not the ones that are like defining how we categorize stuff and, you know, what leads to like the system that everyone runs on.
Yeah, and nobody's your system there sucks, and I mean the system here sucks, but I mean that's the thing, is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's just put it that simply. Like, you know, there's valuable information within some of those tomes, especially when we're talking about, you know, the Nuremberg investigations into the human psyche concerning Nazis. As anarchists, you know, any insight you can get into one of the more extreme versions of fascistic, you know, thinking and thought processes is valuable information. And so it's necessary. But don't get me wrong, you know, if you have encountered an abusive psychologist in your goings on, then I both denounce and repudiate them. But that isn't what psychology, at least, was intended to be, and how it is directed as, you know, a school of thought. I understand your problems with psychiatry. Like I said, you know, psychology is an attempt to understand. Psychiatry is an attempt to control, and I'm an anarchist. Fuck them. But, you know, yeah, I mean, those sorts of things, there are some really interesting, as Schnoops pointed out, like, they were looking, they're like, oh, there's got to be a thing there, right? Like, they were looking for the root of all evil, basically.
And they couldn't find it because they were like, oh, these people are human and they don't have any, like, disorders.
It doesn't work
any
that
more
way.
or less in the average population. Like, they're not, you know, dysfunctional or, you know, like meeting any of the criteria for what at the time were the known, like, you know, mental disorders that they would classify.
They've got to be messed up. There's got to be something there. No, it doesn't work that way. So,
It's not even that they lacked empathy. It's just that it was completely selective.
Yeah.
You know, so they fully had the ability to be empathetic, so they couldn't categorize them under any of the conditions that they would have lumped people who don't have empathy to begin with, right? They were unable to do that because they realized that, like, fundamentally, they experience it. They just experience it for the master race. You know, they experience
I mean, this is where I talk about empathy a lot over the years. Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology, Volume 2, page 811, if you want to start your studies. This will get you on the road to global meta-analysis of multiple societies. And what they found was that the more individualistic a society is, the decreased rates of empathy that they found. And then you combine that with the circles of empathy theory that is studying. We leave that to Schnoops. Well, then, Schnoops, Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology, Volume 2, page 811. Hey, Jane, thank you for the follow.
I have read the DSM-5. Does that count as studying?
That thing's a mess. And what you find is that you combine that with the circles of empathy theory, that people feel empathy in a distance and a depth. And what you find is that some people, varying person to person, of course, society to society, they either feel very deeply, they feel that empathy to a huge degree, or they sort of surface feel it. And then what you find is that they feel it at a distance. So they're capable of that empathetic response that they would have, deep or thin, deep or shallow, and they feel it for their friends and family. They feel it at a community. They feel it at a region. They feel it at a country. They feel it internationally. And you start to expound upon these ideas. You start to think about these. Okay, so you have these two factors for empathy. You have a distance and you have a depth. Okay, so the depth is going to be sort of an epigenetic genetic factor, right? Some people are going to be born with a certain level of antisocial personality disorder, sociopathy territory, right? They're not going to feel that empathy to the degree that the rest of us feel it. Or they're going to experience some normalistic version of that empathetic depth. But that circle of empathy shrinks based on the individualistic nature of a society. The more individualistic a society is, the more contracted that circle becomes. And so you start to look at societies that are hyper-individualistic. You start to look at the ones that are more communitivistic, and you see that circle, it contracts or expands appropriately. This is how it starts to, like, click. It's like, oh, so a lot of these fuckers, they may feel deeply, and you encounter them on the regular basis. Remember, people who don't give a shit about COVID. COVID's a fucking hoax. COVID's a fucking hoax. Then their grandma dies of COVID, and all of a sudden,
switch flips.
COVID is a big deal. It has entered their circle of empathetic response.
Yeah, Lucina does have a point that a lot of these societies, like fascist ones, aren't necessarily individualistic. I mean, it's sort of like.
Oh, but they all see. That's the thing. This is the propaganda versus the reality, right? This is what you're taught versus what is actual. And you have to be able to separate the two. In a fascistic society, oftentimes what you find is the rhetoric and the drumbeat of personal responsibility. It's to serve that greater cause. It's to serve the party. It's to serve the country. It's to serve your people. It's to serve your ethnicity, whatever. But it's always to that drumbeat of individualistic responsibility. You have to be the standard. You have to watch out for commies. You have to, not we. Not, oh, hard times are tough. Let's get together and help each other. And you look to like Southeast Asian societies, you look at your more traditional societies, and there's very much a tribalistic sort of understanding of the communal response, right? That immediately increases the empathetic response.
Yeah.
And so you have these sorts of things that are interplayed that are, deep psychology. These are deep cuts.
Well, Lucina, I think that the meaning of individualism that psychoanalysis uses and the one that anarchists have historically used is
political science. Yeah,
they may as well be two different words. They mean different things.
Yeah, there's a lot of linguistic overlap. Like a psychologist can say individualism, and a political scientist can say individualism, and they mean wholly entirely separate things.
Yeah.
And so if you're coming at me from like a poli-sci point of view, yeah, I'm not talking about your version of individualism. I'm talking about a human psychology version of individualism. And Starry Night saying my boss is still going on how COVID is a hoax. Good luck with that.
I mean, hey, maybe if your boss is like a Trump supporter, this might
No.
change.
Didn't you hear? He's gone underground with Q and he's fighting the deep state.
Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ.
Check in.
It amazes. How does QAnon manage to like keep convincing people that every time, like, I genuinely want to know the process of every time something gets proven wrong or there's something that contradicts the sort of like set worldview that they're running on. They just come up with like more and more convoluted explanations that it's not even that they go like full circle. It's that they're like, like in cartoons and stuff, when someone accidentally ties their own shoes together and then like trips over and shit, like that's QAnon, right? Like they keep doing that. Like they don't like.
Well, I mean, any predictatory model is going to have innate problems, right? They constantly attempt to make predictions and they're never going to catch up. So they're constantly tripping over themselves. But I do agree with Marie that the contradictions are the point. Establishing a dichotomous model in somebody's brain is cult programming 101 territory. Like that's brainwashing 101 territory. If you can get them to believe black is white and white is black at the same time, then it's beneficial to your furthering of your goal of manipulating their thought processes.
What was that Orwell line on? Was it 1 + 1 = 3 or 2 + 2 = 5? I can't remember which one it was.
God, I think it's 5, but I'm not 100%.
And like make people accept unreality.
And yeah, and anybody wants to join the Discord, links in chat. Excuse my sarcasm. It's just like a cult leader shifting the end date. Yeah, it's okay. So it's 5. 2 + 2 = 5.
That's
the contradictions are clear and blatant, and the point is demonstrating the facts hold no power over the movement. Says Marie. The point is clearly display QAnon's power over reality versus something as flimsy as facts. And yes, post-facts is pre-fascism. We live in a post-fact world, folks. It is scary. I've been arguing for years that objectivism lost over subjectivism. That we live.
Oh, yeah.
We live in this purely subjectivistic hell where everything is anything you want it to be, and there's no longer an objective reality that we can touch when you argue with these people.
Yeah, I mean, like that. I don't think that we I don't think that there's ever been a time in my lifetime in which there has been any sort of objective reality in the mainstream, like media and the mainstream consciousness, right? Like anything that we're fed. I've just grown up in a time when like I have to question everything, which ironically probably made me an anarchist. You know, like it. Dan also did an excellent video that we should watch together. Yeah, we should. I mean, yeah, I'd be down to watch that.
Yeah. Again, remember, QAnon started as a 4chan troll. All right, like don't forget that this started as a fucking 4chan thing. Like, always remember that. Before it took on a life of its own, it started on 4chan.
Yeah, like it's wild to me because having grown up on 4chan, right? Like from the age of 13, very unhealthy. Don't let any like minor get on that site for their own sake, or just try and discourage them from it anyway. Don't be a cop. But like, it was very obvious to me that people come in and they do these green text stories all the time. They will give themselves a trip code. You know, they'll say like, you know, hey, Anon's like, and then they will leak some information, right? Like they, you know, if they're on like on V, like the video games board and stuff like that, maybe they'll say, hey, I work at X company, and you know, and everyone kind of speculates whether it's true or not. But that is like 4chan culture, and for the most part, it's generally something that is done in jest. Like everyone kind of gets together and is like, well, this is kind of cool, I wonder if it's real, and no one like takes it seriously until something actually happens. But like Q was the exception, I think, because you had this huge flood of people coming into 4chan, mainly honestly over like the Pepe meme taking off, and you know, like the way that there was
4chan's very good at that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and there was like the subreddit, was it the Donald? They got banned, and then you had this mass immigration of people from like Reddit who came over to poll.
They quarantined them, and that was the death knell, and it went further from there.
Yeah, but like these people that came in like 2016, like this new wave of 4chaners, after the first new wave, which was when Bane posting took off, these people had no experience on the site to know that this shit is like, it's just happens all the time, right? And it's like, it's not, a lot of this shit is fake, and a lot of it is not real. And so people were just very naive about like the nature of like Q and who he is and everything, especially because what really made QAnon take off is when people started taking it from 4chan to Facebook. And then rather than like actually going on 4chan to learn about Q, they would see screen caps of Q's posts on Facebook. And then like they had no idea about the 4chan culture to be able to like discern reality from this, you know, to know that it was such a like a everyday occurrence for this shit to happen.
Yeah, I remember when fucking me, Trey, when MDE got banned, our sub had to bully their racist off the page. You know, I'm very hostile towards channers, says sarcasm. Yeah, it was like microchip 8chan or 12chan, either way. It's one of the chans. But yeah, it started on 4chan, but yeah, it's like the founder of 8chan or 12chan fucking claimed he started it. Now,
it was 8chan or Infinity Chan, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so, you know, you can make a lot of claims about something that happened on 4chan because, let's face it, anonymity is a motherfucker. You know, yeah, I started QAnon, sure.
Yeah, the only real times that these green text stories have come true is like in horrifying times, like when someone posted that they were gonna do like a mass shooting at their uni, and were like, hey, you people are cool, don't go to like so and so, like the place tomorrow. And then someone rocked up with a gun and started shooting everyone the next day. And it's stuff like that. It's like you get like, that's like 0.001% of all of these like people that come in like tripping, saying that they're gonna like tripping as a trip code. It's not actually tripping on drugs.
Yeah.
But you know, like it's such like a minority. Everyone expects it to like never be real. And then when it is real, they're massively going away. Right? Yeah, it means channel. It comes from 2channel, which is a Japanese image board.
It's all just derivative. There are no new ideas.
Yeah, all art is theft, and all theft is art.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucked. And I wanted to acknowledge Lucina's massive fucking block there because it is a quote, but I'm not going to read the whole thing. But never believe that the anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they're amusing themselves, for it's their adversary who's obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. Around these parts, I will actively accuse people of arguing in bad faith and browbeat them into posting sources and backing up their claims. And, you know, it's like, yeah, no, you're arguing in bad faith.
I should never get into an argument with you then, because I'd be screwed. I'd never have sources. I hate ADHD. I can never remember to like actually.
I will, and I mean, I've gotten a few compliments on this. Like, I will do the sourcing live on the screen. I will make sure that you can see as I source something that it's like, look, let's look this up together, and you know, find this out. Because if there's anything in doubt, if there's anything in question, we sit before the hive mind that is the internet. Academic publications, political publications, you know, scientific facts, all of these sorts of things can be found readily if you. Yeah, you're a Kai legend. No, legend Kai, no sources. If it's available, you know, I'll track it down using some mode or mean. And yeah, these fuckers come in and just make claims. Like there was a dude on Benzel's tonight that was saying, you know, the reason he liked Trump was that he deregulated 30-1. You know, for every regulation he passed, there was 30 deregulations. And yeah,
how is that a good thing? How can anyone like look at that and go, yeah, like
capitalist bootlicker? You know, yeah. I hope your food is deregulated and you eat some. Good luck with that. Which by the way, we've been doing.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so Benzel just fucking like, you know, did what I do. Like, yeah, that's a hell of a claim. You got any sources on that? And I mean, you know, because they've been fed neoliberal anti-politics for the last 60 years. Well, it's not anti-politics, just, you know, speaking from a Greek terminology point of view. But I mean, I feel you. Yeah, I mean, you know, I helped the guy. I kind of gave him like the Brookings Institute has kept track a list of all of the deregulation that Trump has done. And I'm like, okay, so here's all of the deregulation. Now the rest is up to you. Because you now have a ratio to prove. I have a list of everything he's deregulated, but you're making this claim of a ratio. Feel free to finish the argument yourself, but I'll help you out since you're at a handicap. And, you know, and again, he's arguing uphill. Like, he's arguing that deregulation is a good thing. And so he's coming at it from that sort of neoliberal capitalistic model of, you know, deregulation is good, get out of the way of business, all of that sort of thing. So he was fighting fights on multiple fronts. So I thought I'd help him out with a little bit of sourcing. But yeah, I do. Like, I have no problem challenging these fucks. If you're going to say something unequivocal, if you're going to give me a number, if you're going to give me, you know, a blanket, anytime I hear a binary statement of always or never, you're going to get challenged. So like that's the weekends suck and we need more child labor. People excuse my sarcasm. Yeah, I know, right? Like ever since they brought the kids out of the mines, it's just been downhill ever since.
Yeah, everything just gone to shit.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm telling you, that was holding us together. Kids in mines and meat packing plants. Like, let's get some Upton Sinclair. It was Upton Sinclair. It was Upton Sinclair that ruined everything for the capitalists.
Was that the dude that took like photos of like kids doing labor in the US and then like brought media attention to child labor exploitation?
He was an author who wrote a whole host of books that were about the meatpacking era of labor in this country and how horrific it was. Let's see.
Yeah.
Cis-
See, one thing I found weird about like Americans who are all like neoliberally or like anti is like they seem to have a very skewed version of history, right? Like there's a podcast that I've listened to with my partner called "Well, There's Your Problem," which is about engineering disasters and everyone presenting on it as socialists. Unfortunately, none of them are anarchists, but they always talk about these disasters from the perspective of like anti-capitalism, and you just hear about like over and over and over again, like hundreds and thousands of people dying because someone wanted to make money.
Yes.
And it's like, how can you like look at, human history? Like, do they just have this very skewed idea, or do they just not care?
They don't care.
You know.
By the way, if you want to read one of the most famous book for Upton Sinclair is called The Jungle. This is the expose of the American meatpacking industry at the turn of the century that led to a whole host of reforms, because it's a horrific book and we all read it in high school in this country. And so that'll teach you a little something. And so he did that expose. Lucina, I'm going to call you out on your binary statement. You said cis people always know nothing about gender, and that this is founded upon a belief that the cis academics papers when they write about gender. I challenge you to prove that it is always cis people always know nothing about gender.
I can prove that, but you would have to end up doing some topomancy and ending up plural to at least have like enough of a
the problem
a well-rounded context to be able to see like gender identity from outside of like a binary perspective that we currently have. I would say that Lucina is on like a plane of existence above like most people when it comes to gender, and is looking
Look at
down
the anarchist pulling out hierarchical structures.
And then like when you're trans and you're plural, I don't know if you're actually trans, Lucina, I haven't but like plurality and transness gives you this sort of like view that no one else has. It's like, to me, it's as my experience and the way that I view gender is as different as, I mean, think of any other like.
But it is a truly unique experience unto yourself, correct?
Yes, it is unique in that regard, but not really, because like I can't.
Well, but
I
this-
only know my perspective. I don't have memories when like my headmates are around and all
This
that sort of
this
stuff.
is the problem. You're attempting to disprove something that can't be disproven. You're saying that I understand the thoughts, the emotions, and the concepts that all people in a category experience.
Well, no.
It's an
What I'm
innately
saying
it's an innately inability to disprove this concept. You're saying that cis people can never understand this.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that think of like Plato's The Cave, right? Trans people are like outside the cave, and like plural people are like on a whole nother plane of reality, right?
And that's
like you're kind of automatically, and this is just true with like in general, because we all perceive like reality differently based on our own experiences and stuff like that. But if you haven't, like, it isn't to say that cis people have no understanding of gender. I think that's kind of crappy. But there's this extra sort of dimension added once you're like dealing with transness and plurality, where you fundamentally other people cannot conceive of like what you're conceiving. It's such a different experience that like my concept of what gender is fundamentally so far removed from like what the average cis person.
We're not talking about averages. We're talking about absolutes.
But I'm not talking. But like that's the thing, is it's the ability to perceive. It's like it's the difference between I will never know what it is like. I mean, unless things change. To experience psychosis, because I've never had like an episode before, right? I've never experienced a hallucination or something like that. And the plurality is sort of similar, right? Like a singlet, someone who isn't plural is never going to be able to understand. Just by sheer nature of having
Except they
never
can. You've admitted that there's a process by which you can induce that.
Yes, but the point is that like you are sort of kept in the dark.
This is the
not that
thing.
you have no understanding. I do disagree with Lucina on that.
It's an issue of absolutes is that I'm
Yeah.
addressing. You've entered a gray area, and once you've entered the gray area, I agree with you. But the instant you take an absolute statement, I'm going to challenge you. And the fact that a statement of it is impossible is my problem, is that you cannot possibly metric this. And as Lynx pointed out, that, you know, based on evidence of the via academics writing about gender, generalizations always have exceptions. And
also, sure, but
you preach an absolute, and I'm going to tag you with it, and this is just sort of where I come from. It doesn't matter what it is.
But like my point is that like it is literally fundamentally impossible for a cis person to conceive of gender in the same way that someone who has experienced transitioning and/or experienced plurality. Because it's going to be you're running on a fundamentally different concept of reality. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just a matter of having not experienced
What if you're capable of altering your reality?
Then that would change your perception. But like
psychedelics do that all the time.
Sure, but that's not going to give you the perception of someone that's plural or trans. It's going to give you a different perspective, and as you know, like someone who has done psychedelics is obviously going to have a perspective that I am never going to be able to have. I've never taken it.
I've been other people, and Mitre points out Thomas Nagel. What is it like to be a bat? Good, worth reading. Yeah, and Mitre's been a dog before. I've been other people. I've been a woman before. Now, whether it is real or not, we can discuss the nature of reality, but that's a fucking murky topic unto itself. But we experienced it nonetheless. And so, yeah, I've jumped dimensions. I've had conversations with the great beyond, shall we say. And so, you know, yeah. Like,
but your experiences with those are ones that are inherently unique to the substances that you took, and your own unique experiences within those.
Which is the fundamental
experience lines up with, like, you say that you've like
why
having been a dog. I dated someone who had like a dog in their system, if they fronted, they would run off like barking, and I would have to like.
Which is why I challenge the precept of all cis people can never understand this. It's a concept of getting into someone's head to a degree that we cannot possibly do. I can't ever experience your reality. You can't ever experience my reality. So for me to make a declarative absolute statement about the nature of anyone else's reality is an innate falsehood.
Yeah, but I think there's a useful aspect to this, like a genuinely useful aspect to the way that I am like talking about this, which is that when you're talking about trans rights, right, and when you're talking about gender from the perspective of trans rights, while a cis person, yeah, like I can't talk about like absolutes in reality, the experience of transitioning fundamentally changes your understanding of gender. Okay.
But what we're talking about is rhetorical devices. We're not talking about the actual experience, and that's where it's gotten murky because it's gotten personal for a few of you. But the fact of the matter is what we were discussing is rhetorical devices and my willingness to challenge somebody's sourcing and the willingness of me to challenge absolute statements. So we're talking rhetorical devices.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that your concept of gender, no matter what, is going to be fundamentally different if you have transitioned.
Of course it
or
is.
if you are trans than if you're a cis person. That isn't to say that cis people cannot understand gender. I've already said that I agree with you that that absolute statement is bullshit, because cis people have their own understanding of their own gender identity.
And I've already agreed with you. Once you entered the gray area, I immediately automatically agree with you. But chat is still discussing the absolutes and the lack of rhetorical. And so that's what I'm addressing more than that.
Yeah, like I think that like you're like when you brought up like your experiences with psychedelics and Mitra as well, like that is legitimately and like something that like it's not, I'm never gonna have that experience unless I do, and then that is always gonna change the way that I perceive things. You know, I imagine after you trip and then you end up as a dog in the middle of your trip, it's gonna change how you see the world a little bit. You know.
Are we talking Ronna McDowell sarcasm? She assumed she's in office. I think that's Ronna McDowell. Forgive me. But we may have another top tier Republican who's just come down with COVID.
Oh, fuck yeah. I like how COVID-19 has just like every single person around the world right now is thinking about biological warfare. Because you can intentionally infect people, but the potential repercussions are so huge, right? Like, you never know who they're going to go and infect. It's such a fucking, like, jokified wild card that I would never, like, recommend.
I mean, it's being reported by the White House New York Times correspondent. I mean, I'd love to get a confirmation with somebody else. But, I mean, I'll take that at face value. I mean, she's got a career on the line for reporting. Yeah.
I would say, Lucina, that the experience of being a dog, if you're, like, kin or fictive, you know, or, like, a non-human alter and stuff, is a fundamentally different experience to someone on psychedelics who has also experienced being a dog. Like, they're all like very different in their own right, you know. Like, they're not, you know, I wouldn't say that any one person has the authority on knowing what it is like to be a dog, because you know, like everyone, like
nobody's ever going to get inside. Well, not never. We may get there with hive mind technology and neural uplinks and that sort of thing. We may get to the point where we can legitimately share each other's experiences in that way. Technology, you know, transhumanism for the win. And yes, I am a transhumanist. What have we learned from this exercise? We have learned from this exercise that 1, rhetorical devices are important. 2, individualistic experiences are important. And 3, engaging in the dialectic is a way that we learn from each other. I'm big on learning, because
I wouldn't feel like it was shut down, Marie. I personally didn't like experience that. I think it was just a matter of like we were talking about different things, and there was like multiple things going on at once. And it just took a bit of clearing that stuff up. Like, you know,
that's fair.
Ultimately, I did agree that cis people objectively cannot not understand gender personally, because they will always understand their own, and that statement cannot, you know, like, you can't make that blanket statement. Because at the very least, they'll understand their own gender identity, well, to the extent that they're comfortable with anyway. I mean, the patriarchy is always going to fuck with all of that sort of stuff.
Fair.
But, you know, like, I know that, like, people's identity can change over time when they can learn that things are okay. You know, like, a lot of people, like, dudes who like identify one way and then a couple of years later end up becoming, like, a femboy and, like, openly calling themselves, like, like the ultra fag, when, like, a couple years ago they didn't have the understanding of, like, their own identity to be able to, like, start exploring that, you know. So identity also can change and can be dynamic in that regard, so you can get a broader understanding of, like, so I don't think that any, like, person has an understanding of what it means to be whatever they identify as, right? Like, a cis person or a trans person, no matter what, if if you identify as a woman, no one who identifies as a woman knows what it means to be a woman, and no one who identifies as a man knows what it means to be a man, because those are sort of subjective like experiences.
Well,
right, like,
but
that's the story. Like,
and I'm not. I 100% agree with you, but I mean, it seems that Lucina and Marie still don't understand that pretty true is not 100% true, and the conflation of those two when you're arguing with fascists, which was the spurning on of this conversation, that the people that Schnoops and myself, but specifically myself, interact with on a daily basis, people that are capitalist bootlickers, that are straight up entrenched and admired in that system, the devices and tactics and the techniques that one has to implement in order to have that conversation led up to that statement about the challenging of those sorts of absolutes. And when you say that 100% statement is pretty true, you're going to get challenged on it. And then it devolved very quickly because identity politics was used in the implementation of that attempt. And
I wouldn't say that so much, because to be completely fair, the definitions of understanding of gender that you had and the definitions of understanding of gender that Lucina seemed to be running on, as well as the fact that it was sort of like a lighthearted comment to, in a way, meant that like your idea of what that meant and Lucina's idea of what that meant were two different things. So the wording wasn't objective, but like it meant one thing to you and a completely different thing to.
But isn't that why we engage in the dialectic?
I mean, sure, but you're talking to an insurrectionist, so I don't really have a lot of, which is like, I'm a streamer. I should like know how to engage like that, but it's not like my priority.
And
I'm
but
not
that's
looking for a mass movement.
But you and I have, like, we share common ground, but we have two different priorities in our praxis. Our praxis is different because we are different people, right? Like that's part of how that works. And part of my praxis is engaging in that dialectic and hammering it out via words to see those differences, because the fact of the matter is I will never be in your head. I will never be in Marie's head. I will never be in Lucina's head. In my lifetime, we will not come up with some neural link technology that I get to experience it. And so the only methodology I have to understand your experience is that dialectic that we just we engaged in. And it's messy. It's not the way that would be the most ideal of methods if we could perfect it. But the truth of the matter is it is productive. It teaches.
Yeah. I also think though that like there's I haven't read any Marx and Hegel and Engels, okay? So when we're talking about, the dialectic here, it's all from a outside perspective and not an academic one that I'm making this. But like, I personally think that there is a point at which trying to understand someone else's experiences, for the sake of like being able to better relate so that you're not like hurting them, yes, it's necessary. But I also think that there's a lot of experiences that fundamentally cannot be understood, and I also think that we need to teach people to learn and accept that we cannot, there are some things that, you can ask about, you can be curious, you are not going to understand it, right?
Well,
and we have to make a big, I guess, a big push to, because like we were talking about like the, my experiences being trans and plural and your experiences with psychedelics, there's this fundamental limit of like, you can describe a trip to me, like, in extreme detail, and I am never going to actually have any remote way of, I can't even.
But it would be a crime if I didn't attempt to describe it. Okay, that's my point. Is engaging in these sorts of things it's one of the most important things we can do. And
Yeah.
we can accept the limitations. We can accept that there are so many fundamental limitations to it, right? But
yeah, we just need to define those before engaging in that dialectic, I think, right? To be able to like lay out the boundaries of, okay, you're really not going to be able to understand this, but here we go.
But
Let's
we
get
just
in.
attempted to do it via voice, via text, over a Twitch stream, and that's all of our responsibilities. Is that essentially we engaged in a low bandwidth conversation. And we attempted to converse in a high bandwidth modality. And certain things got lost in translation. And trust me, look, my personal opinion, I don't give a shit what anybody is. It isn't like, as long as you are healthy, well, and as safe as I can hope to make you within a system, right? As long as I can give you the support that you require and you want, I will give you that. I legitimately don't give a shit as long as you don't go around hurting other people. That's basically the line I draw in the sand. But fundamentally, I don't give a shit about what anybody is. It just doesn't factor into my psychology at this point. So please, your audience especially, and you yourself as well, because I do value you. I mean, I know we're just short acquaintances at this point, but I do value your opinion and I do like you as a human being. But, don't think for a moment any of that was pointed or phobic or anything. It is just one of my styles of praxis. And as Marie rightfully pointed out, it is super effective. It's a methodology. It is a shield. I deal with Nazis. I deal with people who scream about killing the Jews. All right. This is a regular thing for me. On Schnoops' channel, God bless you. You just ban the fuck out of these people. And you're just like, goodbye. Fuck you. Like, I love that. I adore that. I wish I could do that, but I don't. I'm attempting a different type of praxis around these parts, and it requires a skill set and a technique that is,
I also think though that like I guess there's a big difference between us is that I don't see streaming as praxis for me, like the way that I engage with streaming, right? It's like I don't do it to make political change.
Self-care.
It's like self-care is a big part of it. I mean, also a lot of it is just like making friends. A lot of it is also just that I know that I can like talk to some people, I can develop some level of community, but I also know that I'm at the point where I think it's more counterproductive than it is productive to me in what I want to do, because I have to keep I have to be very careful. I say a lot of shit on my stream that I shouldn't.
You cross a lot of lines that I will not allow on my channel, quite frankly. Like there's shit that comes out of your mouth on a regular that I wish I could advocate for.
I think a lot of it is that like I don't necessarily feel as if what I advocate for and what I'm actually going to be doing are two different things, right?
I live in a country where that doesn't matter.
Yeah, like, well, I can talk about like, oh, this is what we need to do when it comes to like the climate crisis and direct action and yada yada yada. But ultimately, it isn't necessarily a call for people to do anything. And I do make a big sort of distinction where it's like, look, this is what it's going to take. But it's not something that I want to encourage people to go out and do.
The U.S. Special Prosecutor's Office would disagree.
Well, no, I genuinely do believe that though, because a lot of my viewers are people who are naive, They aren't necessarily anarchists. They aren't willing or capable of that type of action, and that's okay. But I think a lot of what I advocate for is the understanding that we are fundamentally screwed, right? We need to know because I don't want anyone to get any false ideas, right? What I really worry about is that I'm going to lie to people, and I'm going to say, go join your union, yada yada yada, and then they burn out, right? That they sort of don't really get into. They think that they are going into something that is going to make change that I don't necessarily believe will. Like, I can say to people, like, this is what it's going to take, but like, you need to know that those other actions they're not going to change the world. Like, that's, to me, it's like, you need to sort of be prepared, and you need to be like fully aware of like what we're heading into, right? Like, what's coming.
And you and I share a lot of common ground in that area.
And we have to adapt now. Like, we have to start changing the way that we look at like how we're going to move forward in society now.
I'm a pessimist. I'm a pessimistic ideologue who is, like, I'm sure a lot of common ground in that. Like, look, lots of shit needs to happen tomorrow. Do I think it will? No.
And also a lot of like, a lot of what I like talk about, like, I might be a nihilist, but I don't actually plan on or want to do anything that is gonna put myself at risk of ending up at jail. I'm not actually comfortable with that. I don't know if I've really like told people in the in my own stream this before, but like I'm severely mentally ill. If I ended up in a jail cell, I would not last.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
exactly
make
a healthy environment.
And I would just be like, not only do I have all of my disabilities that I don't believe I would actually get access to medication, I would be in constant pain, but also I have dissociative identity disorder. There are literal kids in here, right? Like, people who like haven't changed since we were like, 7 years old and terrified, like.
You can tell me no, just outright. How many people do you have in there?
At least 20.
Okay. Just curious.
Getting a total head count is really difficult for us, for a number of complicated reasons. But
it's a complicated topic.
It's not something I'm willing to subject, like. And also, like, I also don't want to do that to the people in my life. I'm not prepared to cut them off, right? But I also know that because I had
no idea how to ask that question, so I just asked it in the.
No, it's fine. It was it wasn't like offensive or anything.
Yeah,
like it might be funny, but it's not like, yeah.
This is the thing is okay. So hang on, Shubs. I want to make any formal. Okay, so I want to make I want to make a formal apology to Marie and Lucina and anybody else from Shimps' channel. If I engaged and I used any of my techniques and tactics that I unfortunately have developed over the years for whatever reason, and they came across rude, crass, cold, or offensive in any way, shape, or form, I'm sorry for that. I love all you guys already. Dude, I'm, humanist to the core. Like, I dig people, even though I am sort of a misanthrope at heart. I dig you guys, and I love hanging out on Shimps' channel. I love talking to you guys. So don't for a moment, think that, like I said, I feel stuff. I'm not cold. Like, I put up that for the fascists. And that's what it was engaged because we were in that mode, right? But yeah, exactly. Apology accepted. Cool, thanks. Hey, that's the first time I've shed a tear on stream. I've done it a lot. Podcasting. Like, that's interesting. That's a new one. You guys get to actually see me shed tears. I don't know how I'm comfortable with that.
I'm shedding tears too. But I think it's just like the estrogen thing of like crying. So like,
it's that empathetic response. No, Marie,
Yeah.
I'm a mess too. So don't get me wrong. It's I don't want to hurt the nice people. Let's just put it that way. Lucina, you wanted to know what kind of transhumanist I am. I'm the kind that wants... Okay, first, I believe that we have always been transhumanist. The moment that we picked up a stick, the moment we picked up a rock, the moment we struck flint, right? These are augmentations. They're just distanced. But it progressed. Technology kept moving. It got to that point where we start wearing glasses. We start building hearing aids. All of this, no. I'm not a eugenicist. You choose you, right? This is, I'm an anarchist. Like, you do you.
Also, Lucina, it's probably worth clarifying in case you don't realize, but Kai actually has experience with disabilities to develop enough of a well-rounded context to not turn transhumanism into eugenicism.
Yeah. It's in multiple fronts. But I am a technologist from way back. I was in front of a mainframe terminal at age 4. I was writing custom code by 14. I was an independent IT consultant by age 25. I'm steeped in technology, and I see the potential that it has for liberating humankind from ignorance, from suffering, from scarcity, if we only applied it correctly. So I believe that transhumanism always existed, that we are inherently attempting to modify ourselves continuously via a whole host of means, and that we should keep going down that road, that we shouldn't be afraid of it. That, it's gay space communism, as Mitre says. Fully automated communist luxury gay space communism. Full thing. I think that, we could get to the point where we could share experiences, and that would build empathy, and it would build compassion and care for one another. We could
LSD does that as well.
We could fix so many things if we had just a bit more access.
Yeah.
And, there's just so many problems, legitimate. Like, if you could get in my head right now, the amount of physical suffering, like Schnoops understands this, the amount of physical, neurological suffering I'm experiencing at this moment, it's a lot. So, I want to fix that. Do I think you're broken? Do I think you need fixing? No, because that's not my judgment to make. You're your own person.
Yeah, I'm in this weird space because I'm around all these like anti-civ people who vehemently hate transhumanists, but I honestly do believe that the quest for being able to, firstly, even though I might the climate impact of technology and the environmental impact is a big deal to me, I also feel like we've kind of I feel like medically that we have some sort of like obligation to undo all of this time that capitalism has sort of wasted on medicine, which isn't to say that people haven't been getting help, but they've been getting treatment, right? I am taking a whole host of drugs, and that's okay, but no one has really done much to look into how can we undo fibromyalgia or prevent it from happening before people get it, right? There's a whole lot of and I think that like I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't want to do any fucking CRISPR editing on babies or anything like that. Like fuck that. But
do you have any suspicions as to the nature of yours?
As to the nature of what?
Your fibromyalgia.
Oh, I know absolutely where that comes from, which is the fuckload of trauma that I've dealt with that has given me a fucking dissociative disorder. So,
okay,
like, to me, that's how I see it.
I know that there's like
factors, but I don't know.
It'd be dealing with neurological conditions, that sort of thing. Like it's a community.
Yeah.
And, speaking to a few people with fibromyalgia over the years, and some of them, they like theirs was viral onset, like post-viral syndrome sort of territory. And, yeah.
So, I probably had that. However, the thing with fibro is that it takes a couple of things to knock over the dominoes to make them fall.
Yeah.
Right. I got mono. I had glandular fever, and so did my sister. She also has fibromyalgia.
Hey.
But I don't think it would have been possible. Hey, Friso.
Friso's hosting me. I think that's the first time somebody's like actively hosted me while I was on stream.
I don't think that would have been possible if I hadn't grown up a traumatized neurodivergent wreck. Then has gotten to that point.
Okay.
And then that was the tipping point. Right?
So yeah, you have sort of like an anecdotal comparison case in your sister, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we both had the viral infection, yet that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my sister's also dealt with a crapload of trauma in her life as well, and I don't think that we would have ended up with fibro if.
Oh, does she have it as well? Or was that a system we?
No, she has fibro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We were both diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome when I was like 15. She would have been 18.
Jeez.
And both of us have just ended up developing like some really intense pain, and the symptoms have just shifted to match like fibromyalgia, and we've gotten re-diagnosed.
So yeah, you've predispositioned, underlying factors, and then the triggers.
Yeah.
And you just pile them on. Mine, I believe, is autoimmune driven by post-viral.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Let's see. Marie say. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, Frieza's lurking and working. Dating back, can Marie saying, can anybody CRISPR edit me a fluffy tail? One, CRISPR is highly problematic.
It doesn't work.
It's highly problematic. In vitro is one thing, in vivo is another. CRISPR is highly problematic, but there are a couple of gene editing technologies on the horizon that are proving a little more promising, shall we say. But let somebody else test them, would be my recommendation.
Yeah.
And listen,
I heard some nasty shit about the twins in China that became experiments for CRISPR.
Yes.
And they were supposed to get like immunity from HIV.
Yeah.
And they ended up with a whole host of unknown and unforeseeable medical conditions now that they're still trying to figure out what's going on with these kids.
Let's see. And Lucina earlier on saying, give us nanobot created bodies so I can shapeshift. If you've got a line on that, Lucina, I'm just saying, look a brother up. Just saying. Putting that out there. That's all I'm saying. I'm putting that out there.
When are we gonna get the cursed fruit from One Piece? Like, when will transhumanism give us this? This is what I need to know. Yeah,
I'm down for that. I'm glad there was some healing here. I was feeling a rift develop between our two communities, and it was it was bothering me immensely.
So good.
Yeah, Marie said she had a close call with glandular fever. She caught it and got on antibiotics really early and limited that impact. Still fatigued a lot, but that's really good. Dude, I have a buddy that had Lyme disease and was undiagnosed for maybe 15 to 20 years. He's fucked. Like, he's fucked. Like, let's just straight up, that dude is fucked.
Yeah.
The morphine lollipops that they gave him rotted out his teeth. He had full denture replacements. So he had to have all of his teeth yanked out. Okay, just one of the, and not even mentioning the neurological damage from the spirochetes and the Lyme disease itself. Like, I mean, the medical treatment fucked him. So yeah, that's sort of like get on the antibiotics quick for some things. I feel you on that one. And yeah, Mitre, I'm gonna have to fucking tap. Let's see. Apologies if it was like I'm prompted to question you if you're going down the road of eugenics in regards to transhumanism. There's a lot of fucking transhumanists that are eugenicists. I'm not going to deny that. So you were right to question that. That needs hammering out sometimes. Netflix and kill. Lyme pretty much ravishes you if you catch it even relatively quickly. Also, hi. Get on camera. I'm leaning the other direction now. It ruined him. It fucking ruined him. I can't even begin to describe what it looks like to see somebody ravished by Lyme disease. Because it ain't going to kill you in most cases. It's just going to ruin you.
Yeah, it's... I've dealt with a lot of, like, being in the fibro community, just people that have Lyme, because it's so often mistaken for, like, chronic fatigue syndrome and vice versa.
It's mistaken for a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And as I understand it, Australia still struggling to even get it accepted as a real diagnosis, right? Like,
oh yeah, no. I when I saw my specialist when I was 15, and she was just trying to like first eliminate Lyme disease, they thought that I could have it.
Well, that's
and like they were like, okay, so we can't actually diagnose you with this. The government won't give you any help. You know, there's not going to be any sort of like access to treatment. You're gonna like it's all because it's not like classified. Anything that you do has to just take some supplements that you can buy online. You know, you can't like actually do anything for it. You know, they can prescribe meds, sure, but they can't can't give you the help that you really need.
Oh Jesus, Squee is in chat. Hello, Squee. I hope you're sober and I hope you're feeling better. And rock the fuck on, man.
It absolutely is real, Mitre. It's like a myth that doctors say all the time here about like Lyme. It's just because of the
yeah, fuck that shit. Yeah. We were browsing forums one day and he showed me an Australian thread basically and how everybody was just recommending just fly to the US.
Yeah that's saying something. When someone says fly to the US for medical treatment, you know you were screwed.
That's preach.
The USA is the only country that you can get help in. Like something
you're fucked. That's like when your doctor says, well, we could consult the Bible.
Yeah.
Like, do we have any other options? Yeah, and Netflix and Kill lives in Appalachia. It's super common there, and a lot of people get it harvesting ginseng or hunting or, whatever. Because it is super common, and because of climate change, the region in which ticks are more comfortable living is slowly creeping north. So you're finding Lyme disease spreading a little further north every year. Yay!
People always talk about the horrifying animals in Australia, but holy shit, there is some fucked up shit in America and stuff like this. Like, really, like the actual area in which Lyme disease exists in the USA is actually fucking populated, but the area it exists in here is absolutely not. Right? Like if you get Lyme disease here, you have been up into like the very far north of Queensland. Yeah. Like you have to have gone into like some of the most remote like tropical regions. But in the US, it's like, no, this shit can just kill you. Or like it's not just Lyme. It's like a bunch of diseases in the US that you can just catch.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
The crap out of it, like that don't exist like where I am, and it's like wow.
Let me find I'm trying to find one. It's big in Minnesota right now, because it's got a huge death rate. Like it's territory that you're like, oh shit, I'm fucked. Eastern equine encephalitis.
Oh, I've heard of this shit. Oh my gosh, it's horrifying.
Yeah, don't, if you've got like any level of hypochondria, like do not look this shit up. Just don't do it. It's brutal. Like it's got like a 98% mortality rate in horses and like a 75 in humans. It's bad.
Basically, don't horse.
Yeah, like it's bad. And they've had an outbreak this year in Minnesota, if I remember correctly. And as to who asked, somebody asked, I think it was Chaotic. What do you guys think about uploading mines to a computer like in the Matrix? Do you have a jack? Like, can we do this now?
I would totally like jack into cyberspace and go full neuromancer if I could.
Yeah.
But also, I think the sheer infrastructure needed to create that is gonna just destroy like the planet.
Yeah, it's I'm down.
To support that. Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna notice it if you're like in cyberspace, are you?
Let's go ahead. I'm a big fan of forward retreats. Once you're in too deep, the only way out is forward. Like we're fucked. Like, right? We all know that, right? We're fucked, right? So let's try and figure it out.
You know what I think is really cool is also I'm gonna have to go after this because it's like 12.
Dude,
my throat literally, I taste blood in my throat.
Dude, yeah, like say your piece, I'll say my piece, and let's get the fuck off the line.
One really cool thing is that you know the Moon Titan?
No.
Moon of Saturn, it's the only other than Venus, the only other place in the solar system to have like an atmosphere and like comparable to Earth's. It's got liquid fucking hydrocarbons on the surface.
This I'm familiar with, but did you say moon time?
The thing about like Titan is that
it's
Titan. So cold.
I thought you said I thought you said time.
No, Titan. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's so cold that any computer that you build on Titan can run at extreme efficiencies.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like and any like manufacturing that you'd want to do as well, but that would be horrifying. Some autonomous thing just going out there and collecting all the resources in the solar system, and then
that's not a recipe for disaster.
Exactly. Like, but you could build a supercomputer on Titan and really easily keep it cool because the fucking thick ass atmosphere everywhere is just gonna like radiate the heat all across like the whole moon. And if we're ever gonna create that level of cyberspace, we're going to be doing it. Like that's the only way that we can do it. We can build a supercomputer more advanced than anything that we can actually conceive of or realistically like imagine what it would do. If we happened to somehow ship all the materials to Titan and build shit there, but I thought it was kind of cool that like, hey, it's just a giant like radiator. It's just like that's how you.
This is why. This is why Microsoft has Project Natick, and they submerge servers into the ocean.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah,
same process.
Same principle. You just need a heat sink.
Yeah, that is also why I don't like trust NASA and or any like space programs that are about exploring these like other planets, because it's like I know that they're just gonna get economically, as soon as there's something like niche that we can exploit. That planet or that moon is just fucked.
Oh yeah, 100%. Marie saying there's an anime called Log Horizon, which is about getting trapped in an MMO. Isn't that Sword Art Online too? Isn't that like the first season of Sword Art Online is the like driving premise from that one? Is everybody goes into this MMO and they get trapped and they can't get the fuck out?
Yeah, but Online really sucks, but in a way that is kind of funny. Whereas Log Horizon genuinely good.
I stopped watching anime so many years ago now that like I'm barely like literate.
Good, that with me.
Yeah, Hack Sign. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, so either way, SAO was like, oh, scary, they got trapped, and it's whatever. What did he put up?
I'm escaping.
Yeah. All right, I'll put it on screen, and then we'll leave on that because it's fucking hilarious.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Good luck with that, Tim Curry.
Tim Curry is gonna live out there and on his own in a little like rotating habitat.
Oh, let's see. We could just mine asteroids and maybe less risk. Look, there's tons of stuff to get into that. But okay, so let's do some housekeeping. Our chat, everybody who was involved in that conversation, Snopes, myself, we all cool? Just want to make sure. We cool? We're cool. Yeah, because I know that got a little spicy there for a bit. Hey, Netflix, thanks for the follow. We cool, says Marie. Lucina says we're cool. Good. I just want to make sure of that. But if you ever need anybody to fight a fascist for you, you know where to turn, right? Like, you know, if you're like, well, I don't want to do it, but this person needs some schooling, send them on over.
If I want a fascist bank account to mysteriously disappear,
we will entertain their little bootlicker tendencies long enough to at least teach them a lesson or two in humility. Yeah. Me and my girlfriend will fight fascists with our powers. Hey, you know, fucking
pretty based for me.
Do what you gotta do. This has been, I don't know if I will be streaming today as a result of this stream. I have been on for 7.5 hours.
I think I'm gonna have to head off like right away because I need to race to the bong. And I will. I'll have to catch it later.
It has been lovely, Schnoops. Take care of yourself.
You too, and everyone in chat.
Much love. All right, folks. Is it 8 now, Mitre? It's 8. Jesus Christ. Let me pull that. It near as well be. kaisthings.com, kaisthings.com. It's where you can catch my writing, my podcasts, my photography, my weekly tabletop game that I have with other podcast hosts and listeners. It's a cyberpunk dystopian environment. Yeah. This has been a stretch, and I don't know what my voice will look like tomorrow as a result. My neuropathy is killing me right now. So I hope you guys are as well as you possibly can be. And until next time.